Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter convinced Death to shift magic towards truth. Here is short summary. In a pivotal encounter with Death, Harry Potter makes an extraordinary request to reshape magic itself, aligning it with truth and clarity. As the magical world tilts towards honesty, the ripple effects challenge centuries of deception, force hidden secrets into the light, and redefine the balance of power. Will this shift bring salvation or chaos? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry Potter sat in his first lesson of the elective that had been introduced this year. The elective was officially called Additional Defense Lessons, but most people already just referred to it as ADL. The class was filled with fifth years of all four the houses, though the Slytherin house was vastly underrepresented compared to the other houses. Then the teacher came in. He had been introduced during the opening feast. His name was John Bell, a retired Auror, and now that Harry saw him up close, Harry had to reconfirm his earlier opinion about the man's appearance. He just barely looked better than Moody. Is this what all the retired Aurors look like? Okay, listen up, the man barked. Welcome to your first lesson of the new elective Additional Defense Lessons. I know the name is dumb, but I didn't come up with it, so don't complain. He said in a no-nonsense tone. My name is John Bell, but to you I will be either Mr. or Professor Bell. He surveyed the class for a moment, seemingly taking in each student before starting to speak again. The Ministry of Magic has created this class to better prepare you for the threat that is Voldemort and his followers. Harry perked up at this. The fact that the man said the name definitely earned him some points in Harry's book. That the new course was implemented by the Ministry was also interesting. Harry briefly wondered if the same would have happened if Fudge hadn't been kicked out of office. After a moment of silence, Professor Bell spoke up again. If it was up to me, I would make this course mandatory for all students of all years from all houses and triple the hours, but unfortunately, your headmaster thinks you should enjoy your childhood and not think too much about the war. The man sighed heavily. Not to speak ill of my colleagues, but I think this is complete idiotic. Neither Death Eaters nor their master will care about age nor gender. If they target you, then you need to be as prepared as possible. That will be my job this year. Single quote. Harry had to agree with the man there. Even if he indirectly insulted Dumbledore, there was definitely truth in his words. How stupid was it to not make sure all the students could defend themselves now that Voldemort was back? Now, he said as his eyes swept over all the students. Who can tell me what the most important thing in any battle is? Several hands went up and the man said, Yes, you Weasley. To be stronger than your opponent. Ron Weasley half answered, half asked. To be stronger than you opponent, the man repeated, ending with a slight snort. What strength? Physical strength? Magical strength? No, strength alone is useless. You can be as magically powerful as Merlin, but if you are slow as hell or if your aim is shit, then all the strength in the world won't help you. Someone else. The hands went up again. Yes, you Abbott. To have greater numbers than your opponents. Good try. The man admitted. Even when facing a far superior opponent, you can pull off different strategies that will lead to victory if you outnumber them, but like power, it is not the most important thing. As the hands went up again, the man pointed one out. Pottle, what do you think? Knowledge, sir, Padma answered. If you know more spells than your opponents, then you can win. Partially correct, Ms. Pottle, the man replied. I am sure everyone has heard of the saying, knowledge is power. In a fight, magical knowledge is very important. So for example, there are shield spells that can be used to shield yourself against specific spells, but are useless against others. Those shields are usually less taxing on our magical reserves, but if you identify the incoming curse wrong, then your shield will be useless. Thus the need for knowledge, but it is far more than that. Having information on your opponent is just as important. Facing an unknown is far more dangerous than facing an opponent of whom you know things. For example, most people, regardless of how much knowledge they have, tend to favor certain spells. If you know what this spell is, then you are less likely to be caught off guard. It's the same when you look at it on a grander scale. How do you expect to make a proper strategy if you don't know your enemy's numbers? If you don't know whether or not there are wards or how skilled your opponents are? The teacher was silent for a moment, giving his student a moment to absorb his words. He then pointed his wand at one of the cabinets, and with a swing of his wand the doors opened and several copies of the same book flew out of it, and a copy landed on each of the students' tables. Now, as I said, gathering intelligence is important, but at the same time counterintelligence is just as important. The magical world knows several ways to get information from a person. Most of you probably know about truth potions, but there is a magical art that is far more subtle than that. It's called legilimency. To put it in the simplest term, a user of legilimency can read someone's mind. It's a bit more complicated than that, but due to our lack of time, let's keep it at that. There is a chapter in the book I gave you which will explain it in a bit more detail, so read that during your own time. Harry was shocked. Mind reading? You have to be kidding me. The opposite of legilimency is occlumency. A trained user of occlumency has better control of his emotions, can shield themselves against users of legilimency, and can to some extent withstand truth potions and mind-altering potions. To become a skilled user of occlumency, you have to do a lot of exercises, which again can be found in the book. There is little I can do to help you with this other than to test you occasionally. Now, to master the art will take years, sometimes even decades, but I can assure you the results will be more than worth it. I can understand most of you will not like hearing that you have to learn something that will take years, but you have to realize that mastering the art isn't important right now. What's important now is putting up some basic shields around your mind, which should be possible for most people within a couple of months. Hermione put her hand up and Belle said, "Yes, Granger. If I may ask, Professor, why are basic shields so important? Will they be able to protect us against legilimens?" It's doubtful that basic shields will protect you against any person with some measure of skill in the mind arts, but you have to realize that legilimency is even harder than occlumency, and most practices never get past the fledgling status. Those are people who are strong enough to enter unguarded minds, but can't get past even the most basic shield. After remembering that specific lesson, Harry decided on his plan. As long as those people didn't act hostile, he would try to get as much information as possible. "So, I have been patient, old man," Harry said as he addressed Dumbledore. "Now can you, please, tell me why the fuck I am surrounded by people who should, as you so elegantly would put it, be on their next great adventure?" Dumbledore blinked in surprise before giving the boy his patented grandfatherly smile. "I can assure you, my boy, everyone in this room is very much alive." He then remembered that the diary described how the two worlds, while similar, had differences, so maybe the world where the boy came from, he knew the people here and they had all died. "I don't know if you know who I am, but my name is—" "I know who you are, Dumbledore," Harry interrupted. "Then I am afraid you have me at a disadvantage, my boy. You know my name, but I don't know yours," Dumbledore said. Although he had a very strong suspicion who he was, he just didn't understand how it was possible. It was also the reason why he had asked James to stay with Lily outside of the room. Until he could ascertain the exact details about the young man, it would be better if they weren't there. Lily especially might get too emotionally distraught. It wouldn't help the upcoming conversation if some of the participants were too emotional to contribute. Harry narrowed his eyes. "What year is it?" he asked, not willing to part with his time travel theory yet. If the abrupt change of topic surprised Dumbledore, then he didn't show it. "It's 1997, my boy, the 13th of August. "Well, there goes what is left of my time travel theory," Harry thought, although this still didn't explain why Dumbledore didn't know him or why dead people were alive. "My name is Harry Potter," Harry answered before asking a question of his own. "Do you know how I got here?" Before Dumbledore could answer, Sirius Black spoke up. "Harry, is that really you?" Harry had no idea what to say. He had no idea what the fuck was going on. The man who had spoken to him bore a strong resemblance to his late godfather, although considerably healthier looking, but that wasn't possible. Sirius was dead and buried. He made peace with that fact after he had spoken with the man's shade for several hours. So Harry wasn't too sure of what to reply to this older and healthier looking version of his godfather. Luckily for Harry, Dumbledore interjected before Harry had to answer. "Now, Sirius, I understand the need for information, but I am sure this is all very confusing for young Harry, and it is probably for the best if I first explain everything to him. Sirius didn't look too happy, but complied regardless. Excellent, Dumbledore said brightly. Now that we are all acquainted, why don't we all place our wands on the table? After all, we have no reason to use magic on each other, right? As a sign of good faith, he was the first to place the wand on the table in front of him, and upon seeing it, Harry's eyes widened before glancing down at the wand in his hand. I hadn't counted on that, Harry thought, mentally analyzing what this development meant for his status. While Harry was thinking, the others in the room started laying out their wands, some with more hesitation than others, but after receiving imploring looks from the others, they relented until finally Moody laid his wand on the table and all eyes turned to Harry again. Harry understood that if he wanted to have a smooth conversation, then he couldn't deny putting his wand away after the others already did it, so he relented and placed his wand on the table. Dumbledore eyed the wand the boy placed on the table, and his eyes widened dramatically when he saw the familiar wand. Moody meanwhile used his magical eye to scan the boy and immediately noted that the boy was still far from unarmed, even though he put the wand he had been holding away. Moody inwardly grunted in approval. If he had been in the boy's position, he wouldn't have given all his weapons up either. Now where to start? Dumbledore said as he stroked his beard absent-mindedly. Maybe how I got here would be a nice place to start, Harry said sarcastically. Ah yes, that would be a good place, wouldn't it? Well, basically we have some trouble facing a Dark Lord named Voldemort, and we used a ritual to summon a hero from another world who could aid us in our noble cause. Another world? As in an alternative universe? Harry exclaimed. That shit really exists outside of fiction. Then again, I shouldn't be too surprised, Harry thought. He had stopped using the word impossible a couple years into his magical education. Not to mention the fact that strange things tend to happen around him. Besides, this wasn't the first time he had heard of people arriving from another world. It supposedly had happened several times according to wizarding legends. Then again, according those legends, things like soul bonds, magical animagi, and mage sight also exists. However, there was no proof of any of that. He never really put any stock in any of those legends. The only reason he so easily recalled it was because Hermione had once mentioned that the Muggle world had something similar, only they called it alternative universes. I am afraid I am not familiar with that term, Dumbledore admitted, bringing Harry out of his thoughts. It's a theory that a new universe is created for every choice that is made, and anything that can happen will happen, if not in this universe then in the next or the next. Ah, maybe that is why you thought we were dead, Dumbledore replied after he took a moment to take in the information. So you, for all intents and purposes, kidnapped me from my own universe to fight old Snakeface? Harry asked with an unnatural calm tone. Well, Dumbledore began before Harry's rant cut him off. Are you fucking insane? Harry bellowed. He knew he should control his emotions better, but this whole thing was just too much. I already fulfilled that shit prophecy once. Why don't you have the me of this universe do it? You watch your mouth, young man, a plump redhead woman said sternly. Harry looked over to who said, and his suspicions were confirmed. He had to resist the strong urge to curse the woman he had hoped to never see again. Oh, shut up, Pruitt. Harry knew that if this was truly an alternative universe, then all the people he would meet could be completely different than what he was used to. Still, he couldn't help it. Even if he knew that they were different people, he still got certain feelings upon hearing and seeing certain people. And seeing that woman again certainly didn't bring up the most positive of emotions. Molly huffed and probably would have gone on a full-blown rant if Dumbledore hadn't given her a warning glance. If I understand it correctly, you know of the prophecy and you managed to beat Voldemort? Dumbledore inquired. If you are talking about that prophecy that damned drunk gave, then yes, on both counts. Now again, what happened to the me of this world that he can't handle the prophecy? No one answered, but they didn't have to. The looks on some of the people's faces were more than enough to come to a conclusion. He is dead, Harry deadpanned. Some people looked like they got struck after Harry spoke so bluntly, but Harry didn't pay them any mind as he asked the question he honestly wasn't sure he wanted to know. So how did he die? Dumbledore sighed heavily. I am afraid Mr. Potter was captured during the third task of the Triwizard Tournament. Yeah, and, Harry thought, that answer had been hardly satisfactory. After all, he had been kidnapped before, but he managed to escape. Harry sighed. It seemed clear that this Dumbledore was just as bad as his Dumbledore in giving vague and short answers. Harry thought about it for a moment before deciding that if he wanted something he had to give something. Okay, it is clear that our histories are different. Why don't we compare some key events in my and your Harry's life for comparison? Dumbledore nodded. Learning about the history of the rather young man might give him some insight in his personality. What happened here on Halloween 1981? Harry started. Harry Potter managed to survive and reflect a killing curse cast by Voldemort, resulting in him being reduced to a wraith until he was revived in 1995. Dumbledore said. Harry rolled his eyes. He could have figured that out himself. Why else would Voldemort kidnap his alternative self? No, the question was, how did the boy's parents survive? How did he reflect the curse? Harry asked. Something similar happened in my universe, but in my universe my mother used blood magic and sacrificed herself to save me. So if my mother didn't sacrifice herself, then how did the curse rebound? Questioning why the parents of a version of him were alive while his weren't was probably not the most tactful thing to do, but Harry couldn't find it in himself to care. Those people for all intent and purposes kidnapped him, and the only reasons why he hadn't started to curse everything in sight was because A, he was vastly outnumbered, and B, they held all the information, and as long as they kept talking he would try to refrain from doing something stupid. As it turned out, nobody really knew how this Harry survived. Apparently the Lily Potter of this world had been pregnant at the time and due to a complication had to go to the hospital on Halloween, and Harry had stayed behind at Godric's Hollow with someone from the Order who knew the secret of the Fidelius charm. When the ward alerted James Potter that someone had penetrated them, he immediately sped home. What he found was a dead Order member, his baby boy with a bleeding scar and a wand and robe, who were later identified as Voldemort's, and so similar to Harry's own universe the legend of the boy who lived was born, but that is where things started to change. So we both survive and Snakeface is reduced to a shade. That at the least is the same. Harry said. There I assume the changes begin. I was sent to the magic-hating Dursleys, and my dear godfather, who everyone thought was the secret keeper, couldn't control his anger and went after the traitor. This resulted in him getting a life sentence in Azkaban. Harry decided not to bother telling the whole story. He was only giving them information so that he could obtain information himself in case he couldn't get back. Besides, the end result was the same. Sirius had put his anger before his duty as godfather and paid the price. Harry noticed that Sirius's eyes had widened dramatically when Harry told him about getting life sentence, and Harry decided to ask the man a question. I take it you didn't go after the rat? He asked, truly curious. Even if the Potters were alive, he just couldn't imagine Sirius letting a traitor go. The man was a bit of a hothead and would often allow his emotions to control him. The woman next to Sirius, who Harry recognized as Emmeline Vance, snorted and said, like I would ever allow him to do such a foolish thing. You won't allow him, Ms. Vance? Harry asked with a raised brow. Mrs. Black, actually, and no, there was no way I was going to allow him to go around and do foolish things leaving me behind while I was high pregnant. Harry's eyes widened dramatically. Okay, Potter, relax. Harry thought fanatically. So what if you have been sent to an alternative universe where your counterpart is dead? So what if the parents of this universe survived? He could handle all that, but the thought of any form of Sirius settling down and getting married and being a father, madness, plain madness. Harry shook his head briefly to regain his wit. He decided as the world apparently hadn't ended he should just continue and think about this madness later. Anyway, as I was saying, after my parents' death and my godfather's imprisonment, I was sent to my mother's sister and her family. That is where I stayed, ignorant of my heritage, until I was 11 and received my Hogwarts letter. He then felt silent, waiting expectantly for Dumbledore to continue on his side. Mr. Potter, along with his sister Rose and his parents, stayed in Potter Manor until it was time for him to go to Hogwarts. Nothing of note happened in that time, Dumbledore said before continuing on to the boy's first year. In his first year, Mr. Potter was sorted into the Gryffindor house, became the youngest Seeker in a century, and helped me stop Voldemort from stealing a powerful artifact. Harry then noticed something due to seeing it for years. It took a couple of times for him to realize. Every time Voldemort was mentioned, almost everyone shuddered. This has become so normal that Harry ignored it without thinking about it, but then he realized the name was actually being said. He hadn't heard the name since halfway through his 5th year. "Wait," Harry interrupted, drawing attention to him. "I just notice you keep saying Voldemort. Does that mean there is not a taboo on his name here?" "He placed a taboo on his name," Dumbledore said, looked intrigued and, if Harry read the emotion correct, slightly impressed. Harry nodded and Dumbledore continued. "That is a very impressive piece of magic and also potentially very dangerous. I can only assume his name became even more feared." Harry nodded solemnly. "It was definitely dangerous. Several people were killed before someone figured out we couldn't say his name." Dumbledore lowered his head. "It was always a waste if blood was spilled needlessly." "So what happened to Hermione Granger?" Harry asked, as facing a troll was apparently not part of the accomplishment of his counterpart. McGonagall spoke up this time. "Ms. Granger was critically injured on Halloween Eve by a troll. We never managed to find out why she was there, as Ms. Granger wasn't saying anything other than she wanted to go home. Such a waste too. She was a brilliant witch and had great potential." Harry felt sick in his stomach at hearing that, and he had to tell himself several times that was not the same girl as his best friend, but whatever he told himself, he couldn't suppress the image his imagination provided of entering the girls' bathroom a bit too late and seeing a first year. His mind then briefly flashed to the memory of the small ceremony that was held at Militia HQ in Hermione's memory after her death. After a moment he managed to gather his thoughts and told them about his first year. "Like the Harry of your world, I was sorted in Gryffindor and joined the Quidditch team as a seeker. On Halloween Eve, when we were warned that a troll was in the castle, I noticed that Hermione wasn't there and went to warn her with a friend. We managed to get her out of there into the tower before she was harmed." This was technically the truth. She wasn't harmed after all, and saying that you faced down a troll at age 11 usually resulted in disbelief or fear, so it was better if he left that out. Harry thought a bit about what to tell next. Nothing of interest really happened until Christmas, when he received his invisibility cloak and found the mirror of Erised, and there was no way in hell he was going to talk about the mirror. Then again, that was his 11-year-old deepest desire. Harry doubted that if he saw the mirror again he would see the same thing. That only left his encounter with Voldemort, so he told them about that. He told them about how he and 2 friends passed the dangerous traps and about his confrontation with Voldemort at the end. Dumbledore took everything he heard from the young man. Despite being rather so far, the young man definitely could be molded into a proper champion of the light. Especially if he too confronted Voldemort while he was just an 11-year-old child. "So what happened in his 2nd year?" Harry asked. Dumbledore thought about it for a moment before answering. "Not much happened in Mr. Potter's 2nd and 3rd year. Young Harry found that one of his friends was acting weird since she started writing in a diary that was unknowingly a dark artifact and reported it before his 2nd year began. We destroyed the artifact shortly after that." Harry's eyes widened briefly at hearing this before he managed to rein his emotions in. If he understood the situation correctly, then the Chamber of Secrets was never opened. That means the basilisk was still there, a basilisk who would follow the command of any speaker. Well, at least he should. Harry never had the opportunity to command a magical snake before, so he wasn't sure if those would react differently. Harry knew that there was a distinct possibility Dumbledore either would not know or wouldn't tell how he could get home, so having an ace in the hole like this was definitely an advantage if he had to stay here for a longer time. At the very least, he now had a place very few people could enter. "That friend, I assume you mean Ginny?" Harry asked. Dumbledore nodded solemnly. "Can I assume that something similar happened where you came from?" "Something similar, yes," Harry agreed. "It took a bit longer, and the diary managed to influence Ginny a bit, which resulted in several students having to go to the hospital wing, but in the end the diary was destroyed and no permanent damage was done." If Harry had learned one thing, then it was that it was much easier to just tell half-truths than outright lie. So he was definitely proud of the little story he managed to spin, which was 100% the truth, while only giving away what he wanted. "What about Lockhart? Did he teach in the 1992-1993 year?" Harry asked, curious about what happened to the man who, in his universe, had lost his memory when he was forced to go with him and Ron to the Chamber of Secrets. Professor Lockhart did indeed teach that year, but he felt he had other responsibilities and left at the end of that year. Harry inwardly snorted at hearing that. He was amazed that the man would leave on his own, but there was a distinct possibility he didn't want to get connected to the low Newt and Owl scores that were most likely scored that year. Deciding he had nothing to hide about his third year, Harry decided to go first this time. Before my third year, Sirius escaped Azkaban. It was widely suspected that he wanted to kill me, so the Ministry in its infinite wisdom decided to place Dementors around Hogwarts to guard it. Harry said before muttering, "Nasty little buggers, nearly killed me, guarding my ass." No offense, Mr. Potters, but Dementors don't kill. Dumbledore, who clearly had heard Harry's muttering, replied. Harry snorted. Not directly, no, but thanks to those things I fell 50 feet from my broom. Is something funny? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow as one of the Order members he didn't recognize had snorted after Harry's previous statement. Yeah, if you are incompetent on a broom, then don't blame it on a Dementor. You try stay on a broom when Dementors are practically flying next to you and you are forced to relive the last moments of your parents. To hear how your parents are mercilessly murdered. Harry snapped back. He didn't know who this man was, but he wasn't going to be insulted like that. If the man was bothered by Harry's outburst, then he did a damn good job of not showing it, as he merely stared blankly back. Dumbledore coughed to break the rather awkward silence that had descended upon the kitchen. And did the Dementors manage to capture Mr. Black? He asked. Harry shook his head. No, they stayed the entire year, but when they nearly sucked the soul out of a student at the end of year, the Ministry finally decided it was a good idea to remove them. Dumbledore nodded. That is good. I am glad those vile creatures were never placed here at Hogwarts. As for our Mr. Potter third year, well, like I said, not much happened. Peter Pettigrew managed to escape Azkaban in the summer before Mr. Potter's third year, but no one believed he would come after Mr. Potter, so they didn't place any guards at Hogwarts. Other than that, nothing of interest happened that year. What about his fourth year? I assume he also was chosen as the fourth champion. Harry asked as he noticed a lot of people had stiffened as he asked this. Dumbledore stroked his beard and his eyes darkened. Yes, I am afraid so. Crouch Jr. managed to fool everyone and infiltrate the castle, acting as our teacher of that year. He entered Mr. Potter in the Goblet of Fire so that he would be chosen as the fourth champion. He then had to take part of the 3 tasks I am sure you know of. 4. Harry interrupted. I beg your pardon. Dumbledore questioned. The tournament had 4 tasks, Harry replied before elaborating. I had to get past a dragon, swim in the freezing cold lake, navigate through a maze which resulted into my kidnapping, and last but certainly not least, I had to ask a girl to the Yule Ball. Harry nearly snorted at his own words. Now, not even a couple of years later, he could barely believe he would have rather done a repeat of the first task than ask a girl on a date. Oh, how easy had his life been back then. You were kidnapped too, Mr. Potter? Dumbledore questioned, curious how the boy survived. Voldemort was not known for his mercy. Ah, he replied positively. I'm sure pretty much the same thing happened in our 2 universes. Crouch entered me. I competed in the 3 tasks, and the Triwizard Cup was a portkey that transported me to the graveyard where Snakeface got resurrected. And how did you escape? Harry shrugged. Voldemort couldn't be allowed to look weak in front of his followers, so he challenged me to a duel. Harry chuckled darkly. I was complete and utterly outclassed back then. This statement was true in so many ways it wasn't even funny. He was already injured, he was magically inferior, he was vastly outnumbered, and most importantly, even if he had the knowledge, Harry wasn't sure his younger counterpart would have been ready to kill. Anyway, at one point our wands connected due to Priori Incantatem, and let's just keep it at the fact that it surprised the bastard enough that I could reach the cup and return back. To this day I still have no idea why that idiot Crouch Jr. made that portkey 2-way, but I am definitely not going to complain. Harry paused for a moment to gather his thoughts before continuing. When I arrived back at Hogwarts, I immediately informed Dumbledore, who informed Fudge, who being his typically bumbling self refused to accept the truth and was ready to write us off as liars and scaremongers. Dumbledore nodded. The same thing had happened when his spy had informed him the Potter boy was dead and Voldemort had returned, and he had conveyed this news to the minister. Unfortunately for the idiot, several of his colleagues were there with him and they heard Dumbledore inform him and they didn't agree with shushing everything up, especially so shortly after the First War. From what I have heard, it didn't take long before Fudge had alienated himself enough for his inaction that a vote of no confidence was called and he was kicked out of his office. Minister Bones, former head of the DMLE, was chosen as his successor. Really? Dumbledore questioned, sounding intrigued. Regardless of the situation, he couldn't help find this entire story very fascinating. To hear about a world so similar yet so different was definitely a unique experience. How one small change could change things so much. Harry nodded. So from what I gather, my counterpart didn't survive the kidnapping. Any idea how? Dumbledore shook his head. I am afraid not. A spy within Voldemort's ranks managed to inform me that young Harry was killed, but he wasn't there at the time, so he doesn't know exactly what happened. So no body was recovered? Harry asked, as the cause of death might have been answered by an autopsy. Unfortunately not. No. Harry hummed. What about this spy? Snape by any chance? That is Professor Snape, Mr. Potter. Dumbledore replied, a reply which Harry had heard so often it wasn't even funny. But, yes, you are correct, Professor Snape risks his life daily to spy for the light. Well, that is different, Harry thought. I can't wait until I tell him about my 5th year. Anyway, after Professor Snape informed me of Voldemort's resurrection, I informed Minister Fudge, and unfortunately I didn't have the same luck as you had. My position was already not too good, as the boy who lived had died under my watch, so the people easily believed Fudge when he said I was lying. Voldemort hasn't been seen in public since then. Instead, he is mostly doing things hidden, but his presence can be felt in the recent laws. So, for example, it is now allowed to own Muggles as pets, Dumbledore said with a hint of disgust in his voice. From what we can gather, Voldemort spent most of his time these last 2 years recruiting and planning for the upcoming battles. Harry felt something stir when he heard about what was allowed to happen to Muggles. While his so-called saving people thing had mostly disappeared over the years, it was still hard for him to hear about innocents getting hurt. I guess I will continue then, he said after a moment of silence. Not much changed at first. The Ministry insisted on implementing a new course in Hogwarts called Additional Defense Lessons. Our Dumbledore didn't want us children to be too involved with the war and was opposed to the course, but eventually compromised and allowed the subject to be an elective instead of the core one the Ministry wanted. Well, obviously the headmaster is right. Children should not involve themselves with such things, Molly Weasley exclaimed. Harry glared at the witch, but decided not to bother with a verbal reply. Anyway, that changed after the first Hogsmeade visit. Why? What happened? Dumbledore questioned, with dread filling his stomach. Harry's eyes shadowed over as a dark memory resurfaced. The massacre of Hogsmeade is what happened. He spat out. Almost too afraid to ask, Dumbledore asked. What do you mean? Harry's voice turned cold and emotionless as elaborated. The Death Eaters along with a group of Dementors attacked Hogsmeade and started killing anyone in sight. The Order felt silent. Voldemort might be their enemy, but never did they think he would sink so low as to target children at such a large scale. Not noticing the change in atmosphere, Harry, whose eyes had turned hollow as he just stared ahead, continued as memories flashed through his mind. They completely caught us by surprise. Harry stared completely aghast as a large number of Death Eaters started streaming into the village and started firing curses at anything that moved. A familiar cold he hadn't felt since the end of his 3rd year started to fill his body. Hermione, who had been standing close by him, shook him and exclaimed, "We need to get everyone to the castle. So many died." Harry and a couple of other students were running towards the castle when they came upon a truly sickening sight of a group of younger years who looked like they had been hit with a cutting curse multiple times and left to bleed to death. One of my best friends died as he was escorting a couple of 3rd years back to the castle. I am sorry, Mr. Potter, but we found Mr. Weasley's body. He was found atop a 3rd year students in one of the collapsed secret tunnels. It looks like he tried to shield him. I lost my eye that day. I am sorry, Mr. Potter, there is nothing I can do for you. Even with you putting up a shield, the backslash of the curse was bad enough to permanently damage your eye. I am sorry, but you will never see with that eye again. And what was left of my innocence, he mentally added. A silence fell over the room as everyone took in what Harry had told them. Many were not sure what to think. Harry too had to take a moment to gather his thoughts. Talking about the massacre again had brought forth memories he had tried to suppress a long time ago. After that things changed. It was shown that Voldemort had no qualms attacking children, so we were taught what to do if it happened again. ADL among other things became mandatory for everyone. Harry felt silent for a moment as a bitter expression crossed his face as he talked about the additional training. It was never confirmed, but many people suspected that the ones who later would form the Elder Council were responsible for pushing those new educational degrees through. Another consequence of that attack was much more severe. Many gulped, wondering what the boy would dump on them next. That day it was shown that no place was truly safe, not even the town right next to Hogwarts. So many people who were concerned that Diagon Alley would also turn into a battlefield sooner or later went to Gringotts and emptied their vaults so that they didn't have to go there anytime soon. Single quote. Some people paled while others wondered why this was classified as a severe consequence. Now can someone tell those who like me couldn't stay awake during history of magic why this was a very bad idea? Because it breaks one of the clauses of the treaty made after the latest Goblin Rebellion. Dumbledore said gravely, war costs money, so the goblins added a clause that basically stated if suddenly large amounts of money were moved away from Gringotts then they would consider it an act of war. And that is exactly what they did. They gave an ultimatum. Either return 50% of the money recently taken within 7 days or war. Harry snorted derisively, as if the ministry had the resources to spare to force people to return their money. So the goblins rebelled again? One of the Order members asked. Harry snorted again. Rebelled? They did a bit more than that. Do you even know what a force they have hidden away in Gringotts? He asked mockingly. When the 7 days were up they marched out of the bank and right to the Ministry of Magic. It took them a mere 3 hours to bring the governing body of the magical UK to its knees. Single quote. Okay, it might have taken them longer if all the Aurors were in the building instead of out in the field, but still that was pretty pathetic. Harry thought. Minister Bones died fighting the goblins, but several members of the Wizengamot survived and formed our new government body, the Elder Council. Indeed, Dumbledore said, looking intrigued. Harry nodded. Things from there on didn't really improve. The council rallied whatever resources it still had and tried to make a difference. The goblins were apparently not satisfied yet and declared open war on all wizards and witches in the UK. Luckily this also included Voldemort and his followers. In essence the goblins became a third party in the conflict. And then there was Voldemort. It seemed like he considered the goblins a bigger threat now that the ministry had fallen and had focused most of his time on them. That, of course, didn't mean he didn't stop killing any Aurors they could find. And the Muggles? Dumbledore asked. Luckily no side in the war was stupid enough to blatantly break the statute of secrecy. Things would really have gotten fucked up if the Muggles had joined the war too. Why is that? One of the Order members Harry didn't recognize asked. You are a pureblood, aren't you? Harry asked, upon which he received a nod. To put it simply, for Muggles to join the war, the statute of secrecy had to be broken. He said before adding with a slightly mocking tone. You do know why we went into hiding and the statute was implanted, right? When he didn't immediately answer, Harry continued. Wizardkind was nearly exterminated during the witch hunts. If we hadn't gone in hiding then there is a distinct chance that none of us would be here. So if Muggles with 17th century technology could do that, then how do you think their late 20th century's counterparts will do? He asked rhetorically. Then what about you-know-who? Another Order member asked. He believes in pureblood supremacy. He would never accept that Muggles could pose a threat to him. Say what you want about the man, but he isn't stupid. A madman, yes, but not stupid. Harry replied before muttering. Mostly at least. And then returned to normal volume. We are a completely hidden community with only a few Muggles knowing about us, and those are closely watched. Why would any sane person give up that advantage? Straight out fighting a force that far outnumber you will get you killed, no doubt, but why would he if he can remain hidden? Harry looked around the room, looking each member in the face. The Imperious Curse, Compulsion Charms, Apparition, Portkeys, Metamorphagy, Polyjuice Potions, Invisibility Cloaks. Those are only a couple of things wizards have that could allow us to pit muggles against each other without showing ourselves. So again, why would Voldemort give up such an advantage if he doesn't have to? Harry didn't expect an answer, so he didn't even wait for one. Now where was I? Ah yes, a couple of months into my 5th year. Harry said. Well, despite the turmoil outside of the walls, things inside Hogwarts were relatively calm. Unfortunately, things couldn't stay that way for long, and that was proven when newly marked Death Eater Draco Malfoy used a vanishing cabinet that he managed to repair to bring a number of Death Eaters into the castle. Thus the first battle of Hogwarts began. A student let Death Eaters into the school. One of the Order members muttered in disbelief. Fortunately for us, the Death Eaters were arrogant and attacked in the middle of the day. We, the students, had been training for months and were more than prepared for them. Unfortunately, there was another Death Eater in the castle who used the moment of confusion to backstab Dumbledore. Harry directly looked at Dumbledore as he spoke the next couple of words. Severus Snape killed Albus Dumbledore, took his wand and left the castle before anyone could stop him. Dead silence followed Harry's statement before Sirius shouted out, I know he couldn't be trusted, that slimy Slytherin. Enough, Sirius, Dumbledore rebuked. Mr. Potter already explained that there would be differences between our two universes. Apparently Severus's betrayal is one of them. Harry mentally snorted at hearing this. A good Snape, regardless of what universe, sounds just as likely as Sirius settling down. Oh right, that happened here. Damn, this place is messed up. Anyway, after the rather humiliating loss the Death Eaters suffered, Voldemort gave us a week of rest, before he himself with a considerably larger army stood before the gates of Hogwarts. This time it was soon proven that we were way outclassed, and quickly the order to evacuate using the hidden passages out of Hogwarts was given. Harry said. After a moment of gathering his thought, Harry continued, after the Second Battle of Hogwarts and the subsequent surrender of the castle, the Council of Elders immediately drafted a new law. Harry said with distinct distaste in his voice. That law stated that every witch and wizard old enough to carry a wand had to join the newly formed militia or be considered an enemy of the nation. Unfortunately, many of the older population had long since gone into hiding under some of the most powerful wards they could afford. Single quote. It didn't take long for the people in the kitchen to understand what Harry said, and an aghast Order member said. They forced children to fight. A dark look crossed Harry's face before he answered. Those who survived the massacre and the 2 battles of Hogwarts. Yes, all of us were divided into teams and were sent out into the field. Harry snorted. Most of us ended up with people our age fighting in the front lines. Those old bastards saw us as nothing more than cannon fodder. After all, witches and wizards can have children for a much longer time than muggles, so the wise elders deemed that the older and wiser people were more important than the younger generation. Why didn't you and the other students just go into hiding? Harry snorted as he turned his attention to the woman who had asked the question. Tell me, do you know those lovely little runic bracelets you can put on children that have the tendency to wander? The ones which allows you to track them down. Unsure where he was getting to, the woman merely nodded. Shortly after the council's decree was passed, they ordered the Aurors. They still had to enter the safe house that we had gone to after the Second Battle of Hogwarts and literally branded the runes that are on those bracelets on our skins. Those old farts were able to track us everywhere with that, so hiding was a bit impossible. Do you mind showing it? A woman Harry recognized as Professor Babbling, the ancient runes professor of Hogwarts, asked. I am sure you don't have the nicest memories associated with it, and I might be able to remove it. Harry shook his head as he pulled his right sleeve of his t-shirt up, showing a previous hidden tattoo of a beast with multiple heads. You don't have to worry about that. Most of us had a tattoo placed over it. It might have not stopped the effects of the runes, but at least we didn't have to look at it. There was also the fact that those runes are still possibly connected to his own universe. Harry honestly doubted it, as the runes weren't even remotely well designed enough for that, but there was always a chance. There was a moment of silence before Dumbledore spoke up again. May I inquire as to who your teammates were? He questioned as he was curious what kind of people the boy had been surrounded with. It might give him some more insight in his character. A wry smile graced Harry's face. I was chosen to lead a 6-man team. When the war ended, besides myself, my team consisted of Astoria Greengrass, Faye Dunbar, Seamus Finnegan, Susan Bones and Clara. Dumbledore recognized the first four names. How could he not? He could easily remember the students of Hogwarts he had met past and present. Only the last name didn't ring a bell. Sure, over the years he had met several Claras, but none who were around the boy's age like the others. Clara, Mr. Potter. Harry shrugged. That is what she introduced herself as. She never gave her last name. Heck, I am not even sure if that really is her first name anyway. How old was she? Dumbledore asked, thinking maybe he could discover who she was that way. Harry immediately shuddered as if recalling some very bad memory. She was a vampire, so it was near impossible to guess her age, and she didn't appreciate it when she was asked how old she was. You had a vampire as a teammate. Harry nodded. The council struck a deal with the Covens of the UK. They would give us manpower and we would give them any prisoners we obtained after we were done with them. That is barbaric, one of the Order member exclaimed. Is it? Harry questioned. Vampires are sentient beings who need blood to survive. They will do what is necessary to survive. So what is wrong with allaying with them? Would it be better if they allied themselves with the Death Eaters and we were the ones who were getting fed on? Mr. Potter. Mrs. Dunbar spoke up after a moment of silence. Did my daughter survive the war? Is she okay? Harry's first reply would have been that the girl he had been fighting alongside with was not her daughter, but saying that to her face proved harder than he had expected. The Mrs. Dunbar in his world had been a healer that had helped him and his team more times than he could count. Officially she had been too qualified to be assigned to the militia and the council had wanted to assign her as a healer to the Auror forces, but Mrs. Dunbar had put her foot down that she would be allowed to treat her daughter and her team or no one at all. So to put it mildly, Harry felt he owed that woman a lot, not only for saving his life multiple times, but also the lives of his teammates. Thinking about it for a moment, Harry decided to just give her an answer. You have to understand, Mrs. Dunbar. The Fae I know is not your daughter, just like I am not the Harry Potter you might know. So whatever happened in my universe doesn't have to happen here, but yes, she survived. She survived all right, but that didn't necessarily mean that she was okay. None of his team could say that they came out of the war unscratched. The wounds they suffered both physically and mentally wouldn't leave them anytime soon. Faye was probably the most unscratched of the team. Of his 5 teammates, she was the only one who had been part of his original team. The other 4 came at a later time as they replaced the people who had died. That didn't mean she came out completely unscratched. Like him, she had several scars that would probably never heal, and it probably would also take a long time before she could sleep without Dreamless Sleep Potion, but at least she still had her mother to support her. Susan, on the other hand, didn't come off as unscratched as her female year mate. During one of the skirmishes with the Death Eaters, she had lost her arm due to a dark cutting curse and nearly bled to death before she was stabilized, but that was only physically. Harry had gotten to know her a bit better during his 5th year, and he discovered that she was a very kind, if not a bit shy, person. That changed when the news of her aunt, Minister Bones's death reached her. Susan had admitted to him at one point that due her parents dying during the First War, she was raised by her aunt and she saw her like a mother. After she heard of her death, she became cold to almost everyone and often quite brutal when fighting Death Eaters. The last time he had heard of Seamus was that he had to stay in a Muggle hospital due to severe alcohol poisoning. Harry had known his teammate drank quite a bit, but it was never that bad. Maybe it was because now that the war was over, Seamus now had the time to think about things he would rather forget. Clara. Well, she was a sadistic blood-sucking vampire who killed her enemies with a bright smile on her face. She hadn't been sane, in Harry's opinion, to begin with, so this war did relatively little to her mental health. Then again, there was always the question of how much of that was a front. And then there was Astoria. Thinking about her mental state made Harry flash back to the aftermath of his team engaging a Death Eater patrol. It was shortly after Astoria had joined the team. Harry looked around as he took in the situation. His team had just quickly and efficiently taken down a Death Eater patrol, suffering only minor injuries. Susan was tending to a minor wound Seamus had suffered, Faye was preparing the Death Eaters they had managed to incapacitate for transport, and Clara was drinking. The only one left was that new girl, Astoria Greengrass. She was standing a bit away from the others and she was kicking away onto one of the prisoners. Harry sighed. This was hardly the first time he had seen this. The militia had a lot of people who had lost people to Death Eaters, and if they had the chance they would unleash their anger on them. Unfortunately, they needed as many of the Death Eaters alive as possible for interrogation, so Harry decided to interfere before the girl went too far. When Harry got closer, he saw her pull her wand and shout, "Mercy! Mercy! Did you scum give my sister mercy?" The Death Eater replied something, but unlike Astoria, he wasn't loud enough for Harry to hear, but whatever it was he said apparently set Astoria off as she pointed her wand at the Death Eater and exclaimed, "Crucio!" It was a testament to how much Harry had changed that he didn't even bat an eye as he saw someone get tortured by the unforgivable curse. Not so long ago Harry would have screamed bloody murder if someone on his side had used an unforgivable or defied the orders to bring as many Death Eaters back unharmed as possible, but times had changed. Now he couldn't really care about the orders from the higher-ups. Here out in the field it was your team that watched your back, so Harry definitely had no intention to begin an argument with his newest teammate just to save a guy who would be given to the Vampire Coven sooner rather than later. As for the unforgivable, well, if it came down to them or us, then it is definitely them, and what better way to hit them than with curses that can go through any shield even if they are very draining on one's reserves. After watching her dispassionately for a couple of minutes, Harry had to say he was impressed with the young witch. Most people wouldn't be able to use an unforgivable for such a long time without at least showing some strain. Deciding that she had had enough time to vent, Harry walked up to her and firmly said, "Enough." Astoria stopped the curse and looked at Harry with mixed emotions in her eyes. She stared at him for a moment before she nodded and started walking towards the others. Harry sighed as he looked at the still convulsing man. Harry knew that the man would be useless in the eyes of the intelligence department after being exposed to the torture curse for so long. "Clara," he called, and the aforementioned vampire looked up from her meal. "You can have this one too," he said while pointing at the man at his feet. Clara flashed him a smile that would have looked quite pretty on her still young-looking face. Unfortunately, the effect was ruined by the blood dripping down her chin. Then there was himself. Physically he came out of the war pretty well. He lost his sight in one of his eyes after the massacre and had that eye replaced with a magical one. Other than that, he managed to come out of the war with only a couple of scars, thanks mostly due to Mrs. Dunbar. Mentally, well, he definitely didn't turn into some insane killer, but he did change a lot from the naive little schoolboy. Anyway, slowly but surely we managed to overwhelm the Death Eaters, and after months and months of fighting we managed to force Voldemort to retreat back to his last stronghold, Hogwarts. It was there during the third and final battle of Hogwarts that I managed to fulfill that accused prophecy. "May I ask how you did this, and are you sure he is dead for good?" Dumbledore asked. Voldemort survived back then at Halloween due to his followers. Normally after death a witch or wizard can choose to become a ghost. Voldemort became something else. A ghost doesn't have any magic to speak of, but Voldemort designed the dark mark so that it was connected to his very soul. The mark was designed in such a way that it could siphon magic from who it was branded on to the soul of their master. Due to this, Voldemort became a ghost who could utilize magic, although in a very crude form, a wraith. Dumbledore nodded. "I suspected something along those lines, but that doesn't explain how you managed to defeat him for good," he said. "I was getting to that," Harry said, continuing his explanation. "After I killed his body he turned into a wraith again. Due to my special status I managed to banish a being of death to the afterlife." "Your special status?" Dumbledore asked, confused what the boy was talking about. Harry nodded. "You hold one of the three pieces, so you probably know the story," he said while pointedly looking at Dumbledore's wand. "The title is more than just a fancy title. Those who unite all three gain control over those who have died and are still in this realm." Several people were looking at Harry strangely. They had no idea what he and the headmaster were talking about. "You have united all three?" Dumbledore asked, not believing someone so young managed to accomplish his childhood dream. Harry shrugged. "Ah," he replied nonchalantly, "I don't see why you are so surprised about that. You should know where two of the three are. It is not that far out of the realm of possibilities that I could have recovered the third." Dumbledore nodded slowly. He would talk about this in a more private setting on a later date. I see, so you managed to defeat Voldemort. How is Magical Britain now? Ever head of Fubar? Harry asked with just the tiniest amount of mirth shining through his eyes. He noticed that only a couple of people in the room recognized what he said and Dumbledore wasn't one of them. What about Tarfu then? When the old man made another look of non-recognition, Harry deadpanned. They were bad, okay, the goblins were still out there. Diagon Alley was mostly destroyed. The ministry was plundered empty. Hogwarts was far from ready to receive students again, and almost the entire Elder Council died shortly after the war due to various accidents. Harry knew damn well that those hadn't been accidents. Some of those deaths were most likely due to infighting, but a lot of them were most likely killed by members of the militia. While during the war it was a sort of unspoken agreement that they needed to be a united front against their enemies, after the war ended on the other hand all bets were often with most of the Aurors killed there was little to stop those who wanted vengeance. That is bad, indeed. Dumbledore admitted. Silence reigned after Harry finished his story. Everyone seemed to use the lull in the conversation to go over what they had heard. Harry too decided to take this moment to decide on his next course of action. He had to decide now what to do. He could, of course, just be an annoying little brat, cross his arms and demand to be sent back, yeah, as if that would work out. So he had to cooperate at some level, but what should he try to do? Stay here and fight, or would he try to get home? On one hand they for all intents and purposes kidnapped him and want him to fight Voldemort again. On the other hand if he looked at it objectively this could prove to be a blessing in disguise. Sure there were some friends alive back home, but most of them were dead and then there was that blasted bounty to consider. How was he supposed to have known that Goblin was the son of the king? So yeah, there definitely were some incentives to stay here, but as always when there are pros there are cons. The biggest con was of course Voldemort. A much better prepared for war Voldemort at that. Then there was the fact that he had nothing here. No resources, no record of education, no connection, no allies, and then there were the Deathly Hallows. Was he still the master of death? Or was he only the master of death in his own universe and must the Hallows of this universe be united to win? There was also the uncomfortable matter of his counterpart being dead. Harry, fully understanding that the people in this room were not the people he knew, still felt certain emotions watching certain people. If this was true for him, would that also mean others felt the same regarding him? Harry had no intention of replacing a dead person, and one thing was certain. If he was going to stay here then it would be as himself, screw what any sheep might think. One thing was certain, they needed him a lot more than he needed them. So Harry would first see what they had to offer before deciding. So you summoned me here to fight? He finally said in a neutral tone. Why should I? Don't you want to help out all those innocents? Dumbledore asked in such a way that would have invoked in most people feelings of guilt. I already did my part. I fought and bled for those so-called innocents. Harry replied with just some heat in his voice. And now you have kidnapped me from my home to fight for people I don't know. Dumbledore had the decency to look ashamed. What about your parents and sister? Don't you want to meet them? My parents are dead and I don't have a sister. As I told Mrs. Dunbar, the Fae I know is not her daughter, just like I am not the son of the Potters here. Harry said before tossing Dumbledore a bone. Say I fight your war and I win. Then what? I have nothing here. No money, no OWLs, no NEWTs. Are you going to send me home or what? Dumbledore stroked his beard in thought. He hadn't really considered this yet. Well, you can go to Hogwarts for your 7th year and your NEWTs. The fact that the boy who lived would show up in Hogwarts again would definitely do good things for his image, so he had no problem with that. I am sure James and Lily wouldn't mind providing for you or giving you a home for how long you might need. As for getting you home, I am sure we can look into that after the war is over. Harry narrowed his eyes at the man as he listened. He wasn't dumb. Far from it actually, and he knew better than to just accept his words at face value. Him going to Hogwarts was most likely just as much for Dumbledore's benefit as for Harry. At Hogwarts Dumbledore could keep track of him. Possibly there were also other reasons. Forcing him to interact with his counterpart's family was also a blatant move to anchor him to Dumbledore's side. The vague wording regarding his trip home didn't really help either. Harry thought for a moment. He wasn't stupid enough to just accept it, but the offer of a real education was tempting, and if he played his cards right then the end of the war here might be a lot better than at home. If things didn't work out as planned, he could always try to get home by himself. So after several moments he spoke up again. "Okay, I will fight for you, but I have several conditions," he said slowly while forming small short-term and vague long-term plans in his head. "Oh," Dumbledore asked with a raised eyebrow. "And those are? I want a house elf to be summoned right here and right now and given clothes so it might work for me. I don't care who the elf is, as long as its name isn't Creature." Without having all the information, he couldn't really plan yet, but a bonded elf was always useful. Sure, he could have asked for an elf and someone could have ordered his or her elf to assist Harry, but it was much better to have an elf bonded to him, as said elf would most likely be blindly loyal to him and never betray any secrets, unlike an elf who only obeys him because he was ordered to. "I also want an unbreakable vow by you, Dumbledore, stating the following things. You will give up freely any information you have on Voldemort, his known followers, and any followers you suspect. This includes any and all plans your spy told you about. You will make sure I exist in both the magical and the Muggle worlds and give me the paperwork to prove it. I will be able to attend Hogwarts free of charge, or if that is not possible you will have someone else pay for it. I will be able to leave Hogwarts as I please. You will do everything you can do to legally protect me or anyone I recruit to the cause as long as I don't break any laws that weren't in effect here before Voldemort began interfering. I want you to vow to give up any information you have on the ritual when I ask. After the war is over you will do everything you can to find a way to send me back and give me the information as soon as you have it." After pausing for a moment so that everyone could absorb his words, Harry continued. "If you vow this, then I vow I will do what is necessary to end the war, and I nor anyone I will recruit will harm any innocent." This was a tricky part of the vow, and Harry hoped they would accept his wording. Him leaving out killing Voldemort would leave him a lot more wiggle room in how to fight the war. Heck, with the way he worded it, he could stun Dumbledore and give him to Voldemort as a peace offering. If that would stop the war, then technically he ended the war. It was also important that he was the one to mention the innocents. If, for example, Dumbledore had vowed he would protect Harry legally as long as he didn't hurt the innocents, then he would more than likely be screwed. After all, it mattered what the one who vowed deemed as an innocent, and Harry's definition of an innocent sure as hell wasn't the same as Dumbledore's. "Lastly, I want an unbreakable vow from at least 5 of the people here, all from different families, that states you will do everything to make sure Dumbledore upholds his vow." This was to ensure Dumbledore didn't just commit suicide to get out of the oath. Now 5 people would do everything to ensure Dumbledore would fulfill his oaths. If Dumbledore died before he could, they would possibly even try to use necromancy to resurrect him, which would most likely fail, which would get them killed. Harsh, yes, but all the people here were adults, and at least he didn't kill off entire families. Besides, this would ensure Dumbledore didn't take the easy way out, as the man never liked seeing unnecessary death. Dumbledore listened closely as Harry listed off his lists of demands. His request for a free elf proved that the boy at least had some intelligence and didn't trust blindly, a trait he no doubt developed due to his time fighting in a war. This was a double-edged sword. On one hand, it would be much harder to manipulate someone intelligent. On the other hand, dumb people really don't survive long, and he really couldn't afford to lose another chosen one. The unbreakable vow was also pretty clever, especially as he trapped others with him. While he had no trouble sacrificing himself for the greater good, condemning others to the same fate was a bit of a harder pill to swallow. What to do, he mused. To be honest, the boy didn't ask for too much, especially considering the fact that they asked him to go up against Tom. The only thing that really bothered him was the unbreakable vow the others had to make. He could argue against it, of course, but the fact remained that this was his first conversation with the boy and he really couldn't risk alienating him. After all, a first impression is always the most important. Finally, after several moments of silence, Dumbledore decided on his course of action. "Fine, I will agree to your demands, Mr. Potter. Now I ask for volunteers who will take an oath and someone who is willing to give up a house elf. Now, before anyone volunteers, please take a couple of moments to think about it. he said before turning to the youngest of the room. "Mr. Potter, could you please write your oath down so we don't accidentally use the wrong wording?" Harry nodded curtly and picked his wand back up, something which made Moody tense. Using his wand he transfigured the untouched teacup in front of him into a pen and conjured a piece of paper. He scribbled down the vows for Dumbledore, himself, and the 5 yet undetermined people and read it over several times to ensure he got it right. When he was satisfied he banished the piece of paper toward Dumbledore, who began reading it. After Harry had banished the paper he took a moment to look around what the other people in the room were doing. He saw that quite a few people were discussing things among themselves. He managed to catch bits and pieces of their conversations, such as, "If Albus agrees, he is a Gryffindor. I doubt he has any harmful intent, and, as long as it is only one of us, then he will still have a parent left." After several minutes Dumbledore cleared his throat and the room felt silent again. Now as for Mr. Potter's first request, who was willing to give up on a house elf? The room was silent for a moment before the man who had questioned Harry's flying skill stood up and said, "He can have one of mine." He then barked, "Toby." Moments after he said it, an elf appeared with a pop. Master called for Toby. The elf squeaked. "Yes, elf," he said as he used a wand to conjure a sock, making the elf already large eye widen dramatically. "I am giving your clothes. Your last order is to be that boy's new elf." Having said that he tossed the sock offhandedly to the teary-eyed elf. The elf caught the sock dejectedly and turned to Harry. "Are you Toby's new master?" Harry nodded as he took in the elf critically. He looked like an average elf, no real signs of abuse, but going by the interaction with his former master, no real close bond either. The only real thing of note was his clothing. It was a towel with a coat of arms on it that Harry didn't recognize, but assumed belonged to the family the elf had been serving. "Yes, my name is Harry James Potter. Will you serve me, Toby?" Harry asked the standard question to begin a house elf bond. The elf's eyes widened. "You are Harry Potter, sir." But Toby heard Harry Potter died. "Yeah, well, one did and another didn't," Harry replied, not really feeling like explaining the concept of alternative universe to the elf, especially considering he didn't understand it completely himself. "Then Toby would be honored to serve Harry Potter, sir," the elf said, acknowledging Harry's earlier question and completing the bond. "Does Master wants Toby to wear the Potter crest?" Harry shook his head in the negative. "No, you are not a Potter elf. Instead, you are my personal elf, and as such you will not bear a family crest." The elf gained a dejected look upon hearing that, and Harry sighed at the overly emotionally elf. Picking up his wand again, he aimed it at the elf and transfigured the towel. Now instead of the family crest he bore the same image as Harry's tattoo. "Instead you will bear my sign," he said as he briefly pulled up his sleeve again to show the elf his tattoo. It was a total lie, as a lot of the militia had that exact same tattoo, but the elf seemed overjoyed, so Harry couldn't complain. Not having anything to do for the elf yet, Harry indicated for him to stand by his side and gestured for Dumbledore to move on. "Ah yes, now that is settled, any volunteers for the oath?" After half an hour the oaths were sworn, word for word as Harry had written them down, and everyone's attention was back on Dumbledore again. This concludes today's meeting of the Order of the Phoenix. We will assemble again in a couple of days to discuss these new developments. Having said that he walked up to Sirius and muttered, "Can you get James and Lily home and tell them to get their pensieve ready? Tell them I will be there shortly." The man nodded and left the room along with his wife, who had been watching their interaction. When only Harry, Dumbledore and Toby were left in the room, Dumbledore spoke up again. "Do you mind if I take a look at that ring, Mr. Potter?" he questioned, his attention fully on the Resurrection Stone. "You want to use the Resurrection Stone?" Harry questioned, noticing the look. Dumbledore gained a conflicted look on his face, seemingly unsure how to proceed until he shook his head briefly and said, "No, I don't think that is a good idea. May I ask how you managed to obtain it?" "Voldemort had it, but he gave it to his most trusted subordinate, Bellatrix Lestrange, as a reward. She either wasn't told or didn't know what the ring truly was, as she called it the signet ring of House Gaunt, last true descendants of Salazar Slytherin." "I see," Dumbledore slowly, before continuing in a normal yet serious tone. "Guard those artifacts well, Mr. Potter. They might mean victory or defeat in this war, and I am sure I don't have to tell you how many people will be after them if they learn about them. I will also have people look out for the stone, so we will have 2 sets. Harry nodded, not sure if that plan would work, and if it worked, then who would become the second Master of Death? The stone would accept anyone as its master, but the wand will only acknowledge those who beat their last master, and then there is the cloak. Anyone could use it, but what were the requirements for mastery? To be a descendant of Ignotus Peverell. If Luna's story about the Hallows were true, then the cloak had always been passed down through his family line. Harry was brought out of his thoughts when Dumbledore spoke up again. As I said before, I am sure your parents will have no trouble housing you for the foreseeable future. In fact, I am going over there now to tell them about the meeting. Not waiting for any sign of agreement, he placed a hand on Harry's shoulder and the other in the air as he called, "Fawkes." And before Harry could blink, he saw a bright light, and suddenly he was standing in someone's living room facing 3 surprised-looking people. "Ah, Lily, James and young Ms. Potter, how good to see you again," Dumbledore said, but they didn't react as their complete attention was on Harry. This is seriously messed up, Harry thought. By Merlin, his parents, his entire family were dead. His mind knew this, his heart had accepted this, but to these people, older versions of the Shades his ring had summoned, and even a sibling he had never, he knew those people weren't his real family, but he also couldn't deny that this was harder than he had expected. Then again, Harry thought as he used his training in the mind arts to block out his emotions, it's not like this will be the hardest thing I have faced. This is nothing compared to what happened when Morag was poisoned. He then walked a couple of steps forwards so that he stood in front of the trio of Potters. "Mr. Potter," he greeted with a nod and a forced polite smile. "Mrs. Potter," he greeted with another nod. "My apology for stunning you, I thought you were a threat and reacted." He then turned to the last person in the room, Rose Potter, Dumbledore had called her if he remembered correctly. Strangely enough, of the 3 this girl was the most emotionally troubling to see. As someone who at one point traveled back in time and was the owner of the Resurrection Stone, seeing some version of James and Lily Potter was something his mind could handle, to some extent at least, but she was the living proof that the Potters had lived past Halloween. After looking the girl over for a moment, Harry could conclude several things. The first was that she was not a threat to him. The second thing he noticed was that she, just like he, had inherited most of his looks from one of his parents. He had gotten his from his father, but she seemed to have got most of her from her mother, although when he looked closer he could also see quite a bit of James Potter in her. The third and most important thing he noticed, however, was that she seemed to be far less surprised to see him than her parents were. Another noteworthy thing he observed was that she seemed to be, for a lack of better word, dejected to see him. Still, regardless of her less than welcoming expression, she didn't show any aggression towards him, so Harry inclined his head and said, "Ms. Potter." It was at times like this that Harry was really glad he had started learning occlumency. When he had heard that some version of his parents were alive in this world during the meeting with Dumbledore's cult, Harry had had some time to think about how he was going to act. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to remain polite to them as they were offering him a roof above his head, but at the same time he was not going to act as their son. His parents had died for him. He was not going to spit on their sacrifice by replacing them, that was the plan at least. However, looking back, if he hadn't kept such a tight check on his emotions, then it probably wouldn't have gone as easily as he had envisioned. It seemed that the 3 were somewhat taken aback by his greeting, but before they could speak up again, Dumbledore interfered. "Lily, James the First, know this all may be a bit confusing, but this is a different Harry than the one you know. I have a memory to show you that might clear things up a bit, but for now I want to request that young Mr. Potter might be allowed to stay here." As soon as he had said those words, James agreed, blustering about the return of his heir. It was weird for Harry to see how different this version of James Potter was to the shade he had interacted with using his ring. He also noticed that the look of dejection increased on Rose's face. "Now," Dumbledore said, "like I said, I have memory to show you. Perhaps you can call an elf to show where Mr. Potter will be staying, so that he can settle in." "Rose can do that," Lily said, not even glancing at her daughter. In fact, she hadn't diverted her attention from Harry since arrival. "What room?" Rose asked. Harry's room, of course. James replied as if it was the most obvious thing in the world, and Harry flinched. Did he just tell her I am going to sleep in the room of his deceased son? He thought. Rose nodded and told him to follow her. Harry complied and followed her out of the room without a second glance at the remaining people in the room. After walking the next 10 minutes in silence, Harry spoke up again. You only live here with the three of you, right? He questioned in reference to the seemingly ridiculously large house. Yes, she replied shortly. You don't seem too surprised to see someone who looks like your dead brother. Harry half stated, half asked. That stopped her dead for a moment before she continued walking again. I overheard your conversation with the Order, she admitted. Ah, he replied, unsure how to react to that. After walking for another 10 minutes in silence, they finally arrived at what was apparently Harry's room. Rose opened the door and gestured him in. Harry stepped in and his first thought was that his counterpart was colorblind, because no sane person had a room like that. The first thing that probably anyone would notice when they entered the room was the walls were colored red while the ceiling was painted gold with an identical colored carpet on the floor. Stepping further into the room, he noticed the walls were laden with photos. Harry slowly made his way along the wall as he inspected the photos, trying to gain some insight in his counterpart. The first photo was clearly of his counterpart and some Quidditch player. Harry never really followed professional Quidditch, but he was at least knowledgeable enough to recognize the Puddlemere United uniform the guy who was shaking his counterpart hand wore. Harry had to admit that after studying the photo for several moments, he found that while he and his counterpart looked a lot alike, there was still some major differences. Some were subtle, like the way he stood, while others were minor, like the differences in glasses. The boy also still seemed to be innocent, the innocence of a child which Harry had mostly lost due to his upbringing. Slowly moving along the wall, Harry took his time to take the pictures in. There were a couple more with Quidditch players and various other adults whom Harry was pretty sure were famous. Then there were also quite a number of family portraits. Strangely enough, most of them were of only the three oldest Potters. Rose appeared only occasionally, but even when she was in the photo she still seemed to be distanced from the other three. There were also quite a few of Harry and Sirius Black, which Harry assumed was also this Harry's godfather. Strangely, he hadn't encountered the last, loyal, marauder on any of the pictures yet. In fact, the man hadn't been at Grimmauld Place either. Turning his head slightly, he saw that Rose was standing in the middle of the room, seemingly waiting for him. Do you know what happened to Remus Lupin by any chance? He asked. She seemed surprised at his question and looked at him with a hint of suspicion. Why do you want to know? Harry shrugged. In my universe, my father was best friends with three people before his death: Sirius Black, Remus Lupin and Peter Pettigrew. Pettigrew betrayed him. Same as here apparently, so I can understand why there are no photos of the man, but I can't understand why there aren't any of Lupin. You know what he is, right? A werewolf, you mean? Harry replied before mentally adding, a coward who left the son of his supposed best friend to grow up at the Dursleys and left Tonks in the middle of the war. And you don't care about that? She asked in disbelief. No, he deadpanned. I have nothing against werewolves, well, as long as they don't try to bite me at least, do you? By now he had already turned around and continued studying the photos. As such, he didn't see her disbelief turn into shock. No, I don't, she replied. But my counterpart did, Harry inquired, seeing that the only reason she would be so shocked. He wasn't too fond of dark creatures in general, she replied, before adding, that's why it was shocking to hear that you worked alongside a vampire. He mused out loud. It was interesting just how much he had learned either directly and indirectly about his counterpart since he entered the room. The house-colored room, the photos of famous people, the apparent rather black and white view on dark creatures, it didn't paint the greatest picture in Harry's mind regarding his counterpart. He sincerely hoped that he hadn't made too many enemies in Hogwarts, otherwise things would get very difficult for him even if they weren't the same person. I don't exactly dislike most dark creatures. Mostly I am pretty neutral as long as they don't try to harm me or those close to me. There are exceptions, of course. I absolutely dislike Dementors and Boggarts, but I highly doubt there is anyone out there that liked those foul things. While he was saying this, Harry had moved to a piece of the wall that seemed to be dominated by an all too familiar red-headed family. One photo especially caught his attention. It was a photo of his counterpart and the youngest Weasley. His counterpart was looking at the camera smugly, while the girl sat on his lap while looking near adoringly at the Harry in the picture. It was kind of sickening for Harry to watch, especially after what Molly and Ginny had done in his universe. "Please tell me your brother did not date Ginny Weasley?" he asked to the other occupant of the room. His revulsion with the idea could be clearly heard by anyone listening. "You didn't." Again the surprise was clear to hear. Harry always went on how he loved her and that he was like Dad and found love young. Single quote. Harry blinked in surprise and turned around to face her. How young? He claimed it was love at first sight. She replied, they met on his 5th birthday. Harry scoffed at hearing this and turned back to the photos. By now he had reached a section of the wall that seemed to be dedicated to the Gryffindor house, as it had pictures of Harry with various people he recognized as his former housemates. After several moments of silence, Rose spoke up again. "Why are you so different?" Harry turned around looking at her questioning, causing her to elaborate. "I mean, you look alike, but you act so different. If you were the same person, shouldn't you be acting more the same?" Harry shrugged. "Most likely due to our upbringing," he replied. "It's not like our personalities are set at birth. The fact that I was raised by someone completely different alone would cause a difference in personality." There was of course also the matter that Harry was already 17 while her brother had apparently died at the end of the 3rd task, but he wasn't insensitive enough to point that out. Just then a small house elf popped into the room. "Young master, young mistress, master told Barney to tell yous that dinner is ready." Rose nodded toward the elf and said, "We will be there soon, Barney." After another 15-minute walk, the 2 Potters arrived in what Harry presumed to be the dining room. The 2 elder Potters were already sitting there, and Dumbledore had apparently left as he was nowhere to see. The 2 Potters were quietly conversing to each other, but stopped when Rose and Harry came into the room. "Ah, Harry, there you are," James said with a happy smile on his face. "Please take a seat. I believe we have much to discuss." Harry nodded and took a seat opposite of the 2 Potters while Rose slid into the seat next to him. "Albus explained the situation to us and showed us the meeting you had with the Order." Lily began. "We understand the situation is unique, but know that you are our son in some form and that you will always be welcome at Potter Manor." Harry tilted his head a little to the side as he studied the 2 Potters. As far as he could observe, neither showed any of the standard signs of lying, but for some reason it also felt like they weren't telling the entire truth either. Still, if he had to stay here for the foreseeable future, then the least he could was respond politely. "Thank you, Mr. Potter, Mrs. Potter, I appreciate that sentiment," he replied. As his focus was still on the 2, he noticed the brief look of displeasure when he addressed them so formally, and he filed that away to analyze later. "I understand how this might be difficult for you. As such, I appreciate it that you are willing to take me in." James waved him off. "Don't worry about it," he said in a casual tone. "As the eldest Potter child, you have every right to be here." Harry wasn't exactly sure on how to reply to that statement, so he merely lowered his head in a silent show of appreciation. It was at this point that the elf who Harry recognized as Barney popped in, and with him came a vast assortment of food that covered the dining table. "Well, dig in," James said as he himself started loading food on his plate. Harry looked suspiciously at the food for a moment before taking something from the plates that the other 3 had already taken something from and loaded it on his own. He then waved his right hand over his plate in as casual of a manner as he could. He knew it was very bad manners to check food for poison, but in Harry's opinion it was better to be paranoid and rude than dead. After all, it wouldn't be the first time someone had tried to feed him a potion without his consent. When the ring enchanted to check for poison didn't light up, Harry took his cutlery and started to eat. If anyone noticed his strange behavior, then they didn't comment on it. "So Harry," Lily spoke up after several moments of silent eating, "I am quite interested to hear about my son's life from another universe." Harry frowned for a moment, contemplating if he should call her out on her calling him her son. After a moment's thought he decided against it. If she had seen the memory, then she knew his opinion. Arguing against it right now might do more harm than good. After swallowing the food in his mouth, what do you want to know? If you saw the memories of my meeting with the Kull, I mean the Order, then you should have a general idea of my life. Well, that was a general review. I would like to hear more. Harry shrugged. Ask away. What about Quidditch? James questioned. You said you joined the team in your first year. You must be pretty good. Again Harry shrugged. I've only played 3 years, and in those 3 years I lost once while playing and once because I was unconscious in the hospital wing. What about a girlfriend? James asked again. Have you left someone special behind when you came here? For a moment Harry faltered at hearing that question. Luckily none of those 3 knew him well enough to notice his slip before he plastered a neutral look on his face and replied. We were at war. I was one of Voldemort's most sought-after targets. What do you think? He asked rhetorically. Seeing that was one of the questions they shouldn't have asked, Dumbledore had already warned them it would be a good idea to have them ask anything pre-Hogwarts. Lily decided to ask another question. What about school? What were your favorite subjects? Favorite subjects? Harry thought as he mentally went over the subject he had. Depends on the year. Potions. Snape enough said. Astronomy, waste of time, and sleep charms, definitely one of his favorites. Herbology, math, history of magic, good for catching some sleep, and then there was transfiguration, which he also enjoyed. Of my core subjects I usually enjoyed charms and transfiguration. He began. As for my electives, I chose to take divination and care. In one, my death would be predicted every other lesson, and in the other there was usually some creature trying to kill you, so yeah, neither of those ranked too high on my list of favorite subjects. Deciding he had answered enough questions for the moment, he asked a question to the person next to him. What about you? Do you attend Hogwarts too? The girl seemed to be surprised at being addressed, but answered regardless with a nod and replied. Yes, I am. This year will be my 5th. AOWL year. I heard they sucked. What house are you in? Hufflepuff, she replied, and Harry noticed her stiffen, while from the corner of his eye he saw James scoff slightly. The house of the loyal and the hard-working, a good house to be in. Harry stated casually, not missing the change in expression of the 2 people he had been observing before. Apparently neither had expected him to say something positive about that house. Aren't you a Gryffindor? James asked. Harry blinked and tilted his head slightly to the side. If you saw the memory of my meeting with the Order, then you should know that yes, I was a lion. Your point being? Well, most people usually don't talk positive about the other houses. Lily supplied. Harry snorted. Do you honestly believe I still have something as stupid as house pride after I fought side by side with Hogwarts students from all 4 houses? Gryffindor is no better than any of the other houses. It is, James argued. Why? Because it is the house of the Light Wizards, the house of Albus Dumbledore. What about Peter Pettigrew? Didn't he betray you here too? James huffed. It was obvious he was just a spy for the Snakes. Harry stared incredulously at the man. From his conversations with the shades of his dead parents, he knew that his father especially was rather pro-Gryffindor and had a rather black and white view on the whole good versus evil thing, but this version of James Potter seemed to be even worse. Was it just something that had developed over time? Or perhaps it was because he was the father of the boy who lived? Harry then remembered that Rose never had answered his question regarding where Remus was, and he came to an answer he really didn't like. Where is Remus Lupin? James sneered. The werewolf. Why would any self-respecting light wizard interact with them? Harry gave the man a blank look. He might no longer have the highest opinion of the man, but being betrayed by your friends like that is too much. Of all the people he had hated in his life, traitors were by far the worst. Enemies were enemies and were expected to act as enemies, but a backstabber. He utterly loathed those. Harry abruptly stood up. Pardon me, I have lost my appetite. Now that you know the truth, am I still welcome to sleep in that room? He asked while looking at Lily. For a moment she looked like she wanted to say something else, but then she just nodded and said, yes, yes you can. Harry gave the occupants of the room a curt nod and stalked out of the room. The next morning found Harry sitting cross-legged on his bed. The room had changed a bit since he had first seen it. After coming back from diner he had ordered Toby to remove all the pictures and put them in boxes. He had also used his magic to change the color scheme of the room into something a bit more neutral. Right now Harry was in his Occlumency mindscape. It was rather underdeveloped as far as mindscapes go, but seeing he hadn't practiced the art for too long it wasn't really surprising. His mindscape was a single room and in the middle of it was a single armchair, in which he was currently sitting in. Surrounding him, stacked against the wall were bookcases filled with books. On the ground however was why he was here. Lying there were several books who looked like they had fallen out of the bookcases and large stacks of parchments were randomly stacked throughout the room. "My mind is a serious mess," Harry muttered as he took in the room. The reason for this mess was because what those books and parchments represented. They represented information. Everything Harry had learned and could remember could be found back in one of those books. Of course they were nothing more than metaphoric representation. It was not like he could actually open a book and read what he did when he was 5 or something. A good Occlumency practicer always has a well-organized mind. The room he was in was a representation of his mind and normally all books are filed away orderly into the bookcases, but not now. The stacks of parchment represented new information. When he first started his training he had to spend at least an hour a day in mediation sorting those new bits of information in their correct case and shelf. But as he got better in the art he had to do it less and less until he reached the point his mind had developed enough that it could do it on its own while he was sleeping. Unfortunately he had received so much new information in the last couple of hours that his mind couldn't keep up and even after a full night of sleep his mind was still a mess when he entered it shortly after waking up. The books on the other hand were worse. They represented information he had already sorted once. He wasn't sure why they were out of the shelves, but he could only assume that they represented knowledge he had filled away as one thing and due to the meetings yesterday his perspective of that knowledge had changed so much that it didn't fit in those places anymore. Harry couldn't say he had been surprised to find his mind in disarray like this. Too much had happened yesterday. If he hadn't had developed the mindset that everything is possible and pretty decent control over his emotions due to his training then he would probably have cracked. Right now he was thinking about the war in this universe. He had vowed to do what was necessary to end the war, but what could he do? He had been a team leader, not a freaking general. He could come up with pretty decent tactics on the spot, but long-term strategies. Harry sighed as he rubbed his eyes. Oh how he longed to the days where Hermione came up with the plans and he could just charge in head first like the brave little Gryffindor he was. Unfortunately those days had long since passed. He had learned the need to plan from Professor Bell, but that had only been theoretically. He thought he had understood, but in reality he hadn't truly learned that lesson until he lost Sue when he had ordered his team to attack his enemy without any decent kind of strategy. If her death had taught him one thing then that had been he had to become a lot more calculative if he wanted his team to survive. Closing his eyes for the moment, Harry took a deep breath and slowly exhaled again, trying to get his mind in a more relaxed state. He would need it if he wanted to make any half-decent plans that wouldn't blow up in his face in the near future. Okay, so what do I want to accomplish and what do I have at my disposal to that? He asked himself as he forced himself to think about it logically. To end the war while making sure I would come out of it as good as possible. To end the war he had to neutralize either side of the conflict, but looking at it realistically the only side that won that would be good for him would be Dumbledore's. There was no way Voldemort was going to let him live if he won the war. But how was he going to win against Voldemort again? Apparently this one had a much longer time to amass forces and the number of allies he had were rather limited. Say what you want about the Elder Council, but at least they managed to rally a decent fighting force against a common foe. Now it seemed the only allies he would have were members of the Order of the Phoenix, or as they became more commonly known after Dumbledore's death, the Cult of Dumbledore, or COD for short. And if the rumors about their fighting style is to believe, then they will do more harm than good. His best bet of getting some semi-competent fighters was to expose Voldemort in some way, but if he did that then things might escalate in another Goblin rebellion. That is something he absolutely wanted to prevent, as the lack of rebellion here was one of the main reasons why he was considering staying here. But how could he prevent it? It was not like he could mass Imperius everyone to keep their gold in the banks, nor could he force the goblins not to rebel. So, what to do? Goblins aside, there was of course also the issue of his age. Few would willingly follow people that were younger than them. That would make recruiting others definitely hard. A sigh escaped Harry again as he decided to let that matter rest for the moment and instead moved to Voldemort and the Death Eaters himself. What did they have that made them so successful? First and foremost, they had money. Many of the families that supported the pureblood supremacy were quite well off, and there was no denying that money is necessary for a lot of things. This might be something to look into at a later date, he thought before thinking of the next reason why the Death Eaters were so effective. They had allies, and a lot of them, basically all the semi-intelligent, dark magical creatures sans the vampires in the UK, had joined the armies of Voldemort. This was mostly due to the fact that those creatures were pretty much shunned by the Ministry and the general public. So it really was no wonder that they had joined the opposition. Much worse it probably couldn't get for them. Harry wasn't even sure why the vampires had chosen to join their side. Perhaps it was their pride, or perhaps they just didn't want to fight side by side with werewolves. He still wasn't sure why the Immortals hated the shapeshifter so much, but regardless what reason they had, he wasn't going to complain. Any ally was highly appreciated at that time. The main question right now was how many species allied themselves with Voldemort in this universe. Going by how James treated Remus, Harry doubted things were better here for magical creatures. In fact, there was a decent chance things were worse. So Harry had to take in account that there was a very real possibility all the dark, magical races had allied themselves with Voldemort. Perhaps he could convince some of them to join his side before the fighting began. Or if that wasn't possible, pit them against each other in some way. He would have to ask Dumbledore what he knew about the races allied with Voldemort. But without a doubt, Voldemort and his followers' most powerful weapon was fear. The common people were deadly afraid of the Death Eaters, and even more so of Voldemort. This was clearly shown when Harry had encountered the Death Eaters for the first time, a day when he saw hundreds of wizards and witches run away from the sight of a small group of Death Eaters. According to Professor Bell, during the First War, people had become so afraid of Voldemort that they didn't even dare to utter the name. According to speculations, a part of that fear came surprisingly due to Dumbledore. After his defeat of Grindelwald, quite a few people saw him as the next coming of Merlin. So when Dumbledore failed to defeat Voldemort, many started seeing the Dark Lord as someone who was in the same league as the likes of Dumbledore and Merlin. The fact that he was the self-proclaimed heir of what many considered the darkest dark wizard to ever life didn't help any. Especially so when he proved it by speaking Parselmouth. Due to this, many didn't even attempt to fight back, thinking that there was no way to fight someone so far out of their league. Of course, there was a very good reason to be afraid of the man. Say what you want about the man, but there was no denying the sheer power he commanded. Harry himself was extremely strong for someone his age, perhaps a byproduct of being marked Voldemort's equal. Harry wasn't sure, but one thing he was pretty sure of: even with the Elder Wand at his side, he still doubted he could match Voldemort in terms of raw power, and that wasn't even saying anything about the decades difference in experience and knowledge. In fact, if Harry hadn't had his team to watch his back, then he would surely have lost. Still, regardless if that fear was founded or not, the sheep would believe anything if presented right. So maybe he could do something to Voldemort's reputation and diminish how feared he is a bit. If he could alter how people saw him, they might take up arms against him, his followers might abandon him, and his allies might sever ties. It was a long-shot strategy, but it was something. Harry slowly opened his eyes and smiled as he noticed that several stacks of parchments had disappeared from the room. Harry closed his eyes again and started planning, thinking and absorbing information. Willing himself to leave his mindscape, Harry opened his eyes in the real world. Moments later, he stood up and slightly shook his legs to get the blood flowing again. After he had done that, he picked up his wand from within its holster that had been lying on the nightstand and jabbed it before muttering, "Tempus." 3 green numbers formed out of the wand and formed 915. Damn, I have spent more time in my mindscape than I thought, Harry thought with a slight frown. Nothing I can do about it now. Deciding to start on his plans for the day, he called Toby. A moment later, the elf appeared and made a deep bow to its new master. "Master Harry Potter, sir, Toby is here," he said excitedly. "Yes, I can see that," Harry replied, slightly amused before turning serious again. "I have a couple rules for you, so listen well. Toby immediately straightened up and gave Harry his complete attention. Okay, first rule, keep my name short. I don't really care how you address me, but not an overly long name. You can address me as Harry or Potter, or if you want to be formal, Master or Sir. The elf nodded and replied, Understood, Master. Second rule, you will only follow my orders, no one's else, unless I specifically order otherwise. Single quote, single quote. The elf nodded again and Harry gave his final rule, third and final rule for the moment. Anything and everything you learn while being my elf is to be kept secret, again unless I order otherwise. Toby understands. Toby will keep Master's name short, will only obey him and will keep his secrets. Harry nodded. Good, I will be counting on you. The elf straightened up considerably at hearing this. Harry then took one of his most prized possessions from his neck. It was the moleskin pouch he had received from Hagrid for his 15th birthday. After digging through the contents for several moments, he pulled out a small golden key from within the pouch. I want you to head to Gringotts. Show this to a goblin there and tell him that your master has inherited this key from an uncle of his. Your master and his uncle didn't have the greatest relationship, so your master is suspicious of authenticity of the key. You were sent to Gringotts to see if the goblins could see if the key is real. If they allow you into a vault, then clean it completely and bring the money here. Do not mention my name and don't argue with them. The first sign of danger and you leave. The elf accepted the key, bowed and popped away. Harry sighed. There was a distinct chance he had just ordered his only ally, whose loyalty he was sure of, to his dead, but he needed recourses. Sure, Dumbledore said that the Potters would provide for him, but he couldn't really count on that as it hadn't been part of the oath. Harry sat back down his bed and took one of his ring off and laid it in his hand. He muttered, Now let's hear what went different between you and I, before flipping it over 3 times. A fully clothed and ready for the day, Harry Potter stood before the front door of Potter Manor. He hadn't encountered any of the other inhabitants of the manor yet, and for that he was glad. It had taken him some time, but he had found the front door and was about to step through it when he heard the Pop Elves made using their form of apparition. Turning his head around, Harry saw that it was the same elf as the one that had served food yesterday. Barney, he greeted. Young master, you shouldn't be leaving. Master said that it is too dangerous for young master to go outside. Harry gave the elf a blank look before turning around again and opening the door. I am just going out for a walk. I will be fine. Not waiting for the elf to respond, Harry walked out the door and into the fresh air. He took a moment to take in the peaceful scenery that stretched before him. Like the manor, the grounds surrounding Potter Manor seemed to be overly large, but there was no denying it was very well kept. The only thing that seemed to disturb the scenery were the 6 Quidditch goals he spotted in the distance. A loud hoot of an owl broke the peaceful moment, and Harry took that as his cue to move on. Drawing his wand again, he used it to conjure a simple back-hooded cloak and donned it. He then made his way over to where he could feel the ward's extent. Once he left the wards, he pulled his hood on and apparated away with a nearly silent pop. With an equally silent pop, Harry reappeared in front of the entrance leading to Diagon Alley. He knew better than to just trust Dumbledore, so he wanted to see with his own 2 eyes just how bad the situation was here. If Muggle pets are really allowed, then there was a good chance that he would see it here, as wizards are notorious for flaunting, if they can get away with it. After tapping the correct combination, Harry stepped into the alley. What greeted him was definitely different than his first visit to the alley in his own universe. Maybe it was because he was only 11 back then and everything seemed just so new and wonderful, but now things seemed to look so much more grim and colder. Keeping his head low and making sure his hood kept his head covered well, Harry started to walk through the alley, slowly taking things in. The more he observed, the more disgusted he got. Dumbledore had not been lying, as Harry had encountered several people who were yanking other people along on a leash. More often than not, those leashed people were female and were wearing barely any clothing. That was not the only thing. Harry had also walked past several stores that sported signs as "Mudbloods Not Allowed" and "Purebloods Only." What disgusted Harry the most, however, was how the common people were just averting their gaze as they walked past one of the people pulling a pet along. It truly disgusted him how many just seemed to have taken on a I don't see it so it isn't my problem attitude. Were those the people he was supposed to fight for? Harry mentally snorted at his own stupid question. Of course he wasn't going to fight for the sheep. He would fight for himself and those who were willing to watch his back. He would do what he could for those too young to defend themselves, but in the end it really wasn't his responsibility. After walking for another couple of minutes he managed to pick up a familiar face in the crowd. Hello, gullible idiot, Harry thought gleefully as he started to follow the man. The man didn't seem to notice he had a tail as he just kept walking, not once looking back. Once Harry was practically standing behind him he slowly drew his wand as not to draw attention to him. Once drawn he pointed the wand at the ribcage of the man and before the man could do anything he whispered, Imperio. Due to the close proximity of the wand to its target no one saw the spell being fired. Follow me, Harry ordered, loud enough for the man to hear, but not so loud that the people walking around them could hear, unless they had been paying attention specifically to them. Harry then started walking toward one of the apparition points in the alley, closely followed by the man. Once they reached it, Harry, still carrying his wand in his hand, stunned the man and caught him before he could fall. He then quickly apparated away before anyone could notice. Moments later Harry reappeared with a significant crack in a room that looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. He dumped the man he had been holding to the ground and waved his wand in a sweeping motion while thinking, Hominum Revelio. When it became clear he and the man were the only ones in the room, Harry cast a strong privacy charm around the room before making a minor proximity ward around the building that would tell him if anyone approached. Harry then grabbed the motionless man from the ground and placed him in one of the chairs in the room. He then used a sticking charm to keep his feet to the ground and conjured rope before binding him. He then checked the pockets of the man and fished out a wand and what felt like a well-filled money pouch and pocketed both items in his own pockets. Harry then dragged a more comfortable-looking chair from another side of the room to a place where he could face his prisoner. After that he cast a spell on himself that would alter his voice. His final touch before he would wake up the man was a spell the Weasley twins had taught him. It would basically hide his entire face while he was wearing his hood, except his eyes, which would glow red. The twins had originally used it as a prank spell, but there was no denying the intimidation factor. Harry sat down in the chair and took a deep calming breath. He was never much of an actor, but he hoped his next piece of acting would be good enough for his divide and conquer plan to work. Pointing his wand and the bound man, Harry thought, Renervate. The moment the spell hit, the man awoke and his eyes flew open. It didn't take long for the man to notice that he was bound and he briefly struggled against them until he seemed to have noticed Harry and said boy couldn't help the smile that graced his hidden face when he saw the man in front of him let out a shudder. Welcome Walden McNair, last of the noble house of McNair, Harry rasped. Who the hell are you? The ministry executor exclaimed. You may call me Lord Riddle. Riddle, never heard of it, you are obvious just a mudblood. Harry let out a mirthless laugh. Serpensortia, he said as he pointed his wand to the ground and a large snake came out of it. Section don't kill him, but give him a good scare section, Harry ordered the snake in Parseltongue. I recommend you don't insult the true heir of Slytherin again like that, Harry said slowly as the snake started to coil himself around the rapidly paling man. But the Dark Lord is the... Harry cut him off with, that fake, Voldemort. That abomination that dares to call himself the heir of the great Slytherin, while he barely even resembles a human. But he is a Parseltongue. The bound man protested weakly as the snake started to apply some pressure. Mudbloods have stolen our magic, don't you think that fake can steal the ability of the greatest wizard to ever live? And who said you didn't just do the same then? The man countered surprisingly logically. My full name is Tom Marvolo Riddle, Harry replied. Do your research yourself, you should know there are more than enough ways out there to check someone's lineage. You will let me go? McNair asked in surprise. Then why did you capture me in the first place? Proper question, Harry replied. I want you to relay a warning to your colleagues. I will come after the fake shortly and I don't want proper blood to be spilled needlessly. Too many purebloods have already died because of that imposter. I have yet to discover what the Mudblood is attempting to do with this war, but one thing is clear, He is obvious not from a proper family as he isn't willing to use his real name and due to him pureblood lines are dying out left and right. McNair remained silent as Harry continued talking to him and Harry could see his word left an impression on the man. Harry leaned slightly forward as he stared the man in front of him right in the eyes. "Will you convey my message, Walden McNair? Will you protect the pureblood lines?" "I will, Lord Riddle." Harry nodded. "Section leave, section," he hissed towards his snake, which uncoiled himself from the man and started slithering away. He could have just used his magic to vanish the reptile, but his use of Parseltongue would leave a more lasting impression. Harry then dispelled the other restraint on the man and McNair stood up quickly. Harry followed his movements closely, his wand never leaving the man, but when it became clear he wasn't going to do anything foolish, Harry too stood up and pulled the Death Eater's wand from his pocket. "This is yours, I believe," Harry said silky as he handed the man his wand over. McNair eyed Harry warningly for several seconds before accepting the wand and put it in his pockets. "Before you leave, one last warning," Harry said ominously. "While I would want to prevent wasting proper blood, I will not hesitate to cut down those who sully the pureblood name by bowing down like a mere peasant to that impostor. Is that clear?" The man nodded fearfully, and when it became clear Harry didn't have anything more to say he quickly apparated away. Harry sighed loudly as all the tension left his body. He plopped back down on the chair he just had vacated. That had surprisingly gone pretty well for a plan he had just come up with this morning. He wasn't sure what exactly would happen next. From the top of his head, Harry could come up with at least several different actions McNair could do after this meeting. Best case scenario, he would renounce his allegiance toward Voldemort and join the newly presented heir of Slytherin, while convincing as many fellow Death Eaters as possible to do the same. It was not a very likely scenario, but the chance was still there. The possibility of this scenario made him choose not to just torture information out of him and to return his wand. He had to act like a proper and civilized pureblood lord that would make a far more appealing person to serve than someone who regularly tortures his followers. Of course there was also the distinct possibility that McNair would immediately run to his master and tell him about this meeting. This was not something Harry was against. As far as he knew, very few people were aware of Riddle's true origin. So when Voldemort heard about something calling himself Tom Riddle, then he was sure to act. How Harry wasn't entirely sure yet. Best case scenario, he panics and does something stupid and reveals himself to the world at large, but even if he doesn't do that, at the very least he knows that someone out there knows his past and that might cause some pressure. Then there was the possibility that McNair would do what Harry told him and check Riddle's past. Harry wasn't sure how much was out there to discover, but it might shake things up a little within their ranks. If he was really stupid, then he might even involve the goblins. Harry had heard about the rumors that the goblins had the tools to create entire family tree with just a drop of blood, but Harry always took those stories with a grain of salt. As far as he knew, that was just one of the many ways goblins profited of nativity of wizards and witches out there. If McNair did that, then he would most likely lose a lot of money. Of course he could have used the Imperious Curse to make the man do what he wanted, but realistically that wasn't possible. Not only would he not have access to a certain portion of his core that would be devoted to upholding the curse for as long as he had to uphold the curse, but he honestly wasn't that proficient in that specific unforgivable curse itself. All three of the unforgivable, besides being very draining, were also very intent-based. To fire a unforgivable, you truly had to want it effect to happen. Harry hated the Death Eaters more than enough to want to inflict insufferable pain and even death, but to completely control someone takes a different mindset. Harry could fire the curse, but it was far from as effective as the other two curses, and he could only use it for short periods of time and issue simple commands. After several moments of silence, Harry realized he needed to move. He stood up and removed the protections he had put up before he apparated away again. Harry opened the front doors of Potter Manor, which he had just apparated to. The moment he stepped through the door, an elf popped in front of him. "Young master is back," the elf said happily. "Yeah," Harry said somewhat awkwardly. For some reason the elf in front of him reminded him a bit of Dobby. He sincerely hoped the elf would never try to rescue him. "Is there something I can do for you?" "Master and mistress are looking for you, young master," Barney replied. They were worried when they couldn't find you. I did tell you I was going for a walk, right? The elf nodded enthusiastically. Of course, but masters didn't know where you went and they couldn't find you. Ah, replied Harry absent-mindedly. Hey Barney, I haven't eaten yet, do you think you can point me toward the kitchen? Young master wants to know where the kitchen are. Barney asked, sounding truly confused. Why does young master wants to know that? Barney will just bring food to wherever young master wants to eat. Harry stared blankly at the elf for a moment. He could argue against it, of course, as he much rather prepared his own food. It's much harder to get poisoned that way, but if there is one thing he had learned in his 17, then that is to not to argue with a house elf unless absolute necessary. You will usually just end with a headache if you do. That was why personal elves were so much better. Toby would have obeyed without question. He reluctantly nodded. Okay Barney, could you bring something to my room then? Of course, young master, what do you want? Harry waved him off. Toast or something, I don't really care, just don't go overboard. Understood, young master, the elf said as he bowed before popping away. Harry was back in his room, munching on a piece of toast he had just gotten from Barney. In front of him stood his personal elf. How did it go? He inquired. The elf bowed. The goblins informed Toby that the vault hasn't been accessed in a while, but the vault is still being paid for. They also informed Toby that if a vault has a key, then it is the responsibility of the vault owner to watch after the key. As it is not their responsibility, they allowed Toby entry as long as Toby had the key. Harry raised an eyebrow in surprise. Honestly, this had been a long shot, so he was pleased that it worked. That is good, so you have the gold. Toby nodded, albeit a bit sadly. Toby is sorry, but the goblins demanded compensation. They wanted 15 galleons for the time I wasted. Harry nearly choked on his food at hearing that. Unless exchange were vastly different here, then the goblins had demanded roughly 75 pounds for something that couldn't have taken that long. It's okay, Toby, you did clean it out completely right. Toby nodded, seemingly pleased Harry hadn't reprimanded him. Toby found empty trunks at the place where the other elves told me I should put the boxes with photos. Toby put them in them, he said as he pointed to a row of trunks standing next to the wall. Harry nodded and walked to the first trunk and opened it. Harry's eye widened as he saw that the trunk being loaded to the brim with coins. Jackpot, he thought, while grinning like mad. Things were going surprisingly well today. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he hoped that it was the trust vault of his counterpart that he just emptied and not someone else's, but that thought quickly left as Harry's mind started working again, thinking about what he should do now he had some recourses. First thing first, no one needed to know that he had this. As far as the other would know, he was still without a single Canute. If Dumbledore kept his word and the Potters would provide for him, then they might give him a vault of his own when it becomes clear that he doesn't have any money. No need to waste recourse unnecessary. He quickly used his wand to shrink down all the trunks and put them in his moleskin pouch. Having done that, Harry turned to the waiting elf. You have done well. Take some rest and report to the head elf here and ask if he or she has some work for you. You are to work for him or her until I call for you. Of course you don't obey any of the orders that might interfere with any of my standing orders. The elf bowed again and popped away, leaving Harry alone in the room. It's been several days since Harry arrived in this new universe, and currently he was sitting in the Potter library, and for once he was glad that the parents of his counterpart seemed to live over the top. The library was huge, easily rivaling the Hogwarts one. He had spent most of the time of the last couple of days here. He had had access to some books while serving the militia, but nothing quite on this scale, and Harry gladly took this chance to improve his knowledge on certain branches of magic. There was also another reason he had spent most of his time here. Apparently he was grounded. The Potter elders hadn't taken him leaving the home to well and grounded him for his irresponsible behavior. It took all of his considerable willpower to not outright laugh in their faces. Who did they think they were? Still, they provided him with food and shelter, and Harry currently really didn't have anything to do outside, so he accepted his punishment without saying anything, especially when he found the library. Apparently pleased with his obedience, they had taken him shopping under heavy glamours, and now he at least had a decent wardrobe. Other than that, he honestly hadn't seen them too often. He shared meals with them, but that was basically it. What little interaction he had with them was pretty strained. Every time he spent time with them he felt like they were trying to gain his favor. That on itself wouldn't be that bad, but the way they seemed to walk on eggshells when talking with him was very annoying. It felt like they were only saying things they thought he might want to hear. Considering they didn't know him at all, that didn't really work. Even after several days, to him they were still just Mr. and Mrs. Potter, two people who greatly resemble his parents' physical appearance, but that was it. Heck, of the three other Potters in the manor, he was closest to the youngest. Of course, closest was very relative. His interaction with her was just a little more than with the other two, but at the very least she had become Rose instead of Ms. Potter. This was mostly due to the fact that she was also spending a lot of time in the library, apparently doing homework. Merlin, homework, the very thought of it was just weird to Harry. He guessed now that he was going back towards Hogwarts he had to do it again, maybe he should reconsider. He always greeted her cordially when he spotted her. After him calling her Ms. Potter a couple of times, she had requested to call her Rose instead of Ms. Potter, saying that it sounded just plain weird. Harry hadn't really wanted to form attachments here and therefore had remained as polite as possible when addressing others, but even he had to admit it just felt weird addressing someone younger and with the same last name like that. But other than the greetings, they little to no interaction. He had seen her gaze at him curiously on occasion, but she didn't bother him and that fitted Harry just fine. Currently Harry was reading a book called Curses and Counter Curses Volume 4 feet. It was a pretty dry text to read, but there were a number of useful curses in it that Harry hadn't known about yet. He was so absorbed in his book that he hadn't noticed a teenage witch approach, closely followed by Rose. "So this is Potter from some other world, huh?" the lead girl asked. Harry looked up from his book and saw Rose standing behind a girl who looked to be somewhere her age. The new girl had gray eyes that looked slightly familiar and had brown curly hair that framed her face. She was a bit taller than Rose, who was over a head shorter than Harry. The difference in height was even more pronounced due to the difference in their postures. While Rose was constantly looking down, the new girl stood tall and proud. The two of them together made a slightly strange sight to Harry. The newcomer was looking at Harry with a less than pleased expression. It was kind of a mix of how Aunt Petunia used to look at him and how Ron used to look at pretty much any Slytherin, but there was also a hint of something else mixed in there, wariness. "Hello," Harry greeted politely, while at the same assessing potential threat level. "I am Harry Potter and you are." The girl stared at him for a moment, seemingly thinking whether to answer or not. Eventually she did. "Alexandra Black." Harry nodded. "Nice to meet you, Ms. Black," he said while thinking, "is this Vance and Sirius kid?" She did look a bit like she had inherited some physical traits of both, so it was highly likely. "Was there something I can help you with? Why are you here?" Harry tilted his head slightly to the side. "I am reading a book." He deadpanned, knowing that was probably not what she meant. "That is not what I mean," she said angrily. "The Harry Potter I know does not read voluntary. He isn't this damn quiet or so overly polite." "Ah, well, I am not the Harry Potter you know, am I?" he replied easily. Verbally sparring with angry people was way too easy, especially if you are used to talk with the likes of Astoria Greengrass. It's probably how Malfoy felt whenever he taunted him. "No, you aren't," the girl admitted, seemingly not pleased she had to concede a point there. "Apparently you are a Harry Potter who is summoned here to fight a war against you know who, and yet you sit here just reading without a care in the world. Which according to Rose you have been doing for the past couple of days." "Yes, and," his nonchalant attitude didn't seem to please the girl too much as she visibly reddened. "You go through a life-changing experience and yet you sit here without a care in the world." Harry would have snorted if he hadn't thought that would have set the girl off badly. This girl, Alexandra, reminded him a bit of himself before he gained better control over his emotions. "Accept, adept, and move on," he said as the memory of who said those words to him for the first time sprang to the forefront of his mind. Harry stared angrily at the girl who had replaced Sue, after she had been killed in action. It was a vampire who had introduced herself as Clara. Harry hadn't partially liked her from the moment he had first met her. Maybe it was because all the bad things he had heard about vampires in general, Maybe it was because her joining the team really brought home the fact that Sue would never come back again, or maybe it was her nonchalant and flippant attitude regarding the war that really put him off. They had just finished their first battle with her on the team, and Harry had been utterly disgusted with the way she had fought. Killing is one thing, but what she did was more like a slaughter than anything. He had thought he had seen the worst after the massacre, but seeing Clara using her vastly superior strength and speed to literally rip her enemies apart before sucking them dry felt really wrong. Currently he had told Clara to stay behind. He knew if she was going to be part of his team then he needed to talk with her, or otherwise he would never trust her to watch his back. "Something wrong, Harry?" she asked with a bright smile. A smile that had been pretty much on her face since their first meeting, it never once leaving her face, even while she was in the middle of battle. Harry really wanted to hex it off. How can you kill them so brutally and not have a shed of remorse? "Remorse? For killing my food?" she asked innocently. Harry looked disgusted at her. An answer I expected from a dark creature. He muttered. Normally he wasn't that prejudiced, but with everything happening lately and after everything he had heard about vampires he couldn't help himself. If the vampire was insulted she didn't show it, instead she replied with a still cheerful voice. A reply expected of a narrow-sighted mortal. "What?" Harry asked angrily as he gripped his wand. "I said you are narrow-sighted. You hold me by your human standards, but I am not a human, I am a vampire." "You were once human, weren't you?" For the first time in the conversation the girl in front of him turned slightly more serious as her facial features darkened slightly. "I was, yes, but that was a long time ago." Harry was taken aback for a moment by her response. The immortal in front of him looked to be in her late teens, but who knows how old she really was. For a moment Harry felt truly young as the realization struck that this seemingly teenage girl could be even older than Dumbledore had been. "I was a witch, attended Hogwarts like you and had pretty decent social life, but then I was turned." Harry decided to remain quiet, feeling this was a moment of opening up he wouldn't experience often. Vampires are never looked kindly upon. They weren't back then and they aren't right now, I am sure you know that. My friends, my family, they all abandoned me, while at the same time I was going mad due to the bloodlust. I needed blood to survive, but I still had my morals. What did you do? After a while the thirst for blood became too much and I drank for the first time. It was then that I accepted that I was indeed a vampire and that I would never be able to go back to my former life. I sought out a vampire clan. They accepted me, trained me how to control the gifts and curses that came with my race, and eventually I developed a new life within the coven." Harry was silent for a moment. In all honesty he was a bit moved by the story. Being abandoned like that in what appeared to be her lowest point of her life must have hurt a lot. He himself had some experience with being abandoned and it hurts badly. Her serious demeanor disappeared as her smile reappeared on her face. One which Harry just noticed looked a little too forced. Life has the tendency to screw you over more often than not, but you can't stop moving due to that. Those who stop moving will die. The only thing you can do when something unexpected is thrown into your life is to accept it, adapt to the new situation and move on. Believe me, you will live longer if you do that. Of course, regardless how wise those words sounded, the whole thing was a lot harder than he made it sound. Usually the 3 steps were accompanied by good amounts of fire whiskey and spending time in his mindscape where it just seemed to be easier to sort things trough. "Accept and move on?" Alex asked angrily. "You were brought here to fight a war against you know who and you just sit here nonchalantly. Are you really that arrogant that you don't think you need to worry?" "Then what should I do? Run around like a chicken who got his head cut off?" he asked sarcastically. "Voldemort is a single man, an extremely powerful and hard to kill one, but still a man. One which I already fought multiple times, so no, I am not arrogant. He is stronger than me, I know that. He is more knowledgeable than me, I know that too, but what do you think I am doing right now? You can't possibly think you can ever reach the level of you-know-who." Harry shook his head. "Not anytime soon, no, but the stronger I get the more a chance I have to survive an encounter with the man, and if I survive I can study and get stronger." Alex was silent for a moment and then she demanded, "Duel me." Harry blinked in surprise. This was not something he had expected. "I beg your pardon. You claim to be so strong. I want to see if you really have a mediocre of skill or if you are just arrogantly boasting." Harry thought it over for a moment, mentally going over the pros and cons of her request. If she was really the daughter of Sirius and Vance, then she was the daughter of one of the better Aurors he had met. Assuming she was a Auror here too, perhaps she had received some training. If so, then she might provide a good sparring partner. After all, he had been cooped in the house for the last couple of days and he really needed to keep his skills fresh. The only reason to say no he could think up was that it would show his skill level, but to be honest he wouldn't be able to hide that for long anyway. So after thinking it over for a couple moments he decided to indulge her request. "Sure," Harry drawled. "Where? I highly doubt we can duel here. The manor has a dueling room, we can go there," she answered. Harry blinked in surprise. "Of course it has," he muttered after a moment. When the trio reached the so-called dueling room, Harry took a moment to take it all in. In all honesty, the room wasn't all that much. The room was large, but almost completely bare. He could feel some kind of magic covering the walls, floor and roof. He wasn't sure what it was, but it didn't feel harmful, so he ignored it. Harry watched as his opponent strode over to the other side of the room and took position there. Wand in her hand and look of fierce determination in her eyes. For some reason Harry had the feeling this duel meant more to this girl than he knew. Mentally shrugging, figuring it really wasn't his problem, Harry took up a position facing her, hands still in his pockets, a neutral expression on his face as he stared down his scowling opponent. "So, any rules?" he asked. "First to give up, knocked out or disarmed loses," she replied as she gripped her wand even tighter. Harry nodded and used his left hand to pull his wand from his right wand holster, before he switched the wand to his dominant hand. The wand he was currently wielding was his old Phoenix and Holy Wand. Using the Elder Wand seemed a bit of overkill. "Rose, will you act as a referee?" Alex asked. The girl nodded and went to stand between them. "Duelists take position." Both Harry and Alex raised their wands in a ready position. "Bow to your opponents." Harry dipped his head slightly while Alex gave a jerky nod. "And begin," Rose exclaimed as she sprung backward. Alex moved first and exclaimed, "Expelliarmus." Harry had to snort at the irony of her spell choice. Just moments before he had compared her to his pre-war personality, and now this. He shook his head slightly as he sidestepped the spell rather easily and pointed his wand at her forehead and fired a silent spell. "And dead," he muttered as the paintball spell hit home. "What?" Alex muttered as her hand went to her forehead where the red paint was dripping down. She was looking at him with a look of pure disbelief. "I hit you with a harmless spell," Harry said. "I could have just as easily used a lethal spell." "You lost." "Before thinking. Badly at that." She scowled. "Fine, I lost. I want a rematch," she demanded. "How will thing be different?" Harry asked. He honestly was disappointed. He had hoped that Vance's daughter would prove to be challenging enough that dueling with her would at least count as training, but at this level. "What do you mean?" she asked angrily. "I beat you effortlessly. Do you even know what you did wrong in that duel, or are you going to repeat the same mistakes?" he asked. "What I did wrong?" Her anger seemed to subdue a bit and now she was looking at Harry with a look that still wasn't the nicest, but was more akin to curiosity. For example, why did he use the disarming hex? It's arguably the most useless spell out there. There are quite a number of people out there who at least have a minimum of skill in wandless magic, and there are also an even greater number of people who carry secondary wands. A bone breaker curse to the wand arm is much more effective. "What else?" she asked. Her tone was blank. From what Harry could tell, she seemed to be a prideful type, and asking for him to point her flaws out like this must be painful for her, but her desire to improve seemed to prevail over her pride. "You stood still, as I could see that you weren't going to move. Aiming for me became extremely easy. You stopped casting after you first spell. Assume I will block or dodge and just keep attacking. Don't not ever allow your opponent set the pace of the duel." "Anything else?" she asked sarcastically. Harry shrugged. "The duel lasted seconds. How many mistakes do you think you can make?" he asked somewhat rhetorically. "Didn't they teach you how to dueling during Dada after Voldemort came back?" Alex shrugged. "The last two Dada professors didn't do much practical. Uncle Mooney in my first year was more focused on dark creatures, so we didn't learn much spell work from him. Professor Moody did teach us a bit more practical, but both Professor Umbridge and Professor Weasley taught almost completely out of the book." Umbridge. Why does that name sound familiar? Harry thought with a small frown before a figurative light bulb appeared above his head as he remembered where he had heard the name. She had been Fudge's undersecretary, but more importantly she had been part of the treaty with the vampires. Well, part of it in a sense anyway. The vampires had demanded she would be the first one to be given to them. Harry had never found out exactly what she had done to be put in the bad graces of the immortals like that, but what he could gather it had something to do with her pushing through legalizations that had some less than pleasant consequences for the vampires. Whatever those legalizations were must have been bad, as even Clara lost her smile whenever Umbridge was mentioned. And Professor Weasley, why did that sound so very wrong? Harry thought before asking, who exactly is Professor Weasley? He then mentally chanted, please don't let it be one of the twins, please don't let it be one of the twins, this universe is already messed up enough as it is. Percy Weasley, Rose supplied, and Harry turned his attention to her as she spoke up for the first time since beginning the duel. Percy Weasley taught us in our 4th year, but I heard Professor Umbridge is coming back this year. Ah, Harry replied elegantly, not sure how to respond to that news. On one hand it wasn't of the twins, but on the other hand he really couldn't see Percy of all persons teaching, maybe that is why he only taught for 1 year. He then turned back to Alex, what about a rematch? He asked. From the way she moved around the manor she seemed to come here often, and if he was going to spend another half a month here then perhaps he could bring her a bit closer to his skill level. Besides, if war was going to break out then Voldemort would target Hogwarts sooner than later, so the more skilled his fellow students were the less Death Eaters he would have the fight. Perhaps if he was very lucky, if he taught her she could teach other students. Maybe he should involve Rose too. She didn't seem to have the attitude of a fighter from what he had observed of her, but then again neither had Susan before the war, and look how she turned out. A determined look appeared on the girl's face and she readied her wand again. Ready when you are. Harry nodded. Good, now dodge, he said before firing a wordless stunner straight at her. The girl's eyes widened as she jumped to the side in just the nick of time. That was an extremely wasted movement, Harry commented to the girl who was still lying on the ground. If this was a real duel then I could have finished you off the moment you hit the ground. A single step to the side would have been more than enough to dodge. Alex slowly stood up again before muttering, again. Harry nodded. If anything the girl deserved some points for her spirit. After giving her a moment to get back into a stance Harry repeated his earlier actions and fired a stunner. Harry observed a brief look of conflict crossed the girl's eyes before she flicked her wands upwards, the telltale sign of a shield charm. Harry shook his head at her action. Shielding was never recommended when dueling. Not only did you waste precious energy, you also couldn't attack, unlike when you doge. Besides, a spell that breaks through a shield can have some nasty consequences. Harry was personally reminded of that every day as he stared in the mirror. Before Alex had even finished the incantation for her shield, Harry had already cast his follow-up spell, a Bombarda, aimed straight at what he knew the center of the shield would appear. Her shield appeared, and moments later, Harry's stunner impacted, closely followed by the explosion hex, making the shield flash bright blue for a moment before vanishing completely. Alex stumbled a couple of steps back to the backslash. You stood still again, Harry observed aloud. Alex glared at him, but this time she didn't wait for Harry to attack, she initiated the attack by shouting, Stupefy. Harry nodded in approval as she sidestepped the spell. Good, don't wait for your opponent, you set the pace for the duel. He then quickly had to move again, as this time she hadn't waited to see if the spell hit, as she in short succession had fired 2 spells, one slightly to the left of his former position and the other straight at him. Move, Harry commanded as he fired a stinging hex straight at her. This time she did move as he wanted as she stepped to the side, although Harry noticed she didn't immediately followed up with a return spell. It seemed she needed all her concentration to dodge. Good, he complimented, you seem to be able to dodge beam-style spells. Now how do you stack up against conjuration? He asked before thinking. Avis. A loud boom came out of his wand and a group of small birds shot out of his wand tip and straight at his opponent. A brief look of panic spread across the female black's face before she seemed to squish it, and she pointed her wand at the incoming birds and quickly made a wand movement before exclaiming, Incendio. A jet of flames sprouted from her wand and took care of the birds in a matter of seconds. Harry would have applauded her for her tactic if not for the simple fact that she was lying on the ground again. The moment she had seen the birds she had taken his eyes of him to concentrate on them. That was a mistake, as moments after the girl had fired the fire she was hit by a full-body binding spell which was fired by Harry. Not only did you take your eyes of your opponent, you also stopped moving, again. Harry deadpanned before undoing the spell on her. Meanwhile, in another part of Potter Manor, the two eldest inhabitants of the manor were cuddled up next to each other on a couch. "It's not working, Lily," the man complained. "Our son is now back for several days and he is still so distant." The woman, named Lily, sighed tiredly. "Albus did warn us that he wouldn't open easily. We just need to be patient with him. He will open up to us sooner or later." "But what if doesn't, Lily?" James asked. "You heard him. He was asking about the werewolf. He is the boy who lived an heir to a prominent Light family, yet he obviously didn't receive the proper guidance. How will we able to teach him if we don't interact with him at all?" Lily stayed silent for a couple more moments before she replied. "At least he listened to us when we told him he couldn't go outside anymore. That is progress. And in a couple of weeks he will be going back to Hogwarts. Maybe being surrounded by his housemates will help him." James nodded silently as he cuddled closer to his wife. The 19th of August 1997, Potter Manor. Harry was once again sitting in the library of Potter Manor. Yesterday's meeting with the black girl had been interesting in his opinion. She didn't practically seem to like him. Harry wasn't sure why. He hadn't seen her in any of the pictures his counterpart had in his room before he had removed them, so he doubted they were close. Heck, perhaps it was even the opposite and they were hostile towards each other and her feelings toward his counterpart were carried over to him. Regardless of how she felt about him, there was no denying her drive to improve. With guidance, he truly believed she could become a force to be reckoned with. The only problem was he didn't know what her intentions were in the upcoming conflict. He would be foolish to train her if they end up at opposing sides. Perhaps he could get her to swear an unbreakable vow not to harm him. That would require some serious convincing, as no sane person would just make an unbreakable vow, and at the moment he knew too little about her to know how to convince her. Still, it was something to consider. He turned the page of the book he had been reading and continued reading the next page. The book he was currently reading was called Dangerous Magical Creatures and How to Defend Against Them. He was reading the section dedicated to the boggart. He hadn't seen one since his 4th year and he knew how to combat them, but for some reason he felt if he were to encounter one now it would be much more difficult. It was kind of ironic, but the longer he lived, the stronger he had gotten. But on the other hand, the longer he lived the more bad experiences he had experienced, something both boggarts and dementors can thrive on. Harry laid the book back on the table he was sitting at. The information in it was nothing new. He had hoped to find how boggarts exactly knew what your deepest fear was and find a counter against it, but no such luck. Deciding to leave that particular subject for now, Harry moved on to one of his other ongoing projects, learning if there were any major differences between his universe and this one, besides the obvious ones he already knew. To do that he had started skimming trough history books. He wasn't really looking through them closely. Not only would that take way too much time, there was also the fact that he had never delved too deeply in history in his own world, so he couldn't compare the two in detail even if he wanted to. Still, he knew about the major events in history and any major difference in them should be easy to spot. So far he hadn't found it anything noteworthy. He had also ordered his elf, after learning it could read, to go through the Daily Prophet every day and summarize any important article when he called for him. After all, it would be pointless to learn about the past if you can't keep up with the present. As such, he called for his elf so he could deliver his daily report. "Report," Harry ordered as soon as the elf appeared. The elf bowed and, knowing what his master expected, began speaking. "Ministry employee. Walden McNair has been admitted into St. Mungo with severe injuries. How he got them is unknown. He is currently comatose. They suspect he will remain in that state for a while." Harry nodded, making a mental note to keep track of his situation and to pay him a visit when he returned to the land of the living, preferably after he got his hands on some truth serum. He motioned for the elf to continue, which he did. "A family of a Muggleborn witch was found murdered. Prime suspect is Peter Pettigrew." Harry once again motioned for the elf to continue. It was harsh, but there was little he could do with that information. When the elf didn't continue, Harry asked, was that the only noteworthy news? It wouldn't surprise him. More often than not the Daily Prophet seemed to be more like a gossip tabloid than a real newspaper. The elf shifted from feet to feet before he revealed today's copy of the newspaper. Toby thinks Master would want to read this for himself. Harry accepted the paper and took one look at the front page, and he knew why the elf thought he would want to read it for himself. The whole front page had only article, which was titled, Boy Who Lived Who Died Who Lives Again. Harry groaned at reading it, making the mental promise to hex the first idiot who calls him that. The article wasn't as bad as he expected. Him arriving from an alternative universe was actually half decent, explained, well, at least by the Wizarding World standards. There was no mention why he was here or Harry's past, and there were a couple of digs at Dumbledore for bringing a innocent child here without asking for his consent, while at the same time praising the wonders of magic for bringing the savior of the Wizarding World back. But overall Harry couldn't complain about the article. Nothing really bad was written about him, and it would come out sooner or later that he was here anyway. The only thing Harry reminded himself to do after reading this article was to ask around how the Prophet managed to obtain this information. Once again Harry had been dragged out of the library by Alex, which had challenged him to another duel. Harry would have thought that after her rather humiliating defeats she would stay away longer, but it seemed she had learned something new as she was brimming with confidence. Taking his position opposite from her, Harry patiently waited. Rose wasn't here today and he doubted she would bow if not instructed, so he waited to see if he was right and she had learned something new. He didn't have to wait long, as soon as they were both in a ready position, Alex thrusted her wand straight at him and exclaimed, Photia. The moment she said the incantation, large amounts of blue flames sprouted out and headed straight for him. Harry's relaxed composure faltered for just a small moment. He had to admit he hadn't expected this. There was no denying the sheer heat he felt approaching. His instincts were screaming at him that if those flames hit him, then the results would be very unpleasant for him. Knowing that he would never make it if he was to try to draw his primary wand, he used his holy wand, which was already in his hand, and bellowed, Protega Maxima. For once choosing not to do it non-verbally, as he didn't want to chance it and perhaps he needed the additional power the words would provide. A bright blue shield sprang to life as it covered Harry's entire body. Moments later the fire impacted on the shield, and even though Harry was safe he could still feel the heat. After assaulting the shield for several seconds, the magically conjured fire slowly started to disappear until finally it disappeared completely, and a heavily sweating Harry dropped his shield. He immediately noticed the state of his opponent. She was slouched down on the ground, her breathing heavy and her face pale. She seemed to be in a state of shock as she kept muttering things like, "How? It shouldn't be that strong. It didn't do that the other times." Harry stared down at her for a moment. The pale face and the heaved breathing were telltale signs of magical exhaustion. After another moment or two of observing, he concluded that her shock was also clearly not faked. Having concluded that, Harry realized this was some kind of accident and not yet another attempt on his life. He briefly wondered if he should worry about just how apathetic he had become to life and death situations, but quickly dismissed the thought. He had more important things to worry about. He walked over to the girl and looked down on her. That spell, it was Greek, wasn't it? He questioned. Alex tried to answer, but it became quickly clear that the exhaustion made it too difficult to talk. Harry made a sound of annoyance before calling Toby. Can you try to find if there is any pepper-up potion in the manor? The elf nodded, disappeared and was back again in less than 20 seconds with a small vial. Here you go, Master, the elf said as he handed the potion over to Harry. Harry nodded and thanked the elf before dismissing him. He put the vial in Alex's shaking hand, and after he made sure she didn't immediately drop it, he took a step back as she drank the entire vial. It took a couple of seconds, but when the potion kicked in she visibly straightened up, as energy started to flow through her veins and steam out of her ears. She attempted to stand up, but it became quickly clear that she didn't have enough energy for that, so instead she wrapped her arms around her legs as she took a seated position. I am sorry, she said through gritted teeth. It was clear to Harry that apologizing didn't come easy to the girl, or at the very least to him. Harry sat down in front of her, sitting in a lotus position. He gave her a blank look for a moment before her gave her a smile that was so fake that even a child could see through it. "Don't worry, you don't have to apologize for nearly killing me," he said in fake cheerful tone. "I didn't know the flames would be that strong." She defended herself even though she did cringe for a moment at Harry's words. "When I practiced the spell was never this strong, nor this draining. I thought I found a spell to beat you, I didn't want to kill you." Harry nodded. He had come to that conclusion himself already. If had even the slightest suspicion that this girl wanted to kill him, then she wouldn't have been sitting there. "So, I ask again, was that spell Greek?" Not sure where Harry was going with this, but feeling she could hardly refuse to answer such a simple question after what she just did, she answered that yes, the incantation was Greek. "You do know that spells based on Greek incantations are a lot more emotional based than the ones based on Latin?" Harry asked. From the look on her face it became clear that she hadn't known, but she did seem to immediately comprehend just why her spell was so much stronger just now than when she practiced it. Harry stood up and turned around before leaving some parting words. "Either you have an extremely strong competitive streak or you have something against me for the spell to be so powerful. I can't do anything about the first, but if it is the later, then I don't know why you feel like that. I met you for the first time a couple of days ago. I have never met you before that, not here or in my own reality." Having said those words, Harry left the room. The 22nd of August 1997, Potter Manor. The four Potters were eating their breakfast in silence. Every now and then James seemed like he wanted to say something, but shut his mouth again after a moment. It was then that Barney entered the dining room, closely followed by a stern-looking older woman Harry easily recognized. "Minerva," Lily greeted warmly. Come in, do you want to join us for breakfast?" The older woman shook her head. "No Lily, thank you. I am only here to deliver Ms. Potter's Hogwarts letter and to discuss the upcoming year with Mr. Potter." "Of course, sit down," James said as he gestured to empty seat next to Harry at the head of the table. The professor gave a crisp nod and first gave a sealed envelope to Rose before taking her indicated seat. "Now then, Mr. Potter," she began, "as you probably can figure out, this is a highly unusual situation." Harry nodded and motioned her to go on. When the woman did continue speaking again, Harry heard a faint grasp from his other side. Slightly moving his head to the side, Harry noticed a shocked-looking Rose looking at a badge she was holding under the table. After a moment she seemed to come out of her shock and she put the badge back in the envelope. "As such, the headmaster has decided that it is for the best that you decided which courses to follow on which level, although we will retain the right to put you in a lower year if you don't perform adequately." Not sure what he missed, but agreeing on the last part, Harry said, "I wish to follow 7th year classes for transfigurations, charms and dada, and to take my newt at the end of the year for those. I also wish to follow 5th year ancient runes and take my owl in that one. I have no qualms welcoming you in my newt class if you prove to be skilled enough, and I am sure my other two colleges wouldn't either. May I ask why you only want to do owl level ancient runes?" Harry shrugged. "I never actually took the elective in my own universe, but I did study it quite a bit in my free time. I doubt I will be able to take my newt in it, as I have seen an old newt exam Hermione studied once, but owl should be more than doable, especially after a full year of study." McGonagall nodded as she wrote some things down on a piece of parchment. "That's 3 newt classes and 1 owl class. Any other class? Potions or herbology, perhaps?" Harry shook his head. No offense against Professor Sprout, but herbology was never the most useful of subjects. As for potions, well, I haven't touched a cauldron since I left Hogwarts and I can't say I miss it. Besides, it's probably for the best if I stay as far away from Snape as possible. That is Professor Snape, Mr. Potter, and whatever dislike you may have for the man shouldn't come in the way of your education." Harry's facial expression, which had been pleasant until now, turned cold. He might not be exactly the same man, but a man looking exactly the same and with the same name has verbally abused me for 5 years, is the worst teacher I have met, has killed Dumbledore and countless other, including some of my friends. So no, I don't think it is a good idea for me to get even remotely close to that man. He wasn't a coward, but only a fool would seek out confrontations, where winning would gain him nothing. The room was silent for a moment and Harry could see a smug look on James' face. Then Harry spoke up again. Besides, like I said, I don't really care for potions. I have had to drink more than enough of them over the years. I really don't want to know what exactly is in them. What about Muggle studies? Lily suggested. I teach that and I would gladly welcome you into my class. I can even give you additional tutoring if you need it to catch up. I was Muggle raised, Harry deadpanned, finding that suggestion so pointless that he didn't even feel the need to elaborate. Instead he turned to the Transfiguration professor. Professor, will I be sorted or will I just return to my old house? As you are technically new to this Hogwarts, Professor Dumbledore has decided that you will take the same path as the first years. Harry blanched at hearing this. He had been lucky in his first year, but several times after that there was very bad weather on September the 1st. He sincerely hoped that wasn't the case when he was crossing the lake. Misreading his look, James said, "Don't worry, Harry, you are a Potter. I am sure you will return to your house the moment the hat touches you." Harry ignored the man as he thought why Dumbledore wanted him to go through the standard sorting process. He honestly doubted that it was because he never went to this Hogwarts. Perhaps it had more of an impact if he arrived like that. Harry had mixed feelings about that. People tended to live longer the less they stand out. For Harry that would be impossible, but he at least could try to minimize it. On the other hand, this would present a perfect opportunity to address the entire hall at once. "Thank you, Professor. I assume I will receive my book list shortly." 15 minutes later and breakfast had just ended. McGonagall left with the promise of sending a letter listing his school supplies, and breakfast had continued like normal. At the moment he was walking beside Rose, who like him had the tendency to leave the company of the elder Potters as soon as politely was possible. Even with the rather limited interaction with the 3 other Potters, Harry could see that the relationship between the girl next to him and her parents were less than good. He hadn't questioned anyone regarding the story behind it, as for one it would be rather rude, and more importantly he really didn't want to get into the whole family drama. Still, he could be polite when the situation called for it, especially to the person who would have a position of power in the place he was going to, so he said, "Congratulations on making prefect." Rose, who had been walking alongside him seemingly in deep thought, looked startled as he addressed her. "What? Congratulation on making prefect," he repeated patiently. "Oh, thanks I guess," she replied as if uncertain what to make of his compliment. "I didn't expect someone like me to get chosen." Harry shrugged, not that Rose could see it as she was still staring ahead. "I can't say I know you year mates well, but if Professor Spout choose you, then you must be qualified." They were silent for a couple of moments longer until Rose spoke up again, and this time she did look at Harry. "Did something happen between you and Alex?" "Ms. Black?" Harry questioned. Rose snorted slightly, and for the first time he actually saw her smile a little bit. "Do you call everyone by their title and last name or something?" she questioned, at which Harry merely shrugged. "But yes, I meant Ms. Black," she said as she made air quotes while saying the name. "So did something happen?" "She nearly killed me," Harry thought, but decided not to voice that out loud, or at least not be so direct with the truth. "Why?" he questioned. Rose was silent for a moment, seemingly thinking how to formulate her answer before she spoke up. "After you dueled with her the first time, she went to her father's library to search for a spell that could beat you. After she found something and mastered the spell, she went to challenge you. But when she came back she was far more silent and subdued than normal, and she told me she didn't want to talk about it." "Really?" Harry mused quietly. He hadn't expected she would take it that badly. "She lost control over one of her spells. I assume it is the one you mentioned she studied." "Lost control? How?" Harry shrugged. "As I don't know theoretic part the spell, so I can only speculate," he said before elaborating. "From what I observed, it was a spell which strength is determined either by intent or emotional state. Considering the long, it is most likely the later. If it is the later, she must have felt some pretty strong emotions as she depleted her entire magical core in that one spell." Rose was silent for a moment, seemingly going over Harry's word. "I see," she muttered after several moments of silence had passed. "Thank you," she said before turning around and walking away with a determined look on her face, one which Harry could definitely say he had never seen on her face. The 23rd of August 1997, Potter Manor. Harry was sitting on his bed with the Marauders map on his lap. The map had been one of the few things he had stashed away in his moleskin pouch. Shortly after activating it, Harry could happily conclude that this map was calibrated to this universe Hogwarts. How he wasn't exactly sure, then again he really didn't know how the map worked in the first place. Still, seeing Severus Snape on the map made it clear the map no longer showed the castle of his own universe. The map certainly would make moving around Hogwarts undetected even easier. The only problem was where this universe version of the map was and if there were made any more copies. He had tried the summoning charm, but that didn't work, so either the map was destroyed or it was spelled against summoning. Harry was pulled out of his thoughts as he heard someone try to open his room. He had taken to locking the door, so that didn't work. The locking charm he had placed on the door wasn't particularly strong, but it didn't have to. Usually one's actions say a lot more about a person than words. Whoever was standing behind the door already did the wrong thing by trying to open the door instead of knocking, but the next course of action of the person would really determine how Harry would see the person. Would she knock, or would the person use magic to enter a locked room? Harry didn't have to wait long, as a moment later the person knocked on his door. Harry's neon green eye glowed for a moment before he picked his wand from his nightstand and cast an unlocking charm on the door. "Come in, Professor," Harry called as he stuffed the map away and stood up. The man opened the door and took the room in. "Done a bit of redecorating, Harry?" "It wasn't mine style and the photos were a bit weird for me to see," Harry answered as he gestured to one of the armchairs in the room. "Please take a seat, Headmaster." As the man took a seat, Harry sat back down on his bed. "What can I do for you, Headmaster?" "Ah yes, I managed to fulfill part of your demands. You now officially exist in this world," he said. The Muggle's side took a bit longer than expected, but I managed to do it. "Ah, so it is thanks to you that I am in the paper." "I haven't contacted the Prophet if that is what you asked, but I had to tell the Ministry. They in turn probably informed the Daily Prophet. I also have the diary that describes the ritual here," the headmaster said as he fished an old-looking diary out of his robes. "Thank you, Headmaster. Could you put it and the paperwork on my desk?" he asked before a thought shot in his head. I only made him vow to answer when I asked, so why provide information so willingly? It took him a moment, but then a suspicion entered his head. If he willingly gives me information, then he might be holding something back. While I think I have everything. Smart, he admitted. Going on his suspicion, he asked, "Does this diary contain all the information regarding the ritual?" Unable to lie due to his oath, Dumbledore answered, "A large number of runes were used during the ritual. I have several pages of notes on what each of them do." Harry nodded. It would save him a lot of time if had those notes. Then I would like a copy of those notes. "You can give them when I am back at Hogwarts." Dumbledore nodded absent-mindedly. "Will do, my boy. Now how are you settling in?" he asked, steering the conversation completely away from the original path. "I heard from Lily and James that after your little outing you spend your entire time in the library." Harry took his words in and was immediately glad he had kept his distance from the others. Seriously, didn't they understand the concept of privacy? Still, that statement was easily answered. "I thought you as head of an educational establishment would approve of students preparing for the new school year." "Ah yes, studying is important of course, but too much isn't very healthy," Dumbledore replied without missing a beat. "Time to relax is also very important. You told me you played Quidditch, so why don't you take time off from your studying and play a little game outside? Both James and young Ms. Potter also play the game. I am sure they would love to join you." Not very subtle for you, Dumbledore, Harry thought as he listened to Dumbledore suggest him to spend more time with his counterpart's family. Still, his little suggestion gave him a little piece of information that he didn't know yet. "Rose plays Quidditch. Is she part of her house team then?" he asked. While not very important in the grand scheme of things, but if she was, then she just became a little bit more important. While Quidditch players didn't have any official power, they still held some sway within their respective houses, especially if they won. Yes, she is," Dumbledore answered, visibly pleased with his interest. "She has been the keeper for her team for the last 2 years." Harry nodded. Keepers were often the most loved players after the Seekers. While seekers usually determined the outcome of the game, it was up to the other 6 players to keep the masses entertained until the little golden ball appeared, and the keeper as the only other position with 1 player usually got the most attention, as chasers and beaters are usually just referred to as the duo and the trio. "I will consider your advice," Harry replied before turning more serious. "Anyway, I have some things regarding the war one would like to discuss now you are here." Dumbledore's visage turned a bit more serious as he straightened up. "What do you want to know?" "Well, the first thing isn't an actual question, it is something I have been thinking about and I would like to hear your input." Dumbledore nodded and Harry continued. "I told you how the goblins got involved in the war in my universe. How do you think we can prevent this here if war breaks out?" Dumbledore gained a thoughtful look. "I too have been thinking about it after I heard you tell me about it, but I haven't found a good solution yet. Goblins are prideful creatures. The fact that after the last rebellion we basically forced them into one location must have fostered a lot of resentment, which only grew over the years as more and more legalizations were implemented that gave the goblins less and less rights outside of their soil. You were saying that the rebellion would have come anyway. We breaking the treaty gave them just a good excuse." Dumbledore nodded sadly. "I have been trying to get better relationships established for years, but there is much hate on both sides, so it won't be easy. Still, it is too early to give up. I am sure we can come up with some solution." Harry nodded. "If you say so, Professor," he said. "Now what can you tell me about who has joined Voldemort and who do you suspect has joined his side?" The 24th of August 1997, Potter Manor. Harry was in the so-called dueling room of Potter Manor. Dumbledore should be proud of himself, he got him out of the library. Of course, him practicing the varying curses and hexes he had read about was probably not what the man meant, but who cares about details? He just deemed the flame whip spell he had been practicing good enough of using in a duel, meaning he can do it non-verbal and with minimal wand movements, when he heard the door open. Standing there in the door opening was none other than Alexandra Black. "Ms. Black," he greeted, "what can I do for you?" She was standing looking a bit down, not meeting his eyes, a stark contrast to her normal straight back and head-held high posture. "Can I speak to you for a moment, Potter?" Harry nodded. "Sure, talk." I wish to apologize." Harry blinked in surprise. This girl really hadn't seemed the type to apologize, and now she does it twice in a couple of days, and her entire demeanor also seemed to be different. Could she be an imposter? Gripping his wand a bit tighter, ready to lash out, Harry observed the girl a bit closer, and there he saw it. She wasn't looking down because of nerves or anything. She was trying to control her emotions. The conflict was clear to see in her gray eyes. "For what?" Harry questioned. "If this is about that fire spell, then you have already apologized and I really don't care for another." "No, not for that," she said before continuing. "I thought about what you said after our last duel, and well, with a bit of help I managed to see that I let my feelings regarding your counterpart influence how I saw you. Also, that is where Rose went." Harry thought as his theory regarding the black girl was confirmed. He then said, "So I take it you didn't like him too much?" Alex remained silent, but the look on her face was enough to answer. "I see," he said when it became clear when she wasn't going to say anything. "Well, I can't blame you for that. I have the same problem when I see certain people I knew in my own universe." "Is that why you called Mrs. Weasley Pruitt?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "How do you know that?" "I overheard your conversation with the Order," she admitted, unknowingly mimicking a statement Rose had made several days ago. Although unlike with the other girl, no guilt was heard in this statement. "Just how many people overheard that? And how did you overhear anyway?" Alex shrugged. "The Weasleys were the only ones there besides me and Rose. Your little girlfriend wasn't too pleased when she wasn't allowed to see her true love." Ignoring her last statement, Harry was about to question how exactly they overheard their conversation before a thought struck him. They did it, didn't they? The twins developed those extendable ears. When she replied positively, Harry couldn't help but smile. When the war started, everyone had become much more serious, even the twins, but they usually still found the time to work on some side project. The extendable ears being one of them. They had never managed to finish it before they died, so it was nice a version of them managed to do it. Alex meanwhile was slightly shocked at seeing Harry smiling. This was the first real smile she had seen from him. It looked quite different from the usual arrogant smirk that the Potter she knew usually wore or the fake ones this one usually showed. Even though she would never voice it out loud, she had to admit this one looked a lot better than the others. She shook that thought from her mind as she had more important things to do. "Do you think we can win against you-know-who?" she asked. Harry's smile disappeared as a slightly forlorn look appeared on his face. "Yes, it is possible, but most likely at a very high price." Harry was pleased that Alex seemed to understand what he was implying without him having to spell it out. "Will they target Rose?" she asked after several moments. Harry wasn't sure why she asked specifically about her, but decided to answer anyway. "The moment my counterpart stopped Voldemort, she and her parents most likely landed themselves high places on the kill list of that man. His pride will probably accept nothing less than the complete extermination of the Potter line. Will she stand a chance if Death Eaters come after her?" Harry shrugged. "Unless she is much stronger than you, then no. Most Death Eaters aren't that skilled, but are still fully trained and usually operate in groups. Yet you stood up against them. I was never alone and I am much stronger than you." Alex bristled. "Then how are you so strong?" Harry gave her another clearly fake smile. "You said you heard my story, so I don't have to repeat how I got in the militia," he said before adding, "While fighting in the militia you gained experience and got stronger or you died." The blunt statement he delivered it took the girl aback for a bit, but she recovered quickly. "You are saying you are strong because you have experience." "I am not strong because I have experience. The experience allowed me to duel better, survive, learn and grow stronger," he said before mentally adding, "that and a couple of other things." The girl nodded in understanding. "So if I practice dueling I can grow stronger too?" "It will definitely help, especially if your opponent is a superior duelist. Of course you also have to broaden your spell repertoire." Alex was silent for a moment as she thought, practice huh? Who was better than her in Dada that would be willing to duel with her on a regular basis? Her father would probably say that he had no time again. Her mother, while she cared greatly for her, would probably say something along of the lines that dueling isn't proper lady behavior, a bit hypocritical considering she had been a Auror before she had given birth to her. Then her thoughts moved toward the boy standing in front of her. No. Absolutely not. She was not going to ask Potter of all people to help. Then again, this is not the Potter, this was the other Potter, and she did promise Rose to try and get along with the guy, but to actually ask for help. She swallowed deeply. She wasn't naive. She had heard enough about the First War to know what would happen if she was too weak to defend herself. She had also heard about what had happened to Potter. She shuddered at the thought of something similar to the so-called massacre of Hogwarts happening here. So could she swallow her pride and ask Potter, even if it is a different one, of all people to help her? The only answer she could come up with was yes. After all, there is no point in keeping your pride if you were dead. Besides, this Potter didn't seem all that bad. At least he wasn't an arrogant Burke that demanded that all attention is on him, including his godfathers, and hated all dark creatures including her godfather. Then a positive thought came to mind. This most likely gave her the perfect opportunity to curse some form of Potter without getting in problems. "I have a request," she finally said. "I wish for you to teach me how to duel." While that must have hurt her, Harry thought with slight amusement, still this could definitely work to his advantage. "Why?" "I want to be strong enough to protect myself and those I care about." He hummed. "I will think about it. For now through let me at least give you one lesson for free." Moving quicker than the girl could follow, he pointing his wand at her and shot a silencing spell at her. A look of outrage appeared on the girl's face as the spell impacted and she pulled her wand from her pocket. At the same time she seemed to scream something at Harry, but no sound came out. Harry smiled a bit condescendingly at her. "Don't worry, it was just a silencing spell," he said. Her look of outrage didn't disappear, but at least she didn't try to speak again. Words have power. But in a duel the element of surprise is more important. Therefore one of the most important skills a duelist can have is the ability to do his spell work non-verbal. A bit of her outrage disappeared of her face as Harry continued her mini lecture. Non-verbal spell work will require considerable more concentration and are usually a bit weaker than when done verbally, but in the end the benefits outweigh the downsides. "Now then," he said as he turned around, This concludes the theoretical part of Nonverbal Magic 101. Have fun with the practical part. He said brightly as he started to leave. Don't worry if you can't remove it by yourselves, the spell wasn't that strong, it will dissolve itself in 3 to 4 hours. Harry walked away with a small smile. If she truly was motivated to learn, she would come back again even after that. And if she didn't come, then he had been wrong about her, and teaching her would just be a waste of time. Alex stared at the retreating from a one Harry Potter, a scowl on her face. She had been wrong, this Potter was just as bad as the other one. Okay, maybe not as bad, this at least was educational, well at least she hoped it was. If this was some cruel prank, she would curse him from here to oblivion. Taking a deep calming breath, she pointed her wand at herself and thought, finite. The 28th of August 1997, Fudge Manor. A couple of days after Harry gave his first lesson to Alex, two people were sitting in an impressive-looking office. One of them was the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, while the other one was his undersecretary, a woman named Dolores Umbridge. They were currently discussing a topic that had been a popular topic in a lot of wizarding homes after a certain Daily Prophet article came out. Don't you think it is just another lie from Dumbledore? The woman asked. The man shook his head. No, I don't think so. Dumbledore said the boy would be attending Hogwarts. He wouldn't say something like that if he couldn't at least prove it. Regardless how far-fetched it sounds, Dumbledore isn't stupid enough to lie about something like that. If you say so, Cornelius. The woman replied. What should I do about the boy? Fudge was silent for a moment, then he voiced his thought. If he proves to be truly Harry Potter, then we should try to get him on our side, not only as the heir of the Potter family, but he also the boy who lived. If he support us and not Dumbledore, then that would help greatly. Single quote. The toad-like woman nodded. That is true, I may even have some ideas how to accomplish this. Meanwhile, another woman was leaning against the door of the office. A smirk graced her face and she muttered, interesting, before she pushed herself away from the door and started walking away. Plans needed to be adjusted and she needed to have a little talk with her daughter before she left to Hogwarts. The 31st of August 1997, Potter Manor. Today was the 31st of August, the day before he would leave for Hogwarts. The thought itself was pretty weird as he hadn't been to the place since the final battle. It would probably also be strange to see a lot lookalikes of people who had died, some who he had fought alongside and some who he had killed himself. At some level, Harry was glad that the Hermione of this universe didn't attend Hogwarts anymore. The Hermione he knew had died shortly after Sue had died, and her death truly cemented his, it is either them or us mentally. He wasn't sure how he would have interacted with someone who looked like someone who he had been so close to and yet didn't know him at all. Then there was the last member of the so-called Golden Trio, the boy who gave his life in defense of someone younger. Going by the photos his counterpart held, this Ron and his counterpart had been friends, but Harry doubted he would be able to connect to Ron. If this Ron and his were somewhat the same, then it was highly doubtful they would connect in any form. Ron was a decent friend at school, but he had always been somewhat immature. Looking back at some level, Harry was glad that Ron had died when he did. He honestly doubted he would have been able to function in the militia. His rather black and white version of good and evil would have probably resulted in him doing something stupid. No, it was better than he died his hero's death rather than do something stupid like trying to turn the entire militia against all its Slytherin members. Of course there were others, many others which had Harry met over the years, and his opinion about them would most likely be clouded. He would try not to, but it would be hard. Things on a more personal front were moving along slowly. He had left the diary alone for now. He would start looking into when he received the notes on it, tomorrow. His elf, Toby, had also been busy. On his orders he had been going around trying to find varying healing potions for the cheapest prices possible. Knowing himself, he knew that he would need that sooner or later. His caretakers had also taken him on another shopping trip to get his school supplies. He had been once again under heavy glamours. To his disappointment, they didn't give him a vault of his own, but at least they paid for everything, even for the extra books he bought. Unfortunate, his subtle inquiries into the whereabouts of this universe Morador map were unanswered. They either didn't get his subtle question or they just didn't want to tell him. Going from what he had observed so far, it was most likely the former. He had also taken some time every day to get a bit closer to the new Hufflepuff prefect. His initial reason for that might have been so that he got closer to someone with a position of power, but as he spent time with her he couldn't help but enjoy those little moments together. Perhaps it was because she didn't exist in his universe and he didn't have an opinion about her already, but it was somewhat relaxing to talk to her. An additional benefit was that she mentioned her late brother on occasion, which gave Harry some more insight on his personality and by extension how people could possibly see him. There was also the fact she reminded him a bit of himself of when he still lived with the Dursleys. Then there was of course the matter of the Black Heiress. It had surprised Harry how quickly he had seen her after he had left her silenced in the dueling room. It had only been 2 hours since he had left the dueling room. He had decided to just go back to his bedroom and read a little bit more. He was just reading something about a blood-boiling curse when he heard something outside of the door. Moments later said door was blown straight from its hinges and one very irritated-looking Alexandra Black strode in, wand in her hand and a look that could kill on her face. "Hello, Ms. Black," Harry greeted after he had managed to catch the door with his wand before it could impact anything. "I would invite you in, but it seems you managed to do that yourself." She didn't say anything for a moment and then she pointed her wand at Harry. Now normally Harry would be more concerned if someone pointed their wand at him, but he had his own wand in his hand and he was curious what she was doing, especially when she closed her eyes moments after pointing her wand at him. After 10 or so seconds, a red light suddenly erupted from her wand and headed straight towards Harry. Harry moved his body slightly so the stunner missed him and gave the girl her well-deserved compliment, well sort of at least. A non-verbal stunner, impressive. Now if you only didn't close your eyes and took a half an hour to fire the spell you may even win a duel. The look Harry received made it clear that the girl in front of him was less than pleased with his reply, but before she could retort Harry said, "No, seriously, Ms. Black, well done. You will need a lot of practice for your non-verbal spells to be usable in a duel, but you made a good progress by being able to use it all." Alex was silent for a moment until her face morphed from a look of anger to one with a slight smile as she said, "It's Alex, not Ms. Black, or if you must be some formal prick Alexandra." Harry nodded and extended his hand. "Alex it is then, you may call me Harry." Alex accepted his hand and shook it briefly before she smirked and muttered, "This doesn't change the fact that I will still kick your someday." Harry, Rose, James and Lily Potter were gathered in the entrance hall of Potter Manor. Harry himself was sitting on his new trunk alongside Rose, who was sitting in a similar position. Both were already wearing their school robes, which felt a bit weird for Harry as he hadn't worn a robe in months. Currently they were both watching the two oldest Potters in the room as they were arguing about how to get to the station. Harry glanced at his new watch and saw that they only had 20 minutes left until the train would leave. He sighed. The whole argument in front of him was so utterly pointless that it was almost painful to watch. Seriously, it had started with how to get there, then they went on how to disguise him, then they started discussing how to handle the press, then they started discussing which family to introduce Harry to first, and currently they had moved back on how to actually get there. He glanced to the side and saw that Rose had an expression on her face that made Harry think this was not the first time she had seen this. "This is pointless," Harry muttered as he stood up from his trunk. "Are you coming?" he asked to Rose. Said girl blinked in surprise as her eyes turned back to focus and turned to Harry. "You are going on your own?" Harry nodded. "I thought it would be rude to leave on my own, but this is already going on for over half an hour, so yeah, I am going." "And you, will you wait for your parents?" Rose shook her head and pushed herself of her trunk. "I don't want to miss the train again." Harry nodded and casted a feather-light charm on both the trunks before picking his own up. "Let's go then." James and Lily were apparently so absorbed in their argument, currently discussing which journalist to talk first, that they didn't even notice their two children leave. Harry and Rose were standing just out of the wards of Potter Manor and Rose asked, "So how are we getting there?" "Night bus." Harry shook his head. If possible he would never set foot in that contraption again. Off all the insane ways witches and wizards travel, that one is definitely one of the worst. "I assume you can't apparate." Rose shook her head. "No, from what I heard they won't start teaching it until my 6th year." Really? Harry asked with a hint of surprise. I was taught in my 5th, he said before thinking. Maybe it was because the war, the ability to teleport away had definitely saved his life on more than one occasion after all. Anyway, if you can't apparate yourself, then I will apparate both of us in our trunk. You do have experience with side-along apparition, right? The look on her face gave Harry the answers to his question and just what she thought about that practical branch of traveling. After gripping her shoulder with his free hand, he said, "Don't worry, apparating on your own doesn't feel as bad as when getting taken along the ride." He didn't give her time to reply to his comment. After taking a moment to make sure she was gripping her trunk, envision his destination, and with a crack they were gone. Moments later they reappeared just where he had envisioned it, the corridors of the Hogwarts Express, completely bypassing the mass of people assembled outside wanting to catch a glimpse of the boy who lived. Letting go of her shoulder, Harry gave the girl next to him a moment to straighten herself before asking, "Are you okay?" "Yeah, fine, just give me a little bit of warning next time, okay?" she asked before really taking in her surroundings. "You apparated us straight into the train." Harry shrugged. "As long as the train isn't moving, it's rather easy." "I wish we would learn it this year," Rose said somewhat wistfully. "Maybe you can get someone to teach you," Harry replied. "I would offer, but my skills in medical magic are rather limited, and believe me, you can get some rather gruesome injuries when you fail your apparition and splinch yourself." Rose nodded. She had heard tales of people who had splinched themselves, and the consequences were always nasty to hear. There was after all a very good reason why the art was taught under strict supervision. "Will you sit with me and Alex? We were curious about something and wanted to ask you something about the war you fought in." Harry blinked. He hadn't expected to get asked that. In all honesty, his plan for the train ride had been simple: find an empty compartment and place the strongest locking charm he knew on the door. If possible, he would rather address the entire hall at once during the sorting ceremony instead of people stopping by his compartment to gawk at him. Actually, I was going to find an empty compartment and put the strongest locking charm on it I know." "Is what you talk about important?" Rose, who by now had some understanding on Harry's mind worked, managed to read between the lines of what he was saying and replied, "You know you won't be the only one they will be searching for, right?" Harry nodded. He did know that. If the sheep couldn't find him, then they would probably search for the people who they think would know where he was, meaning his counterpart's sister or his friends. "I know, but unlike you, I am not a prefect. As such, there is no need for me to available to the other students. As prefect, we only have to patrol once, and the new headboy didn't want to hold a meeting, so he sent a letter to all the prefects with the patrol schedule." Wow, that is new, Harry thought as he wondered who this seemingly lazy headboy could be. Harry shrugged. "I don't mind then," he said as he gestured for her to lead the way. He decided that he would answer any question as long it couldn't be used again at him. There was a chance that those people were going to fight in the upcoming conflict, and if they did, then it was better they knew as much as possible, as that might prevent them from making dumb mistakes, and that would keep them alive longer, and alive and able fighters equaled in him having to fight less. As Harry and Rose were walking through the corridor, Harry saw that people were staring out of their compartments, and some of them stood up and walked to their compartment doors, but before they could reach the door, Harry had used his minor skill in wandless magic to lock the doors. As it was done both wandless and wordless, it was in Harry's opinion pathetically weak, but as it took a couple of moments for people to realize the doors were locked and another couple of moments to draw their wands and unlock it, he and Rose had more than enough time to walk away and reached the compartment where Rose had agreed on with Alex to meet. Said girl was already sitting in her compartment, and Rose greeted her enthusiastically. As the two girls were greeting each other, Harry drew the blinds down and drew his wand before casting a locking charm that would stop anyone short of the really determined seventh years or the few adults in the train. After that, he sheathed his wand back in its holster and put his trunk away before sitting down on the bench opposite of the two girls. When he sat down, he noticed to his surprise that Alex was already wearing her Hogwarts robe. Well, that wasn't so surprising. What was surprising, however, that it bore the Ravenclaw crest and she wore a prefect badge. And here I thought those two were dorm mates, he thought before mentally adding, on the plus side, it seems I am now acquainted with two prefects. "Alex," he greeted with a nod, "how's training? Did you finish the books?" She gave him a foul look he chose to ignore. Hey, she asked for training, not the other way around, so she really had no place to complain. Okay, maybe just maybe she needs to learn to doge, so take away her wand and start firing stinging hexes at her. Training routine was a bit overboard, but it was for a good cause and just maybe a little bit revenge for blasting his door in. Then there was of course his little homework he had given her. As Professor Bell had taught him, it was important to be able to recognize incoming spell fire, so he had given her a list of books to read he knew were in the Potter library, and most likely in the black one, so she could read up on the more common used curses out there. He also told her to daily do exercises to improve her stamina. While from what he had observed she wasn't out of shape, but she probably would have some trouble with a lengthy duel, especially if she had to dodge a lot. Yes, I have read the books, she answered eventually. I found a lot of inspirational things in some of them, she said with what must pass off as an evil smile, but Harry had seen Voldemort's smile, that had been rather disturbing, and after that every other attempt at just seemed comical. Harry nodded. Good for you, he said casually. Now what did you two want to talk about? Well, you know, we heard you talk with the Order, right? Rose asked, and Harry nodded. At one point you said you were glad the Muggles didn't get involved in the conflict because you thought they would wipe out all of wizard kind. Again Harry nodded and wondered where this was going. Well, Alex and I were wondering why you think that. Is it because their numbers or their technology? Because if it is the latter, then why didn't you people just use Muggle weaponry? It is a little bit of both. Not only are we vastly outnumbered by Muggles, there is also the matter of their technical advantage. If there is one thing the Muggles truly kept improving over the years is the way of killing people. The magical world has a couple of widespread attacks, but we are mostly stuck with short to mid-range spells that usually can only be used against a couple of people at the same time tops. Muggles on the other hand have developed truly devastating weaponry, far more powerful than anything we have. If that is so, then why didn't you people use it? Alex questioned. Harry shrugged. The magical world is bigger than the UK. Our secrecy was the first and foremost priority, and there was a pretty big risk someone would notice if suddenly large amounts of weapons disappeared. Then there was the fact that according ICW law no Witcher wizard is allowed to carry a Muggle weapon-made weapon. Why not? Rose questioned. I am not sure if you know, but the countries that are part of the ICW are not truly allies. The formation of the ICW was first and foremost a form of self-preservation, as they were the ones who made sure all countries abided by the Statute of Secrecy. Another law they passed was the one where magicals weren't allowed to carry Muggle weapons. This was most likely to ensure peace, as war between wizards would draw too much attention. But why would magicals carrying Muggle weapons lead to war? Harry cited. Think, why do people keep inventing new ways to kill other people? The traditional answer would be that they could defend them against other countries. Of course other countries will see it the same way and develop countermeasures against the countries who develop the new way, while at the same time trying to find their own edge. This is a never-ending cycle where no country will allow themselves to be weaker than the ones they feel threatened by. An example of that is the Cold War that followed World War II. Billions were spent developing weapons that could destroy the world several times over. After taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Harry continued. The wizarding world on the other hand stagnated in his development, and thanks to the Grindelwald War and the Voldemort War each country of the ICW kept mostly the same level of fighting force, so there were no real developments that would worry other countries into actions. But on the other hand, if we were to arm ourselves with Muggle weapons, an arms race in the wizarding world might happen, with all the other magical countries arming themselves too. Rose finished. Correct, Harry said with a nod. We might have won the war sooner if we had used it, but it could have escalated into a far worse situation. Of course there is also the pride of the purebloods to consider. Britain is far from the only country who have those pureblood supremacists maniacs running around. Right now they arrogantly believe that they are on the top of the food scale, but how do you think they will react when they find out how effective Muggle weaponry is against magic? Something stupid, no doubt, Alex muttered, and Harry nodded at her words. Harry wasn't exactly sure what they would have done. They could of course have done something extremely foolish like declare war on the Muggle worlds as a whole to prove their superiority, or they could do something even more dangerous and stay hidden while learning how to use Muggle technology effectively. Harry shuddered at the thought of pureblood supremacists getting their hands on truly dangerous bombs. As he had implied in his meeting with the Order, wizards and witches could be pretty good infiltrators, especially when they are up against people who never ever even heard of wards. The compartment felt silent for the next couple of moments as the people in it were still thinking about the rather serious topic they had just discussed. The silence was broken, however, when Rose spoke up again, asking a question that Harry hadn't expected her to ask. "Hey Harry," she asked, and Harry hummed that she had his attention. "I have been wondering, that eye of yours, is it the same as Professor Moody? One that allows you to see trough things?" To be honest, Harry had expected that question to be asked at some point by someone like Alex, who was a lot more blunt in her way of talking than the usual reserved Rose. Harry pondered for a moment if he should answer truthful. Keeping the fact that his eye could see trough things secret was without a doubt a tactical advantage, but on the other hand his eye was a pretty standard model and it would be easy for someone to find out what it truly does. So lying would do more harm than good. Well, I doubt anyone truly knows what functions Mad Eye's fake eye truly has, besides the obvious ones of course, but as for your other question, yes, I can see trough things with it, but I don't use it often. Why not? Alex asked. Seeing trough things would be pretty awesome in her opinion. Of course not awesome enough to want to lose an eye, but still awesome. I still have a normal eye that perceives everything, well normal, but if use the function to see trough things, then my other eye sees something different, and believe me, seeing two different things is highly confusing, not to mention disorientating. So I have to close my real eye every time I want to use the function for an extended amount of time, and I rather not do that for obvious reasons. I see, Alex said, and she took a look at her watch and immediately cursed under her breath as she turned to Rose. We should have started our patrol several minutes ago, she said as she stood up and walked up to the door, only to fail badly when she tried to open it. She whipped out her wand from her pocket and Harry mentally nodded in approval when she cast a non-verbal spell at the door. The spell was apparently not enough as the door didn't unlock. Harry decided to take pity on her and mentally added yet another spell to the list to teach her, and fired his own unlocking spell at the door, which immediately opened. The moment they left, Harry reapplied the locking charm. After a moment of thought, he decided not to be in and add a privacy spell, so that he wouldn't hear them when they came back. No, instead he picked up a book from his trunk. The book had been one of the ones he had bought in his recent trip to Diagon and was a guide on how to control the magic in one's body better. Harry already had some basic understanding of the subject. From what he had learned, wizards and witches have magic in them. Said magic constantly tries to maintain a magical bodies in a healthy shape as possible. It was one of the reasons why it was so much harder for a magical to get fat, or why they naturally died at later ages as non-magical beings. Harry had never really studied wand lore, but from what he understood, a wand that was compatible with a witch or wizard allowed a magic user to easily draw out that magic. He wasn't sure how exactly that worked. Sure, you picked out your own personal wand when you were 11. But supposedly wands won in a duel should also work perfectly. He himself had only wielded two other wands other than his holy one. Both worked fine for him, but considering one was the brother of the one he bought when he was 11 and the other was a legendary wand that had changed alliances so often over the years, that wasn't so surprising he could wield it. Of course, you can also use magic without a wand. If children can do it, then why shouldn't fully trained witches and wizards be able to do it? As he found out, it wasn't that easy. What children did was purely intent-based magic, and that was incredibly hard to control. To truly do wandless magic, one had to do what a wand did without actually using the wand. While words, especially words in the older languages, had power, it was the wand that guided one's magic into forming the proper effect. To perform proper wandless magic, you had to mimic what wand movements did to your magic on your own, which was unfortunately an incredible difficult feat, especially in the middle of battle. Of course, you didn't have to go all the way, so to speak. So could you, for example, forego part of the wand movements if you controlled your magic to such a degree that it didn't need those added movements, which of course was incredibly useful in a duel as it increased his casting speed immensely. He himself had developed enough that he could do some very basic, but rather weak things without a wand, and he hoped this book would help develop those fledgling skills. His ultimate goal was something he had seen Voldemort do once. He may despise the man, but there is no denying the fact that when he saw him fly without the aid of a broom he had to admit to himself that was the most awesome thing he had ever seen. Harry had suspecting Voldemort was able to do this by controlling his magic to such degree that he could fly. Since he had seen it he hadn't made much if any progress in learning to fly, but he hoped now that he had access to proper books he would book some progress. Currently Harry was halfway through chapter 5 of his new book and he had already picked up some useful pointers. Then suddenly someone started to pound on the compartment door. This hadn't been anything for him as over course of the ride the exact same thing happened quite a number of times, but so far no one had been able to open the door, but this time were different as he heard a voice that was already becoming rather familiar shout, "Potter! Open that damn door right now or I will blast it open." Not bothering to look up from his book he fired the unlocking spell at the general direction of the door. The moment the door opened 2 witches stormed into the compartment and quickly closed the door. Harry looked up at their way of coming in and just saw several people standing behind the door before it was closed. "Colloportus!" Alex snarled after she had drawn her wand and aimed it at the door. "You girls okay?" Harry asked as he took a moment to observe the red-faced and slightly out-of-breath girls. Alex glared at Harry and even Rose seemed to show her displeasure at his rather dumb question by frowning at him. "Dumb question?" he asked, while at the same time firing his own locking charm at the door. "We would have just thrown you of the compartment when we left. At least your adoring fans wouldn't have bothered us then." Harry shrugged. "Would you have been able to do it?" he asked somewhat rhetorically before returning to his book. While he was still reading he asked, "Why didn't you just use the Notice Me Not charm if people were bothering you?" "According to Professor Flitwick we won't learn that spell until halfway through this year," Rose answered. "Ah." Harry nodded. He honestly couldn't bother to remember exactly when he had learned what. Still he had been pretty sure he had learned it before then. Then again the Notice Me Not charm was arguably one of the spells he had wanted to know about earlier the most. How great would it have been to know the spell when he had been chosen as the second Hogwarts Triwizard Champion or when people accused him of being the heir of Slytherin? Heck, what about during his first year when people couldn't stop a gawk at him like he was some kind of bloody animal? Still he had no desire to sit with 2 irritated witches for the next couple of hours. So he marked his page and put the book away. "The incantation of the charm is Sika," he said, grabbing both witches' attention. "The charm has no real wand movements other than tapping what you want to cast the spell on. The spell has several limitations. The first and foremost is that it only works efficiently when you aren't seen by who you want to hide from when you cast it. Another one is that one with a strong enough will can see through the charm. The same goes for people who can sense magic. It is also possible for people who can see through it to point you out to people who can't, thereby breaking the charm. Also, if you put attention to yourself then the charm will break too, but regardless of all those flaws it is a very useful spell to learn, especially when you combine it with other spells that hide you." Both girls stared at Harry for a moment, clearly not expecting this mini lecture, but then Rose spoke up, "And you think we can learn this spell?" Harry shrugged. "Sure, it honestly isn't that difficult, although it's highly recommended that you learn to do it non-verbally as the most important part of the spell is not to attract attention to yourself the moment you cast it." Thanks, Harry," she said after a moment pause, and Harry gave her a nod in acknowledgement and went back to his book. Then suddenly someone pounded on the door again and Harry sighed. Couldn't they let him read his book in peace? He flicked his wand in direction of the door and cast a spell, and suddenly all the sound from outside of the compartment was muffled. Satisfied, Harry went back to his book. Alex and Rose looked at each other for a moment and then nearly simultaneously shrugged. Both had a look that clearly stated just go with it. Then by some non-spoken agreement they both pulled out their wands and started trying to get the Notice Me Not charm to work. If anyone in the rather peaceful compartment had bothered to open the door, then they would have seen the image of a shouting Ron proclaiming his need to rescue his best friend from the evil Black, and one Ginny Weasley who proclaimed the desire to see her one true love again. Harry was standing next to the half-giant whose counterpart had been the one to introduce him to the wizarding world. Surrounding the two was a large number of children who were either staring at Harry in confusion or were looking at him in awe. Getting of the train had been easy for Harry, as unlike Hogwarts, Hogsmeade wasn't under anti-apparition wards. he could just apparate out of the train when the platform had cleared a bit. Unfortunately, that plan didn't seem to work at first, as the students seemed to stay at the platform instead of moving on to the carriages. Harry figured they wanted to see him or something and was about to cast concealing spells on himself when he saw several prefects actually do their work and order the assembled crowd to move on. After waiting for a couple of moments more, Harry saw that the crowd was as good as gone, so he turned to the two girls who apparently didn't feel like a repeat of what happened during their patrol as they had remained seated. "Well, I see you two at the castle," he said before unlocking the door and immediately apparating away. If he had stayed a moment longer, he would have been confronted by a large number of students who took the unlocking of the door as a sign to barge in, much to the ire of the two remaining people in the compartment. Even though one showed it a lot more vocally than the other. "Get the fuck out of our compartment!" Harry thought he heard someone shout, but paid it no mind as he silently appeared besides the first years, nearly scarring the crap out of most of them. "Hello," he greeted with a slight wave. "Professor McGonagall told me I had to report to you." Hagrid blinked in surprise at the sudden arrival of the young man. Sure, he had been told that the Harry Potter would attend Hogwarts again and that this was some kind of different Harry, but he really didn't look like the Harry he had imagined. Sure, he had already been told about the fake eye, and the growth in length was understandable considering the time he hadn't seen Harry, but what had happened to the boy's hair? And where were his glasses? He also may not be the most observant of persons, but there was also something completely different about his stance. He seemed weary, and looked as if he expected to be attacked at any time. But that couldn't be right. This was Hogwarts, there is no reason to feel like that. Still, regardless of how he looked, Dumbledore had ordered him to make Harry feel welcome, and that was what he was going to do. "Harry, how good to see you." Harry nodded. "Good to see you too, Hagrid," he said while thanking Merlin that Hagrid didn't try to hug him. He may have gotten stronger magically, but he was still human, and he could still remember the time Hagrid had accidentally broken several of his ribs when he hugged him a tad too enthusiastically, and from the looks of things this Hagrid was pretty much the same as the person he knew. Of course, the moment his name was said, quite a number of the 11-year-olds made the connection and started to stare at him even more intensely than when he arrived via apparition. Luckily for Harry's patience, it seems everyone was there as Hagrid bellowed, "All right, everyone here. Then follow me." Harry followed the man down a steep and narrow path. Luckily it hadn't rained recently, so it was a lot easier to walk. After walking for several minutes in silence, the group arrived at the edge of a large lake, and at the opposite of the lake was a castle he had once called home. A castle where some of his best and some of his worst memories had happened. The last time he had laid eyes on it had been during the final battle of Hogwarts, and back then large portions of the castle had been destroyed. To see it again in its full glory like this made something stir inside of Harry. "No more than 4 to a boat," Hagrid called out as he pointed towards a small fleet of little boats that were sitting in the water by the shore. Harry quickly walked over toward the closest boat and hopped in before quickly pulling his wand and casting a mild compulsion ward around his boat. It made others want to stay away. After all, he could only take the awestruck staring for so long, and it really wouldn't do his reputation any good if he threw an 11-year-old in the lake. Besides, these boats weren't that big and he wasn't a little 11-year-old anymore. He deserved his own boat just as much as Hagrid. Once everyone was seated, with some of them looking confused as they had intended to sit with the boy who lived, but then suddenly felt the desire to sit elsewhere, Hagrid spoke up again in his usual loud voice. "Everyone in. Right then, forward." As if obeying the command, the boats shot forward and started gliding toward the castle. Just like when he saw it in his first year, Harry stared at the castle as the boats were driving forward, but his thoughts were completely different than when he saw it back then. Back then his thought had been on the wonders of magic and how he was finally away from his relatives, but now his thoughts were on the magic he felt emitting from the castle. It wasn't the wards he was sensing. No, it was magic in the purest form. It was the mark left behind by the magic of the accumulated magic output of thousands of students that had attended Hogwarts over the years. Like Muggles can sense Dementors, most magical can also sense magic to some degree, although very few actually learn to recognize what it actually is what they sense. The last time he had been here, the magic had just felt wrong. No doubt Voldemort had corrupted it to beyond repair for his own gain. while Harry himself went above using the so-called dark magic. What he had sensed that had been wrong at a whole other level of dark magic. It was kind of like comparing a petty thief to a rapist. Both were criminals, but they were definitely on whole different levels. Harry was brought out of his thought when he heard Hagrid shout, "Heads down." Harry lowered his head slightly while at the same time wondering why his 11-year-old self had done the same things. He had been way too short to be in danger of hitting his head. Heck, looking back, he doubted any first had needed to duck. Moments later they arrived in the underground harbor and Harry stepped out. Once everyone had gathered around again and Hagrid had counted the heads, he told them to follow them before leading them to a large oak front door. He then knocked 3 times on the castle door. The moment Hagrid knocked, the doors flung open and to Harry's surprise, besides Professor McGonagall whom he had expected, Lily Potter was also standing there. "Harry, you're safe," she exclaimed happily. Harry blinked. Where had that come from? He mentally shrugged. It didn't really matter, just give a response and move on. "Indeed I am Mrs. Pot." "Excuse me, I mean indeed I am Professor Potter," Harry replied, correcting himself when he remembered that the woman taught Muggle studies at Hogwarts. There was a somewhat awkward silence after Harry's rather formal reply that wasn't broken until McGonagall coughed and Hagrid took that as his cue to officially hand over the first years. "The first years, Professor McGonagall," he said as he gestured toward the group of first years. He then nodded towards Lily. "Professor Potter," he said in greeting. "Thank you, Hagrid, I will take them from here," the deputy headmistress said, and Harry wondered if this little conversation was part of the tradition, as they had said the exact same thing when he was 11. "Please follow me," she said as she turned around and started walking away. Lily looked conflicted for a moment, but then walked away toward the direction of the Great Hall. The group of first years meanwhile followed McGonagall as she led them toward the same room Harry had gotten his first introduction speech. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she began as soon as everyone was gathered in the room. "The start of term feast will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts." Harry mentally snorted at hearing this. Yeah, you were family as long as you were an asset to the house, but if you lose some points you immediately become a pariah within the Lion's House. Then there was the bullying with the Ravens and the backstabbing and power plays within the Snake's Den. Heck, the only house that remotely resembled a family were the Puffs, but they took that often a bit too far, as he had seen in his 4th year. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory, and spend free time in your house common room. The 4 houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history and each has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule breaking will lose house points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope each of you will be a credit to whichever house becomes yours. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting." Her eyes went over the assembled mass and showed displeasure several times, but then decided to leave, but not without leaving the parting words. "I shall return when we are ready for you, please wait quietly." With then she left. The moment she left, a lot of the first years turned toward Harry and he mentally cursed. Apparently he couldn't avoid them forever, but the most unlikely of allies appeared on the scene. Harry heard someone scream and thought that it was the ghost again, but he was quickly proven wrong when instead of seeing the typical white associated with ghost, he saw a brightly colored entity fly into the room, cackling madly while gleefully saying, "Oh, what does Peeves see? Tiny firsties. Oh, Peeves is going to have so much fun this year." Harry smiled at seeing the poltergeist. He may have been a royal pain during his Hogwarts career, but there was no denying he saved a lot of lives during the Second Battle of Hogwarts. As a poltergeist he was free to go tangible and intangible at will, making him rather formidable in his own right. So when he was told to cause chaos and mayhem in the enemy's ranks to cover their retreat, he did it gleefully. It was a shame he had been bound to Hogwarts, otherwise he definitely would have been a great asset in the war. It was also to great sadness that people discovered that Voldemort had found some way to permanently get rid of Peeves, as he couldn't be found after the final battle. Then suddenly the poltergeist seemed to have noticed Harry as he abruptly stopped flying around the room in circles. Instead he lowered down until he was floating at eye height with Harry. "Hello Peeves," Harry greeted, trying to remain polite. He may be the master of death, but Peeves isn't a ghost, so he can't order him around. Still, if push comes to shove, he could order the Bloody Baron. The one thing Peeves feared to make Peeves stop pestering him, but he rather not do that, as Peeves could be an interesting ally. Peeves tilted his head slightly to the right, and then after a moment observing him like that, he turned his head to the left and continued staring. Most people who know Peeves would have freaked by now, but Harry just stared blankly back. He had stared down Voldemort after all. There is no way a poltergeist could scare him much. Peeves then returned his head straight and pointed to Harry with his right index finger. "You are the one they had been talking about." "The master," he said gleefully. The only sign of surprise Harry allowed to show was the slight upward movement of his eyebrow, as he wondered if Peeves truly was talking about what he thought he was talking about. But before anything else could be said, McGonagall entered again, and after she took a moment to take in the strange scene of Harry and Peeves staring each other down while all the first years were watching, she barked, "Peeves, leave." Peeves slowly turned toward the deputy, and to Harry's surprise he actually obeyed after several moments as he started floating away. But just before he was about to phase through a wall, he turned back toward Harry and gave him a maniacal grin before giving him a mock bow. "It was honor, oh Great One. Peeves has a lot of friends he would like to introduce to the Great One." Having said that, he turned back around and flew through the wall. His cackling laugh could still clearly be heard by the people in the room. It was clear just how used McGonagall was to Peeves, as it took only a moment to gather her wit, and she announced, "The sorting ceremony is about to start. Now form a line and follow me," she said before adding, "Mr. Potter, please move to the back, you will be sorted last." Harry was more than glad to do this, as at least those first years wouldn't be staring at him. It didn't take them long before they were standing in front of the double doors leading to the Great Hall. The Transfiguration Professor opened the door and confidently strode in, followed by a line of 11 years old who were less than confident, and a 17-year-old one who was more reluctant to be in the spotlights than anything. As Harry walked in, it became painfully clear that all the attention was on him, but he refused to show any weaknesses and kept his eyes straight ahead and his face neutral. The group stopped in the middle of the hall, some in confusion while others in anticipation. Luckily for Harry, he didn't remain under the watch of the entire hall, as most of the hall turned to the Sorting Hat when he started singing. Harry stared at the hat. The words of the song didn't really register to him, as seeing it made him think about his own history with the hat. In his first year it nearly sorted him in Slytherin. He briefly wondered if he had never met Malfoy, would he have also so venomously be against being sorted in Slytherin? Then again, it was for the best. He would never have survived with Snape as his head of house. McGonagall hadn't been the most supportive head of house, but Snape would have been much worse. Then there had been the incident in the Chamber of Secrets, where Harry had pulled out the sword of Gryffindor out of the Sorting Hat. A feat supposedly only possible for a true Gryffindor according to Dumbledore. This, as it turned out, was complete bullshit, as Harry had learned later. According to a history buff he met in the militia, supposedly each of the founders put protections in place to protect their legacy. Slytherin had, of course, the Chamber of Secrets. Gryffindor had put his own personal weapon in the Sorting Hat and added an enchanted to the hat that it should come to all those trying to defend the school, be they Gryffindor or Slytherin didn't matter as long as it was a true defender of Hogwarts. Heck, even a goblin should be able to pull the sword from the hat. Ravenclaw's one was a lot vaguer. Supposedly she, like Slytherin, had created a hidden room within Hogwarts, but hers was truly magical. Supposedly the room could transform in anything the inhabitant wanted. To Harry this sounded a bit far-fetched, but then again the Chamber of Secrets was also real, and this was magic. Impossible didn't really seem to exist in this world. Perhaps finding this room could be a little side project while he was here. With his power to command ghost, it should be possible to find it, if it exists, that is. And there was the object of the last founder, Helga's Cup. A legendary cup that is said to increase the potency of any potion. Like Gryffindor's sword, this one should also be able to pulled out of the hat. but according to the history buff that has only happened twice in recorded history, and unlike the sword no really know the specific requirements for bringing out the cup. Harry was brought out of his thoughts when a large applause erupted as the hat stopped his song. The deputy headmistress unrolled a long roll of parchment and said, "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted." She then briefly consulting her list and called the first name. Abernathy, Alice. A young brunette strode surpassingly confidently forward and plopped down on the chair and put on the hat. Moments later the hat shouted, "Hufflepuff." Harry quickly lost interest after that as he took the moment to take in the head table. Most he recognized easily. Dumbledore of course was sitting there in his traditional throne-like chair. He seemingly had his attention fully on the ones sorted, but to those who took the time to observe they could see that Dumbledore constantly scanned the entire hall. It wasn't obvious, but Dumbledore was very much aware of his surroundings. Snape was sitting at his side and was glaring at his direction. Harry briefly considered just flipping him off, but decided against it as even though the sorting was going on a large part of the hall had started staring at him again. Really had those people ever heard of discretion? To the man's side was Lily Potter, who didn't the greatest job hiding the fact that she wasn't paying attention to the sorting at all. Next to her sat the astronomy professor, Aurora Sinistra. He was glad he didn't have that subject anymore. The teacher was nice enough, but the hours were hell, especially if you had to get up early the next day. The last on that side of the table was the half-giant and care teacher Rubeus Hagrid. Like with astronomy, Harry was glad he no longer had to attend care. Hagrid was a good person, but his sense of what was dangerous and what not was not what most would call normal. On the other side of Dumbledore, opposite of Snape, was an empty chair, most likely meant for the still-standing deputy. In the chair next to her sat a woman who was wearing a garish pink outfit and had more than a passing resemblances to a toad. Harry, knowing that the staff already had a half-giant and a professor with goblin blood in him, wondered if the woman was the same and had some creature blood in her. Regardless how she looked, Harry didn't recognize and briefly wondered who this was. Perhaps this was the Umbridge Rose had mentioned that was her teachers 2 years ago. Regardless of who she was, Harry decided to be wary of her. The way she was looking at him as if calculating his worth highly unnerved him. Next to her were the heads of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw respectively. There was Sprout, a slightly plump woman who also teaches herbology, and the charms professor, still small as ever. Harry had to suppress the frown that started to appear on his face as his eyes landed on the charms professor. Seeing him made one of the worst memories of the war resurface. His team along with another militia team had been ordered to assist a Auror team in their capture of a goblin conspirator. It wasn't until he stood face to face with the professor he hadn't seen since the Second Battle of Hogwarts that Harry learned who exactly they had went to apprehend. Harry hadn't wanted to arrest the man. After being taught by him for over 4 years, Harry just couldn't see him as an enemy, and considering who was the one giving the orders, the reliability of the information was also rather questionable. Whether Flitwick had sided with the goblins or not, Harry would never find out, as after only a brief tense standoff the Aurors engaged the former professor with clear lethal intent. The tired and weary-looking charms master hadn't hesitated and returned fire. This quickly escalated as the 2 militia team got involved after several spells came to close for comfort. Harry at first had only used stunners and other non-lethal spells as he hadn't wanted to hurt his professor, but when a cutting curse came way too close to one of his teammates, something snapped inside of him, and before he realized it he had fired the curse that had ended the conflict. The result of the fight: 4 dead and 3 heavy wounded Aurors, 2 dead militia members and 1 dead former professor. It hasn't been the first time Harry had killed in battle, but that was the first time he ended the fight not knowing if had done the right thing or not. Clearing his mind of those dark thoughts, Harry moved on to the next person. Next to the little man was a man whose name Harry couldn't really remember as he had limited interaction with him. He had been Muggle study professor, according to Hermione, rather incompetent man who didn't even know about the first moon landing, but what was he doing here? If Lily Potter taught Muggle studies, then what did he do? The last 3 chairs were filled with Professor Vector, the arithmancy professor, Professor Babbling, the ancient runes professor, and lastly Professor Hooch, a woman who teaches first years how to fly and is the referee of the Hogwarts Quidditch matches. Looking at Hooch made him remember Quidditch. It had been a long time since he had played it and he kind of missed it. Maybe he should try out if there is a position free. As long as he didn't stand on any important toes, it really couldn't do any harm to relax from time to time. Besides, picking up Quidditch again should be a far better hobby than what Sue had tried to teach the team before her death. Then again, that had saved his life, so he could hardly complain about it. Finally, when the last student to be sorted was sorted, Dumbledore stood up and addressed the hall. "Ah, yes, welcome everyone. Before we begin the feast, we have one last student to sort. I am pleased to welcome Harry Potter to the castle. Please, Mr. Potter, take a seat to be sorted." Those few who hadn't already been watching Harry turned to him and dead silence reigned. Harry sighed and strode forward. When he reached the chair with the hat on, he didn't sit. No, instead he turned around and faced the Great Hall again. "Students and staff of Hogwarts," he began, his voice clearly heard by all the students in the silent hall. "My name is Harry James Potter. If you have read the Daily Prophet recently, then you know who I am. If you haven't, I am someone born in another universe, a world where things went differently than here. For example, my parents are dead. They died on Halloween 1981 and I left magical Britain until I was 11 and went to Hogwarts. So some of you may think you know me due to the fact that you went to school with my counterpart. This cannot be farther be from the truth. My counterpart and I are both born from the same parents, other than that we are different persons. So whatever relationship you might have with my counterpart, either friendly or hostile, do not expect me to be the same. Thank you." Having said that, he picked up the hat and sat down. What he just did was something he learned not to do. Giving away information without getting something back may seem foolish, but if he didn't sort this out now, there was a good chance he would have lived in the shadow of his counterpart. And if he acted out of character from what was expected, then things might have turned uglier than when he just informed them now that he might be different than expected. Of course he kept the reason why or how he came here secret. There was no reason to unnecessarily antagonize Voldemort's sympathizers, and telling someone he was summoned by a rather dubious-sounding ritual wasn't the brightest idea either. Especially considering the fact that rituals as a whole are usually considered dark arts here in the UK. Of course he also kept that he grew up as a Muggle vague. He only told them he grew up outside of magical Britain. If they wanted to take that statement as that he grew up in a magical household outside of Britain, then he wouldn't mind. Harry then put on the hat, and the moment he did, he felt something effortlessly push through his mind shield. Harry frowned and retreated back to his mindscape. What he saw there was not something he had expected. Like normal, when he entered his mindscape, he was sitting in an armchair in his bookcase-filled room, but unlike normal now, there was another identical armchair facing him with the sorting hat on it. "My, aren't you a bit old to be sorted?" the hat asked after it seemingly had taken a moment to look around. How he did that without eyes Harry would never know. "Then again, you are the first student I sorted who actually has a mindscape where I can converse in. I must say it is a nice change." Harry, not sure what to say to that, just said the first thing that came up, "A welcome to my mind, I guess." "Why, thank you, Mr. Potter, and I'd you to apologize for intruding on your mind like this, but I am sure you understand considering my job and all." Harry nodded. "As long as everything you learn remains between us." "Of course, Mr. Potter," the hat said. "When I was made, I was specifically designed so that I can't divulge any secrets from those I sort. Someone with your experiences should know that the public would have never allowed me to exist when I am able to break mind shields so easily, and there was nothing to stop me to tell what I learned." Harry nodded. 11 years may have nothing to hide, but if the hat could truly easily break through mind shields, then it could be one of the best integration objects out there. "I see," he said after a moment. "So what house should I go to?" The hat hummed and stated, "Well, like I said, you are very old to be sorted. I can see in your memories that you have been sorted in Godric's house when you were 11, but as most persons you have grown much since then, and now you have traits that all 4 of the founders could appreciate, some a bit stronger than others, but they are all still there." The hat was silent for a moment and then elaborated, "You definitely have become a lot more cunning and calculative over the years, a trait you might have forced upon yourself to protect yourself and others, but a trait nonetheless. Salazar would have also appreciate your ambitious goals in fighting a war you no longer care about just to end up in better position. Helga on the other hand would have wanted you in her house for your hard-working attitude regarding your education and also your loyalty towards those few who gained your trust. She would probably also wanted you in her house to teach you not to lost hope in humanity. Rowena would appreciate your desire for knowledge. I doubt she would be too happy about what you used that knowledge for, but her desire to see well-educated students would probably prevail and she would have loved to get you in her house. Lastly, your old house. Regardless how much you try to suppress certain traits, they are still there. Your bravery, your recklessness, you have learned to curb those attitudes, but deep down they are still there, strong as ever. After all, not only will your future plans need a lot of planning, but it will also take a certain level of daring. So I have traits that all the founders would appreciate, but the question remains, which house should I go? That is a good question, Mr. Potter. This is actually the reasons why sorting so late is more difficult. Younger students are usually not that mentally devolved and tend to only have traits of one or two houses. Which house do you think you should belong to? Back to your old one. Harry shrugged. Been there, done that, he said in a dismissing tone. That was not even mentioning that as being a Gryffindor is what was expected of him. It wouldn't do to work in the stereotype too much. What about Slytherin house then? My counterpart suggested it when you were 11 and now I recommend it again. It seemed you lost your bias to the house, so perhaps you are willing now. Harry snorted. I may have lost my bias, but that doesn't mean the rest of the school has. My arrival is already rather dubious, no need to make things worse by joining the house with the worst stigma attached to it. Besides, I try to stay away from Snape, joining his house is a bit counterproductive. The hat hummed again. I guess I can see your point, and it wouldn't really do if Hogwarts would lose one of his teachers this early, he said, and Harry was slightly disturbed how a hat who usually talked with 11 years old could talk about death so easily. The hat laughed, and as if he read Harry's mind, which he probably did, don't worry, Mr. Potter, I can see in the minds of people, so I know what they can handle and what not. Now to the matter at hand, where to sort you. You already rejected the two houses where you have the strongest affinity with, so either Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff. If I may choose, I would like to join the Hufflepuff house. Harry said. Hufflepuff, huh? May I ask why this specific house? The kitchens are right next to their common room, Harry replied in a deadly serious voice. There was a silence for several moments, and then the hat spoke up incredulously. You wish to join Hufflepuff because their common room is next to the kitchen? Harry snorted. Of course not, but you are the one who can read minds, he said, so I am sure you can figure out my reasoning for yourself. The hat was silent for a moment and then suddenly barked out a laugh. Salazar would have been proud of you, he only said before loudly exclaiming, Hufflepuff. This last bit was exclaimed out loud and greatly shocked the waiting students. Most had been wondering why Harry needed to be sorted, as it was clear he would go to Gryffindor, so it came to their shock when the hat announced another house. The shocked silence was broken when Professor Sprout loudly started to applaud, closely followed by her house, who were very shocked that someone as famous as Harry Potter had joined their house, as it usually was referred to as the House of the Leftovers. Harry pulled the hat off, but not before mentally thanking the hat for placing him where he wanted. He then gave the hat to the stunned-looking deputy before making his way to his new house table and sat down next to Rose. Hey, he greeted. Hi, she replied. That seemed more automatic than anything, as her mind didn't seem to be entire there. She was giving him a look that clearly stated she didn't believe he of all people was really her housemate. For Harry, joining this specific house was a calculated move. He had asked for this house specifically for several reasons. The first and foremost was of course how badly this house was underestimated. It was like joining this house immediately made you stupider in other people's opinion. Of course this would make it harder to recruit, but being underestimated was worth it. Of course there was also the matter of the in-house loyalty. And even though he properly didn't realize it himself, a small part of Harry wanted to join this house because of the girl next to him. After seeing James snub the house his daughter was in, like that, a small part of him really wanted to join that house just to prove a point. It was at that moment that Dumbledore stood up and the already relatively quiet hall fell completely silent. Now, before we can all enjoy the wonderful feast our kitchen staff has prepared for us, I have a couple of announcements to make. Firstly, I would like to welcome Professor Dolores Umbridge back, who after a year absence has returned to the castle in her position as defense against the dark arts teacher. The inhabitants of the Great Hall applauded, but Harry noted it wasn't very enthusiastically. In a rare show of house unity, all four houses seemed to dislike the woman on similar levels. Harry briefly wondered what the woman had done to unite the student body like this. That was until the woman opened her mouth and thanked the students for their warm welcome. It was then that Harry immediately knew why she was disliked so much. It was the patronizing tone the woman talked with. She was addressing them like they were a bunch of little kids. If she talked like this all the time, then it was no wonder she earned the ire of the teenagers in the castle. After Umbridge was done with her little speech, Dumbledore took the word again. Mr. Filch would also like me to remember you that all the items bought from WWW are forbidden. The over 600 other items that are forbidden can be found back on a list, and that can be viewed in Mr. Filch's office. Upon hearing this, several people groaned loudly, while others, mainly the youngers, did a very bad job at hiding their guilty look. Notification of the Quidditch tryouts will be posted in the common rooms. I would also like to remind everyone that the forest on the grounds is out of bounds to students, as is the village of Hogsmeade to all below their 3rd year and those without permission who aren't of age yet. Finally, I would like to introduce you to this year's head boy and girl. May I present to you your head boy Mr. Ronald Weasley and your head girl Ms. Blaise Zabini Fudge. When Harry heard this, it was very hard for him to hide his surprise. Ron as head boy. Granted, he was not the Ron he knew, but still. Then again, the Ron he had knew was also chosen to be prefect for some reason, but if Ron had been shocking, then the other one had been even more shocking. Harry knew Blaise Zabini. How could he not? He had attended classes with the person for over 4 years. They may not have been even remotely close, but after sharing classes for so long, it was impossible not to recognize the name. The only problem was that Blaise was a guy, so it was definably shocking when the name was called in connection to head girl. Was this another thing that could be different between universes? If so, Harry was really glad his counterpart hadn't been a girl. He just knew things would have been even more awkward if that had happened. And what was up with that Fudge part of her name? If the rumors were to be believed, Blaise Zabini's mother had remarried quite a number of times. Did her mother marry Fudge? Or was it something else? Technically she could be married as she was 17, but as far as he could remember, there was only one Fudge left in Britain, or at least he had been in Harry's own universe. He hadn't found about what the situation was here yet. Regardless of all that, if she was a Slytherin like her male counterpart and Ron was even slightly as biased as his counterpart, then the heads would definitely not work well this year. Meanwhile, at the Slytherin table, Blaise Zabini stared in front of her, her face a expressionless mask as she tried to ignore the not so subtle whispers of how exactly she got the position. It wasn't as hard as at first, but they were still annoying. The reason why she could was because those whispers had followed her since she had come to Hogwarts. Those comments came mostly due to her mother's rather questionable reputation. It was probably because those comments that she had never dated within Hogwarts. There was really no need to give them more ammunition. This was especially true now that she carried the name Fudge. She wasn't sure what exactly her mother was planning, as she had been longer with that fool than with any other man after her father had died. She doubted she loved the oaf, so she must have something planned, and bad press was the last things she would need then. Still, this was her last year here. After she had received her newts, she could hopefully start to live her own life, step out of her mother's shadow. Of course, this year wasn't going to be easy. Not only was she going to sit her newts this year, there was also the upcoming war to consider. While she wasn't sure when things would get really bad, only a blind wouldn't see the signs that a conflict will come sooner than later. Then there was of course the change of the power balance of her year within her house. Now that Daphne had finally chosen a side, things would change, especially after Tracy's unexpected death during the summer holiday. Although there was of course the question if Daphne wouldn't change sides again, as if what she heard through the grapevine was true, her choice wasn't entirely made out of her free will. Then there was the mission her mother had given her. She was of two minds whether not to obey or not. The truth was, the relation between her and her mother was from a traditional loving one, and technically she was an adult, thus she didn't need to obey, but on the other hand she was still the wife of the minister and held considerable sway and could make her life very difficult if she didn't obey. For now she would at least pretend to obey. No need to make things difficult if she didn't benefit from it. The opening feast had just ended and Harry and the first years were following Rose and the male fifth-year prefect, whose face Harry recognized, but he couldn't place a name with it. They were on their way to the Hufflepuff common room. Harry himself knew where it was, so he could have easily gone there himself, but as he technically wasn't supposed to know where it was and he really did not want to explain how he knew, he decided to just follow tradition and follow the first years. As they were walking through the familiar corridors, Harry was thinking back to the feast. It hadn't gone as badly as he had feared. While a lot of curious looks were directed toward him, at least no one had stood up to approach him, and those surrounding him did question him about things, but they were at least considerate enough that when Harry deflected a question that they didn't push it. After walking for several moments longer, the group gathered in front of a painting of a woman dressed in yellow-colored dress. "This is the entrance to our common room," the male prefect said. "The current password is loyalty. The password will change every other week. The new password will be posted on the notice board the day before the change, so make sure to check it," he said before giving the password to the portrait. He then led the group into the small common room of Hufflepuff. Harry himself had only been here once, but back then he had been under his invincibility cloak, so he hadn't really taken in his surroundings too much back then. Of course he had heard enough about it from Susan that even without having been here he could have given a pretty good description about the room. The Hufflepuff dormitory was designed with true homage to their mascot in mind. The room they were currently in was rather small and was known as the entrance room. What little room the room had was filled with armchairs and a couple of tables, but what really was noteworthy of the room were the dozen of corridors that led out of the room. Harry knew that some of them led to the so-called year common rooms, which were basically common rooms where year mates could gather. Each of those common rooms had two other corridors connected to them, one leading to the girls' dorm and another to the boys' one. Beside the 7 corridors leading to the year common rooms, there were also varying other corridors. Some led to private study places, another led to the main common room, and other ended in just a plain dead end. The fact that those corridors also intersected each other made the whole thing a maze to all those who didn't know the way. Of course almost all this was only what he had heard, and Harry honestly doubted he knew everything regarding the place. It was at this moment that the male prefect spoke up again as the first years were all in. "Welcome to Hufflepuff," he said. "This is the entrance room. From here you can reach the various other rooms of our dormitory. My name is Jonathan Baker and I am your 5th-year prefect," he then gestured to Rose and said. "And this is Rosaline Potter, the female 5th-year prefect." All eyes turned to said girl and she swallowed visibly before gathering her courage. "Hi, you can all just call me Rose," she said with a small smile. "Like Jonathan said, welcome to Hufflepuff. We, the prefect, besides enforcing the rules, are first and foremost here for you. So if any one of you have any problems or just want to talk, just come to any of us prefects. We all wear this badge," she said as she pointed toward her own badge, while Jonathan mirrored her movements. "Now I believe our head of house wants to address you." The rather plump-looking witch Harry had noticed entering silently earlier stepped forward and gave the first years a bright smile. "Thank you, Ms. Potter. I will take it from here," she said before walking toward the middle of the room, so that all the first years and the few remaining upper years could see her properly. She then turned and faced the occupants of the room and addressed them. "Firstly, I am Professor Sprout. I teach herbology and I am your head of house. To all the new students I say welcome to Hufflepuff. And to all those coming back, welcome back. Now I am sure you are all pretty tired, so I will keep it short. Hufflepuff House values many things. One of them is loyalty. While it pains me to say it, the rest of Hogwarts doesn't have a too high opinion of our house, therefore we must ensure we always watch out for each other. Of course I am not telling you to cover for someone if he or she does something wrong, but under normal circumstances try to look out for each other. If you have any problems, then the upper years will almost always be ready to assist, and of course the door to my office is always open for any of you." She paused for a moment before giving her parting comments. "Now then, I have kept you up long enough. Tomorrow breakfast will be served at 8:30, so make sure you don't oversleep. Your schedule will be given to you during breakfast, so don't worry about that just yet. She then turned to the two prefects. Ms. Potter, Mr. Baker, please escort the first year to their year common room. Mr. Potter, please follow me as I show you yours. I must say, I am surprised to see you here, Mr. Potter, Sprout said after she and Harry had entered one of the corridors. Oh, Harry said questioningly. Sprout nodded. After giving oaths of silence, the headmaster had informed us heads of houses about your past. I would have assumed you would have joined your old house, especially considering that your counterpart was also part of that house. Upon hearing this, Harry made a mental note to find out what those oaths of silence exactly were. He knew that there were other magical oaths out there other than the unbreakable vow, but all of them were weaker, and if it was Dumbledore that made them make the vow, then the consequences couldn't be that bad, right? Then again, Dumbledore always did like his secrets, so he probably wouldn't release information if he couldn't control it to some extent. People change over time, he replied after a moment of silence. Sprout nodded. That is true, she said before pulling to a stop and turning around to face Harry. She studied his face for a moment, seemingly looking for something. She then smiled warmly at him and said, Mr. Potter, I doubt I can even envision what you went through, but if you ever want to talk about it or anything else, the door to my office is open, just like it is for any of my badgers. The new Professor Sprout, Harry replied after a moment pause and gave her a smile in appreciation. He may care little for her subject, but she was always a friendly person. She was probably another reason why had joined this house. Of the four heads, she was the most involved with her house. Of course, Mr. Potter. She then turned back around and they continued on their track. After walking for several minutes, they came upon a door with a large 7 on it. This is the 7th year common room, Mr. Potter. I will leave you here to get acquainted with your year mates. Good night, and I will see you tomorrow at breakfast, she said before turning around again and walking back the way they had come. Harry stared at the door for a moment and then slowly opened it. Once the door opened, Harry quickly scanned the room. The room wasn't too big. It had 3 armchairs and 2 couches with a low table in between the couches. There were of course also the 2 corridors that led to boys' and girls' room. What was more noteworthy were the 5 people who were sitting on the 2 couches. They had apparently not noticed him yet, as they were happily chatting with each other. Harry frowned for a moment for their lack of awareness of their surroundings before he forcibly reminded himself that those 5 were just students and not former militia like himself. Sitting on one of the couches were the 3 7th-year girls, Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott and Megan Jones. For Harry, seeing Susan, who was sitting on the far right, was arguably one of the strangest things he had seen since coming here. He wasn't honestly not sure what looked stranger, her looking all happy and smiling or her still having both arms. It just confirmed to him that these were not the people he knew. His eyes moves to the girl next to Susan, Hannah Abbott, the best friend of Susan in his universe, and by the looks of it here too. He had never known Hannah too well in his own universe. From what he remembered, she had worn of those Potter Stinks badges, but he really couldn't bring himself to blame her for that, as for one that felt like a lifetime ago, and for another they really had just been children back then. By the end of the war, Hannah had been Mia. Normally that meant death, but Harry couldn't bring her shade back, so she might have suffered a fate worse than death, or she had remained behind on Earth as a ghost. The last on the couch was Megan Jones. He had had little interactions with her counterpart as she had died during the massacre, but he had met her Aunt Hestia Jones, a former cult member, a couple of times, and she had mentioned the girl a couple of times. Moving his eyes opposite of the girls, Harry spotted the 2 boys. Wait, 2. Justin Finch Fletchley was there, a young man whose counterpart had made it all the way to the final battle, but was ultimately crushed by a falling giant. He had been a bit naive in his Hogwarts years, especially in his 2nd year, but he grew up to be someone you could rely on. Next to him was a boy whose counterpart had been another victim of the massacre, Ernie Macmillan. Like with Megan, due to the boy's early death, Harry hadn't known him that well, but what he did knew was that the guy had always been a bit of a pompous ass, but he had always been really loyal to his house and had been a hard-working student. So Susan, Hannah, Megan, Justin and Ernie were here, but where was that traitorous piece of shit, Smith? Perhaps he was dead, or perhaps he was sorted in another house. And for that matter, where was Hopkins? Harry mentally cursed as he added yet another thing to his, to find out, list. He didn't let his irritation at his growing mental list show, however, as he put a slightly fake smile on his face and coughed loudly. The 5 young adults all stopped talking and turned to Harry. The next couple of moments could only be described with one word: awkward. If Harry was any other person, that he would probably be unnerved by 5 people gaping at him. But he wasn't that easily intimidated, so his smile grew a bit brighter and he raised his hand in greeting. Hi. Hannah, true to her house, took this as her cue to greet her new housemate warmly as she smiled at him while saying, "Hi there, Harry, come in, sit down." Harry genuinely smiled back at her and nodded in appreciation at the icebreaker and took the indicated seat next to Ernie. "So, Harry," Meghan began after another rather awkward silence, "you were from another universe, right?" At this Harry nodded. "What does that mean exactly?" "I have read The Prophet, but it wasn't entirely clear." Harry hummed, taking a moment formulating a reply. He hoped he had to this little Q&A only once and let the rumor mill do the rest. "Well, to be honest, I don't fully understand what it is myself, but from what I understand, for every choice that is made, a different universe is created where the other choice will happen, but like I said, that is what I understand from it. I have no idea if it is the truth. So where you come from is similar, but things are different because different choices were made?" Justin asked. "I wouldn't really call it similar," Harry replied. "Even the smallest changes can have large consequences. Like I said, my parents didn't survive." "What about Rose?" Meghan interrupted. "My mother, as far as I know, wasn't pregnant when she died, so she was never conceived, another example of a difference." Harry said. "Back to the parents part. Due to their death, I was raised by someone else. This alone results in some major difference in personality between the me of this world and myself. Something as insignificant as personality can of course cause big difference. For example, one version of me could befriend someone another version of me could absolutely not stand." Susan nodded. "I think I understand. What you are saying is that, for example, in one universe a person can become a mass murderer while in another he can become a respected healer." Harry nodded. "Right. A bit of an extreme example, but that is indeed correct. Even the smallest of changes can cause big changes in the long run. I mean, we all know Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald all those years ago, right? But what if he hadn't? What would have been the result in that small change of history? Or worse yet, what would have happened if Grindelwald and Dumbledore actually had joined forces?" The room was silencing for a moment, seemingly thinking over what for most of them was unthinkable. If universes are so different, then is the one you came from different this one? Ernie asked before hastily tagging on, "Except the part of your family that is." Harry briefly wondered what to reveal and what not before replying, "Well, there was another goblin rebellion somewhere halfway through my 5th year. It was a pretty bad one. Hogwarts had to close and the ministry had to recruit underage students to compensate for their losses. If he talked about Voldemort, then he probably wouldn't be believed. But goblins' rebellions were a lot more feasible, and this way he wouldn't have to come up with excuses if he woke up in the middle of the night after a nightmare and he had forgotten to cast privacy spells. Besides, it wasn't a lie. The results were as Harry had expected, a goblin rebellion." Meghan asked, shocked, while at the same time Hannah asked, "How did that happen?" A moment later Susan asked, "Did you have to fight?" Justin was only moments later with, "Another one." Finally Ernie exclaimed, "Close Hogwarts." Harry inwardly sighed at the 5 near simultaneous questions and repositioned himself in a more comparable position on the couch. He had a feeling this was going to be a long night, and he sincerely hoped this was going to be worth it. Down at the dungeons a single girl was standing in front of an empty bed. Her blue eyes were cold and lifeless as she blankly stared in front of her while a lone tear left her eye and dripped down her cheek. "Please," a teenage girl begged as she laid broken and beaten on the ground. The girl stretched her hand toward her and the look in her eyes made it almost unbearable to watch. "Please." But before she could plead again she was cut off by 2 of the most dreaded words out there. Avada Kedavra. There was a green flash and the hand fell down to the ground, never to rise again. The blue-eyed girl clenched her fist so hard that she slowly started to bleed. "I will protect her," no matter the cost. She vowed silently. Meanwhile, in one of the many private rooms of the Ravenclaw Tower, one of the new fifth years was admiring her new room. Despite the increased workload, her OWL year would no doubt bring her the perk of having a private room that all the upper years of the House of the Knowledge had was definitely a good one. The room itself wasn't that great or big, with only her bed, a desk and chair and a large bookcase, but at least she didn't have to share with girls who fawn over Potter anymore. Speaking of Potter, her tutor, she wasn't sure what to think about the guy. On one hand, he sort of had agreed to teach her, but on the other hand, what the hell was up with taking her wand away and start firing hexes at her? That had bloody hurt. That had basically been the only thing he personally had overseen, the rest was all self-study. Then again, it has only been a short while, so she couldn't judge really. Still, regardless how much he was teaching her, anything he taught her would probably be far more useful than what she was going to learn in her Dada class with Umbridge back again. Weasel 5 had been bad, but Umbridge had been far worse, and she doubted things would be any different this time around. The only real problem right now was if they were going to continue training here, then how would that toad bitch react when she hears that someone was doing her job? Then again, this was Potter. If anyone could get away with it, it would be him. Speaking of Potter, she thought with a devious smirk, Hufflepuff, really? Rose's father probably would not like that. She was more than willing to pay a good sum of gold to see that asshole's face when he heard the news of Potter's sorting. Meanwhile, in the other dorm tower of the castle, in a distinctively larger room, a redhead was unknowingly doing the same as the brunette prefect, that is, enjoying the sight of his new room and thinking about his best friend. He wasn't sure what to think about him. Harry was Harry, right? So even if he came from some different world, then he would still be his best friend Harry. So why was he acting so differently? He was willingly spending time with his sister, and Black of all people. Not that he would have minded if Rose was there, if he had been there too. After all, she had really grown up over the summer, something he was very grateful for considering what he had overhead last year. But still, regardless how good-looking she had become, she was his sister, so there really was no point for him to spend time with her, right? And to make matters worse, he had been sorted in Hufflepuff. Hadn't it been Harry who had always said that puffs were lame and uncool? It must have been Black. She must have used some kind of dark spell on his mate. It was so obvious. Why could no one see that she was evil? She didn't like Harry and even spoke ill of Dumbledore. It was obvious she was a Death Eater in training, but how was he going to save his mate? Maybe Ginny would know. Harry was once again sitting in the armchair in his mindscape while his real body was laying on his new bed, surrounded by several protective and privacy wards. The talk with his new dorm mates had gone surprisingly well. They had had quite a number of questions, but at least they had the courtesy not to continue questioning when it became clear he hadn't wanted to talk about certain subjects. His New Year mates had quickly learned that Harry didn't want to talk about his personal life much, nor would he tell them much about their counterparts, but he did tell them a couple of funny stories of them. Nothing that could really tell much about them, but little things like accidents in class, such as the time he had seen Meghan accidentally transfigure her hair green. Still, regardless how evasive Harry was on certain subject, the five puffs still welcomed him with open arms. To be honest, Harry had been slightly baffled just how trusting they had been. What Harry did not know, however, was that the seventh years had pulled Rose aside before Harry had arrived and had asked her opinion about him, and she had told them he was quite different than her brother and asked them to give him a chance. If she hadn't, well then the meeting would definitely gone far worse for Harry. You can see much about puffs, but one thing you can't deny, and that is that most are fiercely protective of their housemate, especially their younger ones. And one thing is certain, Harry Potter hadn't been popular among the older Hufflepuff students. Meanwhile, in a completely different castle, an elderly-looking man sat in a throne-like chair. Flanking him on both sides were two standing hooded and cloaked persons. The room, if it could be called that, was grand, but sober. It was easily the size of the Great Hall of Hogwarts, but was much more empty, making the already large room look even larger. The only thing that seems to be in the room was the chair that was as far removed from the only door in the room as possible. The room had no windows, and the only sources of light were the torches that adorned the walls. The man on the chair seemed to be waiting for something, which was proven true moments later as another hooded and cloaked person entered the room. The person gracefully strode over, and when it was only a couple feet from the only visible person, it went down on a knee and spoke. "You summoned me, Elder." "Yes, child, yes I did." The man rasped, and he gave a small signal with his hand. The one standing right of him immediately obeyed the unspoken command and strode toward the kneeling person and handed it a photo. The person took the photo and quickly imprinted the physical characteristics of the two people on it in its mind, before pocketing the photo. "That boy is your new target," the elder spoke up again. "The girl is a secondary target. This order came from that upstart brat, Voldemort himself. I am sure you understand what this means." The hooded person nodded before bowing its head. "I understand. I will not fail you, Elder." "Lupin." Said man looked up from the parchment he had been studying and looked at the man who had addressed him before responding. "Jones, do you have anything to report?" The man nodded and said, "There have been rumors floating around about a new Dark Lord. He calls himself Lord Riddle and says he is the true heir of Slytherin." This caught Remus' attention. "Really? Any news on Voldemort reaction on it?" "If rumors are to be believed, he didn't take it too well." The man responded. "They say that he was the one who put McNair in the hospital. One of his own inner circle. He must really not have liked it then." "Remus must." The other man nodded. "From what I have heard, the other packs are reconsidering their allegiance to the Dark Lord. They think that if he is willing to do that to his closest, then what would he do to them? But they are afraid to go against Voldemort and Fenrir." Remus finished with a slight sigh. The other man nodded solemnly. "That they are." "No, Susan," Harry exclaimed as he saw a dark purple-colored curse slice straight through the girl's arm. His outcry drew the attention of enemy and ally alike, and just for a second the battle halted. In that split second everything seemed to slow down for Harry. He saw Susan lying on the ground, her face extremely pale as she gripped the stump that had once been her arm, while more blood escaped from it than could possibly be healthy. He saw his 4 other teammates, all with varying degrees of injuries, and then he saw his enemies. 6 were already down, but still over a dozen remained, and if the fight took much longer, then reinforcements might come. Shit, Harry cursed mentally. If he didn't do something soon, one of his team was going to die. No, he would not let that happen again. Still seemingly in slow motion, Harry raised his wand toward the Death Eater that had fired the curse at Susan and let the anger and hate he felt fuel his next spell. With a snarl, Harry spoke the incantation of a dark cutting curse, and moments later a dark blue beam left his wand. The Death Eater he had aimed at reacted fast enough and casted a shield, but Harry's curse plowed through it like it wasn't even there, and moments later another body part was cut off, but this time it hadn't been an arm. No, Harry had aimed for the neck and his aim had been true. "Faye, help Susan. Seamus, Astoria, protect them," Harry ordered before giving an order that clearly contradicted the order he had been given to take prisoners. "Clara, kill them all." While he had been giving orders, he hadn't stopped moving and kept attacking his opponents non-verbally. He fought like a man possessed as he mercilessly cut down his opponents. That was until he heard words that would be the cause of nightmares for a long time after that. "Harry, I can't close a wound like this," Faye exclaimed, and Harry chanced activating his magical eye for a moment. After overcoming the discomfort of seeing 2 different things at the same time, Harry cringed when he saw the amount of blood and how deadly pale Susan had become. "Astoria Portkey, now," he barked as he disobeyed yet another direct order. This time the order that you are absolutely not allowed to make a portkey to Militia HQ when enemies are still close. Moments later, too long in Harry's opinion, Astoria yelled, "Done." She then grabbed the shoulder of Susan and they disappeared along with Faye, who was still trying to stem the bleeding. Harry allowed himself a moment to breathe a slight sigh of relief before he forced himself to focus on the here and now. He did all he could to make sure Susan survived. It was out of his hands now, and right now he had to make sure Seamus and Clara made it back home. "Seamus, back to back," he ordered to his only other magic-using ally. The Irish did as ordered, and so they fought, covering each other blind side while Clara fought at closer range. 15 minutes later the Immortal snapped the neck of the last Death Eater, and Harry took a moment to survey his surroundings. When it became clear there were no more enemies nearby and both remaining team members hadn't any life-threatening injuries, he allowed himself to relax slightly. "Clean up," he ordered, While his heart shouted at him to go to HQ to see Susan, his mind was telling him that while he probably could get away with breaking the other 2 orders, leaving evidence behind of a magical conflict for Muggles to find was something of a completely different scale. As such, he leveled his wand at the nearest Death Eater and muttered a transfiguration spell. Where once had laid the body of a Death Eater now laid a bone. He then picked it up and walked to his next target. As permanent transfiguration was a bit above his level, he couldn't let them lay there, as they would revert back to their original state sooner than later, and then there really would be no point in cleaning up. After another 10 minutes they were done. Harry surveyed his surrounding one last time to make sure nothing was left behind before muttering, "Let's go." Seamus nodded, and with a crack he was gone. Harry grabbed Clara's shoulder, and with another crack they too left the now empty field. Moments later they reappeared at the only place you could in HQ, a stone room with several guards in it that guarded the only door in the room. Harry strode over to the door, but was stopped by one of the guards. A man in his mid-40s who looked slightly overweight. Harry knew the man, as this was hardly the first time he had seen him, and one thing was certain: he absolutely despised the man. His name was Robertson, a former Ministry employee and a die-hard supporter of the Elder Council. Harry was also positive the man hadn't set foot outside of the base since the wards went up. "Halt, Captain Potter," he ordered while puffing up his chest. Harry mentally scoffed. This was yet another reason to dislike the guy, his need to address people by these meaningless ranks everyone had been assigned. "Fuck off," Harry snarled as he strode past the man, not even sparing him a glance. The other guard didn't even attempt to stop him. They were like Harry, people who regularly went outside, and they had been there when Faye, Susan and Astoria had arrived, so they knew why Harry didn't stop and couldn't fault him for it. Robertson, however, didn't like it that someone of lower rank ignored him like this and yelled, "I ordered you to stop, Captain Potter." Harry didn't stop, but Clara, who along with Seamus had been flanking their leader, turned around slowly and gave the man a grin that was unlike her normal happy one. In fact, it looked quite bloodthirsty. This along the way her fangs were shown, plus with the blood which covered her, she made quite the intimidating figure. "I believe Harry told you to fuck off. So why don't you go do what you are good in and go suck off? I mean suck up to those farts you call Elder Council." Harry meanwhile, along with Seamus, had broken out in a dead sprint as they made their way to the medical wing in no time at all. There, sitting in a bench, he found a sobbing Faye with Astoria next to her. While the younger girl wasn't showing her emotions as openly as Harry's former housemate, her eyes betrayed her true feelings, as the sadness was visible for anyone who took a moment to look. Harry felt his heart sink as he mustered up the words he wasn't sure he wanted to know. "How is she?" The moment he opened his mouth, the 2 witches who until now hadn't noticed him focused on him, and before he knew he was engulfed in a tight hug by a very distraught and sobbing witch. They said she might not make it," Faye said between sobs. As Harry held the sobbing girl in his arms, he never once noticed the intrigued and unique-looking pair of eyes that were watching him from a distance. Harry woke up with a startle. He hadn't dreamt of that day in a long time. He briefly wondered what the hell had triggered that. Maybe him meeting the girl's counterpart hadn't left him as unaffected as he had originally thought. Still, regardless what had triggered it, he was awake now, and it was doubtful he would be able to naturally fall in sleep again after that dream anytime soon. He mentally cursed the addictive properties of Dreamless Sleep Potion. He had at one point, after a week of constant nightmares, considered just using the potion every night. Somehow, he still wasn't sure how, Mrs. Dunbar had found out, and well, let's keep it at that. He learned exactly why that was a bad idea after a literally 3-hour lecture. Still, if he was awake, then there was no point in remaining in bed. After picking his wand up from its position next to his pillow, he used it to bring the protections around his bed down. After opening the curtains, he looked at the clock that was hanging on the wall and saw that it was only 4:30. Too early for breakfast to be served. Trough, there probably would be elves in the kitchen who would gladly make something for him, and too early for the library to be opened. Still, he was awake now, and he really didn't want to waste his time doing nothing. Right now he also didn't practically feel like reading. His body might be awake, but that didn't mean his mind was all the way there. Then again, if the mind couldn't be trained, then the body definitely could. He might have told Alex to do stamina training, but to be honest, he pretty much has neglected his own training after the final battle. Of course he probably still was in far better condition than most of his fellow students, but he really needed to restart his training, and what place was better for stamina training than a castle full with staircases? Having decided that, he stepped out of his bed and went through his trunk, and after a moment he fished out a piece of clothing that could be used for exercising. James had looked at him strangely when he had wanted to go into Muggle London for clothes shopping, but Harry was definitely glad he did. He really did not want to know what magical people considered exercise clothing, assuming they had any, considering what they normally wore. His outfit was rather simple: underwear, sneakers, sweatpants, one of his wand holsters and a simple t-shirt was all what he had donned for his exercises. After putting on his shoes he started walking out of the dorm. Once outside of the Hufflepuff dorm he started stretching, and after he was good and warm he started running toward a random direction. An hour later found a still slightly out of breath Harry Potter under the showers. His little run hadn't been fun. In the militia he and his team, when they exercised, usually ran circles in one of the larger rooms of HQ. Running up and down stairs like he just had been doing was definitely different. That, and perhaps his stamina had slipped worse than he had thought. Of course running around in new shoes hadn't been the most pleasant experience either. Then again, it is as they say, no pain no gain. Harry at least knew one thing for sure: morning runs would definitely become a permanent thing for his schedule in the near future. After all the things he survived, he refused to die a pathetic dead because he got tired in the middle of the duel. The only thing he had to make certain was that his run routes wouldn't become predictable. At HQ, surrounded by his team, he had been relatively safe, but here he could easily be ambushed if he became predictable. There was also no denying that this definitely helped him wake up. As good as a strong cup of coffee was to wake one up, nothing could beat physical exercises. The Great Hall was empty when Harry entered, just slightly over 6 o'clock, but Harry wasn't surprised at that, as breakfast wouldn't be served for nearly half an hour and most students probably wouldn't come in until near the end of the breakfast. Harry didn't mind, however, as he made his way over towards his house table and sat down in position as far away from the door and by extension closest to the head table. If there was one thing he did not like about the house he had chosen, it was that their house table was in between two others. Luckily the Hufflepuff table was in between the Gryffindor and the Ravenclaw one. While he had nothing against Slytherins personally, he had the feeling that they would be the most difficult to convince that he wasn't his counterpart. Well, the Gryffindors probably would be just as hard, but at least they had been his old house and it was doubtful he had made much enemies within them. Mentally shrugging and writing his current thoughts off as something of which he could do nothing about right now, Harry pulled his Curses and Counter Curses volume 4 he had begun reading at Potter from his bag and opened the book from its marked position. He didn't get to read long, however, as after barely 10 minutes had passed, Harry felt someone approach. Briefly glancing toward the entrance of the hall, he spotted none other than the head girl herself. The girl, dressed in her Slytherin uniform, was looking rather impeccable, something which could probably be said about few students in this early hour. He himself could definitely not claim that, considering the way his tie was. At least his hair didn't look like a complete mess anymore. Ever since he was convinced to cut it, it has become much easier to control it. It quickly became clear to Harry that the girl wanted something from him, as she, instead of walking toward her table, walked in between the Ravenclaw and the Hufflepuff table toward where he was sitting. When she reached where Harry was sitting, she took a seat opposite of Harry, seemingly unconcerned that this wasn't her house table. Taking it all in stride, Harry greeted the "Good morning, Ms. Fudge." Harry spotted a brief hint of irritation that crossed the girl's unnatural bright blue eyes before she managed to mask it. "Zabini Fudge," she said, speaking with a very distinct accent Harry couldn't immediately place as she emphasized the first part. "But, you may call me Blaise. Harry, you don't mind I call you Harry, right?" Harry tilted his head slightly to the side and looked at the girl in an analyzing manner before he shrugged. "Sure, Blaise, I don't mind." The girl beamed at him, seemingly pleased with his reply. "Well then, nice to meet you, Harry," she said before continuing. "Anyway, as I am sure you know, I am this year's head girl, and considering you are a new student, I would like you to know that you can always come to me for help. I know Slytherin has a rather bad reputation, but believe I am always available if you need help." Harry nodded and smiled back at her. "Thanks, I will remember that." If possible, the girl's beaming smile got brighter and she near exclaimed, "Great." Before continuing on a more normal tone, "Well then I guess I will leave you to your reading. I see you around, Harry." "See you," Harry replied as the girl stood up and instead of moving toward her house table made her way out of the hall. Harry followed the girl with his eyes as his smile slowly disappeared. That girl lacks subtlety, he mused. Still, her appearance here wasn't random. She knew he was here and she probably also knew he was alone. And what was with those eyes? Those were definitely not normal on a full human. This girl is definably one I have to keep an eye on, he thought before going back to his book. He only got a couple of pages further before another person entered the hall. This time it was the headmaster itself that made a beeline toward Harry. "Headmaster," Harry greeted when the man came into hearing range. "Ah, Mr. Potter, you are up rather early," the older man said. "It's not often I see students arrive at breakfast before it even starts." The younger of the two shrugged. "I don't sleep much," he replied before asking, "Do you have the notes?" "Ah yes," Dumbledore replied. "I have them right here," he said before taking out a stack of parchments from his robes. Harry took it and briefly glanced through it before nodding toward the still waiting headmaster. "Thank you." Dumbledore waved his thanks off. "Just keeping my promises, Mr. Potter," he replied. "So how are settling in your new dorm? I must admit it was a surprise to many that you went to that house." "I am settling in just fine, sir," Harry replied as she stuffed the stack of parchments in his bag. "As for my house, well, if the hat sorted me there then I guess I belong there." Dumbledore nodded wisely. "Indeed, if the sorting things so that I guess that is true." It was at this moment, the door of the hall opened and Alex followed by a number of first-year Ravenclaws entered and Dumbledore seemed to take this as his cue to leave. Then suddenly, just moments after Dumbledore had left, the elves began breakfast by sending up the food from the kitchen. Harry put his book away and loaded his plate full. He then did his customary check for any potions and after he was satisfied nothing was in it started his morning meal while at the same time ignoring the bunch of first years who were not so subtly gawking at him. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.